which has been amazing, has put 800 new housing units online, but it's still a drop in the bucket. We need so many more. So we had gone to the treasurer to ask if maybe we could do another large bond, and she was concerned about our bond rating in the state. So we're looking at some other interesting strategies, and one that I want to tell you about is tax increment financing. And I will not bore you too much with the details, but let you know that in Vermont, these TIF districts have been available to larger towns and cities as a way to invest in infrastructure. And they haven't been available for smaller towns, but we know that in rural parts of Vermont, we need help from the state in order to do investments, especially around sewer and water, to be able to build housing and also other businesses in our town centers. So we're calling them mini TIFs, and hopefully we'll be able to get them both through the Housing Committee and the Finance Committee, but it will be an exciting opportunity for towns like Guilford to take advantage of that. The other work that I've been doing this session that I'm very proud of is my work on pharmaceuticals. So the Finance Committee deals with taxes, but we also deal with issues surrounding insurance. And one important bill that I want to tell you about is that we were hearing from many Vermonters about the cost of insulin. And I don't know how many of you understand what has been happening, but the cost of insulin has tripled in the past decade, and it has become an emergency for many diabetic patients here in Vermont. They cannot afford the insulin. We had someone come to my committee a couple weeks ago. She was paying $1,600 out of pocket a month for her insulin. So the federal government needs to take action on this. But until that time, we felt like we needed to do something for these Vermonters. So we passed a bill in the Senate that will cap the amount of out-of-pocket costs that a patient will pay for insulin at $100, regardless of how many drugs that they need. Because what's happening is these patients are rationing their insulin, and they're getting incredibly sick. And this is a life-threatening condition. So we wish we could do more. It is the issue right now that has gotten me the most angry in my work in the legislature this session, because if you look at the charts of the three main insulin drugs, there is no other way to look at it except that there is price fixing going on with the pharmaceutical companies. The patent for insulin was sold for $1 back in 1923 to the University of Toronto, and the doctor who sold it said, "I don't want anyone to make money off of this, because it's a life-saving drug." And here we are, Vermonters spending hundreds of dollars that they don't have on this. So I'm hoping my colleagues in the House will be able to shepherd that through. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is we're hearing a lot in the Senate about the crushing student debt that so many families are carrying. And again, there has to be a lot of work that's done at the state and federal level that will take many, many months of wrangling in order to make some real progress on this issue. But in the meantime, we are partnering with the Department of Financial Regulation to start regulating our student loan servicers, because it came to our attention that many Americans are paying billions of dollars in additional interest because they've been steered towards loans that are unfavorable in their terms. The average Vermont borrower for college carries about $31,000 in debt, and that's $200 a month for 13 years if you're able to make that payment monthly. So these young families who are trying to make investments in other places in their community and buying houses and investing in their communities do not have the money because of the amount of debt they're carrying. So we are finally regulating these loan servicers, and will hopefully be able to get Vermonters in more favorable terms for their loans. So I will be reporting more on that in the future if it does, again, make it through the House. But both those bills, the insulin bill and the student loan servicer bill, passed unanimously in the Senate. Democrats and Republicans coming together to put Vermonters at the center of the conversation. So I really wanted you to know that. The last thing I want to say before I turn it over to Representative Coffey is only 30 people in the state of Vermont get to represent you in the Senate. And I love my job, and I'm grateful to all of you who have sent me there to do work on your behalf. Thank you.
We are so lucky to have Senator Balint as one of our 2 Windham County senators. And I wanted to let folks know, while we're up in Montpelier, we as a delegation meet every other week, and we're so fortunate that the House members and our senators get along. That's not true for every delegation in the state, and I'm just so grateful for her leadership and her style and all that she's doing in the Senate to represent all of us. And it's really an honor to be here for the 2nd year, standing before you as your state rep. It's really an honor to represent you, and to have your trust in me. And I gotta say, by that thick town report that we've been looking at, it's just remarkable how much this community gets done. And I wanna say, up in the State House, I get to hear how others see our town. And it makes me so proud, because we see that others see how Guilford is coming together across differences to find common ground and a vision for our community. You heard it earlier from the Seveds BDCC folks. I don't know if you picked up, and they're like, well, in Guilford, you might not have this problem. It's not because we're an affluent community, it's because it's a community that works together. So I'm so, so proud to be from Guilford and representing you in the House. And our neighbors over in Vernon are often asking me and looking over to our town that is of a similar size. How do you guys get things done in Guilford that we're trying to do? So I want you all to know that this town is really shining bright, and it's really I'm really so proud and honored. And I just wanted to be brief. I hope that I have more detailed updates in my legislative report that I've left at both of these tables, but I just wanted to give you a sense of where we are. It's an exciting time in the legislature. We're almost halfway through. We're coming to a period it's called crossover, which is almost the halfway point. So there's a lot of action on the floor. We're getting our priorities and our bills out of committee and onto the floor. And I want to say I'm so proud of some of the work that we did. We overrode the governor's veto of the minimum wage bill, which I think is hugely important, and I've heard from a lot of you. And it's hard to do this in the House with 150 members, but we had 100 folks come together for that. Also, we took steps to modernize Act 250, and some of the work that we do is in the finer details and don't get onto the House floor, but I was pretty excited because I was able to talk to some members of that committee to get village centers included in the language as being, because there's an idea that there'll be a potential exemption for downtowns so that we can have more compact development in Vermont and less suburban sprawl and protection of our forests. So that bill was voted out of the House. It was a long debate. It's a complicated bill, and it's going to be going to the Senate. And I think there's room for some improvement. It wasn't perfect, but we got some really good things, protection of our trails, including village centers, into the language. So, that's what it's all about, is about finding some compromise. So we're about that. But the thing I'm most proud about happened the week before last, where we as Vermont passed with a tripartisan support the Global Warming Solutions Act, which we know that climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing our time. And with this bill, we will have a plan to meet our targets, and state government will be accountable. It is a hugely important step. It's not the last step. We know we have a lot more work to do. We know we will be revisiting this legislation, but we're really excited. And we had a huge, overwhelming vote, 105 votes in support of it, which is a tripartisan effort and a big hats off to the chair and vice chair of the House Energy and Technology Committee, one of whom is a Windham County rep, Laura Sibilia. And I just wanted to give you a couple of quick highlights to let you know what I'm working on. And a lot of attention gets paid to what we do on the House floor, but really so much of the work that we do is in committee. Unlike the Senate, we in the House have one committee. So the description that is, as a freshman legislator has told me, that the Senate gives it the 30,000-foot view, and then we get into the weeds or the details. My committee is House Institutions and Corrections, which is both a money and a policy committee, which I love having those two realms. We focus on the capital bill, which is how we allocate and spend our state bonded dollars. So this session we've been looking a lot at the moratorium on school construction, and we're working through some of that. We're helping our colleagues in House Education. Our state bonded dollars also go to fund things like the level 1 beds at the Brattleboro Retreat, among other things like our veterans homes, our police barracks, our forest parks and recreation, and our clean water fund. When we go back, my committee is going to be doing some very deep work on Justice Reinvestment 2, which is some very deep work coming out of the Council on State Governments, and working to make some pretty significant reforms in our corrections and criminal justice system. And we know that folks right now, we're experiencing this in a number of ways in Vermont and in Windham County, that there are mental health issues and substance use disorders, and it's hitting our corrections, our courts and our correctional systems in a very significant way. And what the work that we're going to be doing is looking at how we can put more emphasis on getting people and support in the community, because we know that getting mental health treatment in a correctional facility is not always the ideal place to do that. So it's really exciting work and to improve the outcomes for people reentering from prison, but also keeping in mind public safety and also our tax dollars, because it costs anywhere between $52,000 and $65,000 a year to incarcerate a person in the state of Vermont. And we know we can do better. We in Vermont, our Department of Corrections is within the Agency of Human Services, which is a very good thing because it puts people and humanity at the center of things. So it's a great committee to serve on. So really, I want to say thank you again for electing me to this seat. It's really an honor to represent you. And if the moderator allows us, do you want us to take any questions for Senator Ballin and myself? If folks have a couple of questions, Senator Ballin. And we know you have some more work to do, so we don't want to take up a lot of time, but we can open it to the floor. Do you want if people can use the microphone, because that way it gets on the BCTV tape as well. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura Lewis, Melody Hill. Sarah, you were talking about the mental health situation, and what could you just run through that one more time? I have a question if I understood it correctly.
Sure. Sure, in my committee, are you talking specifically about Brattleboro, or are you talking about the statewide?
Whatever you'd like to share.
Okay. What's interesting in my committee, we look at the whole system of mental health. We have the commissioner and the secretary of the Agency of Human Services talk about the beds that we have in the state from the emergency rooms on up. And we know that what was a huge eye-opener to me was to see how significant role that the Brattleboro Retreat plays in that. And the state has asked the Brattleboro Retreat to build level 1 beds, which they're in the process of completing this year. So I'm going to let you finish your question.
Well, the question has to do with the fact that we, for some reason, had to do with timing, don't seem to be going to act on the HCRS request for funds. And am I correct that they are a mental health group? Yeah. So, I don't like the fact that Guilford is the only town that's not helping with that, when I'm sure we make use of it in some way.
Sure, I think that's a question of parliamentary procedure that our moderator, I think that my understanding is that they didn't get their request in time. It's not that this town doesn't want to act on it, because I think, as long as I've been here, we have always supported HCRS. So I don't think that they didn't have the signatures, is what I'm hearing.
But is there some way we can be helpful even if they didn't do their homework?
So I'm just saying it, repeating back, not without a warned article. So I'm sorry, Linda.
Laura.
I mean, it's Laura, sorry, Laura.
Whoever.
Yeah,
Whoever.
L, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
But so if I could just add, just to be clear, HCRS is one of our designated agencies that deals with mental health throughout the state. We have several of those, what we call the DAs, and so they get a significant amount of funding from the state as well. I just want to be clear on that. It's not just individual towns that may be supporting them in that work.
Sean?
Sean Murphy. Hey, thank you very much. I was especially encouraged to hear that you're working on possibility of construction for schools. And the WSESD has done a feasibility study, and there might be an addition on the Academy School. And so I was really hoping that, considering where we are in terms of financial wherewithal, that would be excellent. And then it's actually a two-part question. The other one is the weighting study that came out in 2019, and it would be a huge advantage and I think a realistic coalescence of funding for the WSESD if the weighting study was implemented as soon as possible. We could really use the relief. Thank you.
So why don't I take the school construction piece, and I'll let Senator Ballin answer the other question. It's a great question, and thank you, Sean, for serving. It's really important to have our voice on that district school board. So a few weeks ago, my committee we had a joint committee with House Education to look at school construction, and our committee weighed in on some of it. Let me give people some history and background without taking up too much time. The state of Vermont has had a moratorium on school construction since 2007. Now, that doesn't mean that school construction hasn't happened. Bond votes have come before town, but prior to that, there had been money through the capital bill that would fund up to 30% of qualified expenses in school construction. So as you can easily imagine, it's 2007, do the math, 13 years ago, there's pressure building up. Many of our schools were built about 50 years ago when we created the Vermont Bond Bank to deal with school construction in our state. So there's a logic to 50 years after construction that many of our schools need have major work done. It's not going to be a quick fix, is the answer. What's coming out of the House Education Committee is a recommendation to do a statewide study. We also don't have the capacity within the Agency of Education. There used to be a position there that would help schools with their school construction. There's another critical piece to this, and that in Vermont, you've heard Senator Ballin talk about the treasurer not being willing to put more money in to take out bonds for housing. There's a finite amount of money that we can borrow as a state. And so we're, with some of the bond issues that are on the ballots around the state this year, if they all get approved, it really pushes us dangerously close to our limit. And we don't have right now currently a process that both prioritizes. We're paying for any school construction that's happening in South Burlington the same way that South Burlington will help in Brattleboro or Guilford through the funding formulas that we have. The big question is we don't want our capacity. My concern is we don't want that capacity to run out before some of our smaller, rural, less advantaged schools and school districts have a chance to do that. So this, if it passes out of the House, which we hope it will, and go on to the Senate, is we'll have an opportunity to at least have a new mechanism and a new tool in a $1.5 million investment to do an assessment of what's going on in our schools and a process for moving forward. So that's a long answer to your question, and I'd be happy to talk to some of the district school board members. That fund is not the only way for us to do construction in our schools. We can still go out for a bond with the school district. So the house is not burning down yet. So yeah, but.
So to your question about the weighting study, this is something that concerns your entire delegation. We have a lot of schools within the county that stand to get more money from the new pupil weighting study. So for those of you who haven't followed this, essentially a study was commissioned for UVM to do a deep dive in how money was allocated per pupil. And what they realized is that initial weighting that was given to each pupil did not really take into account the cost of what it is to educate folks who are living in poverty, for one example. There are many different criteria that they looked at. And I just want to reassure you, my kids go to Green Street in Brattleboro. And in my second term in the Senate, the level of the kids who are qualifying for free and reduced lunch hit 70%. So I am well aware of this issue. I have brought it to the attention of the chair of Senate Education. As Sarah said, it won't be quick, but our eyes are absolutely on it, and many schools in Windham County stand to benefit if we do adopt a different weighting formula.
One more question?
Thanks to both of you. Steve Lemke, Green River, River Road. Vermont is one of the oldest states in the nation as far as age is concerned, and you keep hearing things on the radio and other places about facilities for aging adults. And I was wondering if the state had any plans for increasing, building, monitoring, regulating facilities that are, assisted living, nursing homes and things. It's a difficult problem because you need them, but if they're poorly run, then you have issues. So I was just wondering what was new or different in that.
No, we haven't looked at it.
So we're coming up against a philosophical decision that we made starting probably a decade ago in Vermont, in that we were prioritizing every Vermonter to be able to age in place where they wanted to age, which is for the vast majority of people at home, right? You want to be at home, you want to be surrounded by your loved ones. And what we're finding is we didn't quite factor in the amount of money it would cost to have visiting nurses and home health aides be able to make it possible for people to age in place. So I don't have a quick answer for you, except for we are very much aware of this problem, and we're trying to thread the needle carefully so that people do have the option to stay and age at home if that is what they choose. But there certainly is a swath of the population for whom that is not an option. They don't have the network at home to be able to do that. I spent some time at a facility earlier this month in Brattleboro, and they talked about what they're seeing now is you've got so many families now that have both, if you have two parents at home, they're both in the workforce, just trying to make ends meet. And that wasn't necessarily the case 20, 30 years ago. So the network that's been there to allow people to age in place in the past is not really there in the same way anymore. And so I absolutely share your concern, and I'd love to actually chat with you afterwards if you have a minute.
And I can't add a whole lot, except that I know in the House, there's a little bit of information on this report. The House is looking to pass the Older Vermonters Act. It's in our House Health Human Services Committee, because I think the case is to be made that sometimes we talk about Vermont, but we want Vermont to be the best place to age. We want to be inviting and support our seniors. And so we often hear about it spoken about in negative terms, but as I was speaking with somebody over lunch, I mean, this is a great place to live and work no matter what age you are. And I think we do need to, with the demographic bubble that's going through our country, we want to have some supports better in place. And I think this is part of the conversation. There's an older workers caucus and older Vermonters caucus rather in the House, and we're definitely looking at this too. So, yeah, go ahead.
So last thing I want to say is I know many of you here in Guilford, because I hear from you through emails and phone calls, care a whole lot about the climate change initiatives that we're taking on. What we've been hearing from the governor's team is they need to hear from you directly. They need phone calls. They are not necessarily trusting that what we're telling them about what we're hearing back home is actually what Vermonters want. And so I have a good relationship with the governor. We work closely together on this particular issue. I'm getting very, very tired and frustrated with hearing that Vermonters don't care about this issue. So if you do, please call the office. Don't write a letter, don't write an email, take the time to call. Thank you.
Thank you.
We still on? Okay, thank you both, Senator Ballin and Representative Coffey. We are at Article 11. Do I hear a motion?
This one appears to work. Article 11, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human service organizations? Well, I will read what all those organizations are. Youth Services. Would people like me to read the amount? Why don't I? $1,605. The Women's Freedom Center, $1,000. Groundworks Collaborative, $1,000. Visiting Nurse and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire, $6,300. Retired Senior Volunteer Program, $485. Senior Solutions, $850. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $300. Gathering Place, $500. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $350. Early Education Services, $850. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $350. Connecticut River Transit, $250. And SEVCA, $2,040.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I won't read the whole thing over again, except the introduction. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human services organizations? Any discussion or questions? It appears we're ready to vote on Article 11. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,880 for the following human service organizations? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And you have approved Article 11. Article 12, do I hear a motion? Wait one minute. Should I read it?
I'll read Article 12.
Good.
Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without Is it on? There you go. Shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount, interest at 1% per month or fraction thereof be charges after October 15th?
A second? Yeah. Any discussion? Okay, Article 12. Shall the town collect its...
We have to vote?
I know, I'm putting it up to a vote here, I think. Article 12, shall the town collect its taxes through the treasurer without discount at interest of 1% per month or fraction thereof, will be charged after October 15th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And you passed Article 12. Article 13, transact any other business that may lawfully come before this meeting.
Oh, Rick? I have...
Veranda.
Oh, okay. So may I have the... Okay, Gordon, put down your pencil. I know that you're all a little dotty from due diligence, but here is a poem for Gordon Little. Praise song for Gordon Little on leaving our select board. And I wrote this last night at 2 a.m. And I had help, not at 2 a.m., from Sheila Morse and from Sylvia Morse. Actually, there are quotations from both Sheila and Sylvia, and I also had help from Elizabeth and from Marty Ramsberg. So here we go. Town meeting. March calls us to order. Whatever the weather or viruses, neighbors, friends, we mingle, wade through warnings, contest, then come to clarity and lunch. Before the gavel falls, we mark the changes, climate, and the cost of gravel, the new school news, and now the need to bid farewell to one we've counted on. Gordon Little, whenever we gather, his voice is familiar. But wait a minute, what about, have we considered? What does Dan think? Will it make a difference if, or I'm fully in support of, sure, I'll take it on. Beyond our civic sphere, Gordon weighs in, always giving. At the hockey rink, he says, I bet you can do it. A young girl comes to own the ice. His daughter and son grow into champions. A host of children glow in his gaze. With love, his team evolves, prevails. Up Collier Road, Gordon strides with Bella, bounding through the maples. Here is the sugar house. Savor its history. Trees felled and milled by Harry Evans. Floor poured by Pete Wild and finished by truck light, high beams at nightfall. The old evaporator salvaged from Coombs. Life is sweet sweat equity. In many kitchens, alone with friends, Gordon makes a meal delicious, even kale. And he is no stranger to a heap of dishes. Calm in the barn, midwife to use. Gordon can deliver twins or singletons, feet first or breech, even with a class of youngsters gaping. Gordon welds farm implements older than his years, and he shows up when your baler's broken, rain approaching, just as his wife, the feisty surgeon, zooms in to repair our failing limbs. That was the joke. Fair-minded, far-sighted, even-handed, long-legged, open-hearted, self-effacing, steady-working, easy-going Gordon who has your back. And this is the Sylvia part. Great hugs, absorbed in and attentive to whatever the moment brings. Praise him.
Wow. So, Veranda, thank you very much for that. That's an extremely kind gift to be on my way with, and unbelievable. To the town of Guilford and to this great body that's up here, it's been an absolute honor to be a part of the Select Board. I have learned a great deal, and I appreciate the support I've gotten along the way from a multitude of people. For me, walking away, I think the biggest thing that I have enjoyed about this job is just learning new faces, new people, getting to know other, citizens in the town of Guilford. But what Guilford stands for more than anything is community. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of that community in a much closer way than I ever had before. So I thank you for the support that I've received my 5 years as a selectman. So thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank you, Veranda. That is the kind of other business we'd like to conduct here. Linda.
Linda Heger, Packard Corners Road, and Chair of the Conservation Commission, in which capacity I'm addressing you. Okay, why am I wearing green today? St. Patrick's Day? No, I am representing the emerald ash borer who is coming to an ash tree near you sooner than we hope. And it turns out our town is very, very rich in ash trees. So we want everybody in town to be aware that there's a small iridescent green insect that will infest our ash trees probably within 5 to 10 years and take out 90% of them. So the Conservation Commission has been proactively working with the Road Commission to conduct an inventory to identify on the town right-of-ways and town properties the ash trees that are likely to be hazardous as they deteriorate. They become brittle and fragile and very difficult and expensive to take down through this process. So we are proactively working with the Road Commission to identify the trees and the rights-of-ways that are likely to fall on the road or on a house and take care of them first. And all of this is unfortunately going to be expensive because there is no state or federal money to assist with removal of the trees. The good news is that in the early stages, the wood is still usable for firewood and board wood, so we want to identify those trees early and take them down while they are still usable. And Veranda mentioned the possibility of distributing firewood in town, which is a great thing for us to tackle in the next few years. Landowners, you probably have ash trees, and on our table out there we have a couple of information sheets for you. We are not recommending you take down all your ash trees preventatively if they're not leaning over your house, but there's more information for you. We also have information on new web pages on the town website, which you can access under commissions. Conservation Commission has pages. We have a page on ash tree inventory and emerald ash borer. So, in closing about this, we want everybody to be aware and thinking about where are the ash trees on your property, and also to consider possibly for next year establishing something like an ash tree removal reserve fund to make sure we're not hit with an unmanageable expense in 1 or 2 years as the cycle peaks. The town's already set aside about $8,000 for this coming year. We're pretty sure we're going to need more in the future. So, thank you.
Sure. Zahn?
Zahn Eastus, Yaw Road. I'm here on behalf of just talking about the on your seat, there should be a sheet of paper that talks about the survey that we ask you to consider taking. This is about broadband. I know that a lot of work has been done in Guilford as well as around southeastern Vermont about the notions of broadband. What a frustration it's been in a lot of ways for a lot of communities. But there is funding available right now to do some study work so that we can learn more about what it might mean to actually bring broadband to Guilford. We're working very closely with the Windham Regional Planning Commission. We're also working with the other communities in the region here to look at the possibility of building a communications union district. To do that work, to find out whether or not we can even move forward, we need input from lots of people in this region. There are already, in the state of Vermont, there are 3 communication union districts that are standing as unique models. They're each 3 different models. We're looking here in southeastern Vermont at yet a different sort of model to move this idea forward. So there are a number of us on the select board, and Peter is our representative to this task force to look and consider deeply the issue of broadband in Guilford and make sure that we finally get a hold of it and we can be part of a larger effort that's coming down our way. So take the opportunity to fill out the survey. You can do it either online or you can do it via the mail. We have till March 17th, I think. So you have about 2 weeks to get that taken care of, and then we hope we can move forward. Thank you.
I'm Karen Murphy. I live in West Guilford. And I'm also on the Guilford Preservation, Inc. board. And we've been having discussions about pedestrian safety in Algiers. And I know that the select board met with VTrans, and their final report, Gordon thinks, came out this past June. And unfortunately, VTrans did just about nothing. They did put up 2 signs. There's a sign if you're coming from Brattleboro, and there's another one if you're coming from the south that says pedestrian crossing next half mile. And I had never noticed it, and I imagine most of you hadn't either. But there are people who regularly need to cross that road to get to the store or back to their homes on the west side of Route 5. So one of the solutions that might be helpful is to put up those electronic speed monitoring signs, one on the south side of town and one on the north side of the town. Many studies have been done that show that these speed monitoring signs actually work. It's especially important if you're going northbound. On the new bridge, people come around the corner and they're still going 35 or more miles an hour. So if you look and see if your speed is 50 and you see one of those speed monitoring signs, it slows you down. Unfortunately, it's still 35, not 25 as asked, but even 35 would be better than 50. So unfortunately, there's no money from VTrans to install these signs. I've been given an estimate of $3,500 per sign. We might be thinking ahead to our highway department to install such signs. So thank you for any consideration.
Other business? Michelle?
So Michelle Frizee, speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission as the chair. There were these pieces on each of your seats, hopefully, talking about our town plan, where it's been 5 years. Our town plan's up in June again this year, but we would really enjoy public feedback on what we're writing. The draft that we have to share, there's a few copies still, I believe, by the door. It can be found online at guilfordvt.net. But we really would love for everyone in town to take a look at it, read it, come to our public hearing. I don't know, hearing forum feels formal, but on May 4th at BBCC at the Grange Bratt Community Center, we will be getting together to talk about what's written. And if you have anything you would like to share, any changes you would like to make, any insight on any of it, please feel like you can come and share your voice. It's been a long process. We've gone through the town plan 3 times in the last 2 years, and we're still not in agreement on anything, but we're doing our best. And so I highly encourage you to use this opportunity to have a further voice in your town and come share your opinions with us May 4th for that meeting. Thank you.
Ellie, in the back.
Hi, I'm Allie Mayanen. I live on Merrineck Road. First, I'd like to thank you all for voting. Great job. There's been a lot of people. Secondly, I'm wearing green not because I'm a bug, but because I'd like to remind you of Green Up Day, which is the first Saturday in May, and I hope you all can help participate and clean up our roadsides. Third, very quickly, is the Rec Club has a flyer out to give you some more information about who we are. And the Rec Club owns property which is adjacent to the fairgrounds, and it includes a tennis court, ball field, a cabin, and a pavilion. And we're looking at the assets of the Rec Club, and we're going to be creating a capital plan to make sure that we can maintain those assets. So there's a quick survey. We'd love to hear, as many other organizations, we'd love to hear from folks in the community about what's important to them. And there's a small brochure here. If you don't get one today, we'll probably be mailing them out to everybody. So thank you.
Yes, Gordon.
A number of people spoke to me at lunchtime, and I just wanted to be very clear, circling back to the highway budget numbers again that Tim Harris had raised. I did not just go out back and whittle down some numbers so that they all fit. What I did, so that everyone is clear, is I took our verified numbers from the approved expense sheet that the select board had approved and applied it to those numbers to determine where the errors were. So I just want to be very clear that those numbers are on the official approved expense sheet for the highway budget for the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any other business? Okay, before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I would just remind you that the school board, or not the school board, which we don't have anymore, but the Leadership Advisory Council is going to do a presentation, which is very worthwhile hearing. Some of us heard it at a pre-town meeting. Sean Murphy is also here to answer questions about the Unified School District. And there's a lot of good information, a lot of good things happening at the school, and I encourage you all to stay and hear that. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn? Al Franklin again, second year in a row. A second. Okay. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And thank you for another town meeting.
All right, well, we're going to get started in hopes that some of you will sit down and stay. So my name is Beth Bristol. We're going to introduce the members of the Leadership Council and then go into a little bit about who we are, what we do, how we were formed. And then following our presentation, we have a really great video that was created by the students of Guilford School that highlights what they love about this place and some of the really cool, fun things that they do. So like I said, Beth Bristol.
Erin Kachuk. Amy Skolnick.
Alexis Moshevitis.
Tasha Tillman and Mackie Dove.
Hannah Salisbury.
John Gagnon.
And our Leadership Council is a bit different organized than the school board was. So some of us are parents, we're all community members, some are teachers, and the neat thing about the Leadership Council is that we're able to do that. We actually have 2 full-time teachers and some substitute teachers here on our board, and so it's organized differently and adds a lot of value. Our Leadership Council was formed in November as a subcommittee of the school board. We were the first Leadership Council to form in our district, which we're really proud of. There are currently 6 of us, but we would love to work up to a number of 10. So we're encouraging community members to join us. Currently, we meet every other Friday at 1 p.m. here at Guilford School. But when we were discussing our meeting time, we realized that that specific time may be difficult for some members of our community to attend. So we are holding quarterly meetings that are held in the evenings. And our first quarterly meeting was held at pre-town meeting. So we had a great turnout. So I think we're going to ask somebody to hit the lights. It will get dark for a moment, but you won't be able to see our presentation if we don't shut the lights. So if anyone needs the lights turned on, just give a shout, and our master electrician will plug the lights back in. As they're working on that, I'll explain a little bit about the differences between the school board and the Leadership Council. So the school board, as it always has, continues to work on policies, making decisions, forming the budget. Sean Murphy and Kelly Young are our 2 Guilford representatives on that board. Wow. And so they will handle all of that school board business as usual. The Leadership Council serves more as an advocacy role. That's great. Advocacy and advisory role. So we work with John as the admin of the building to think about programs, capital needs that we want to advocate for with the school board. And we also are a sounding board for John for communication and feedback, community engagement. We talk about budget priorities and a strategic plan for this school in the future. All right. So the first 2 slides really are just a summary of our school. So this slide represents the student numbers in our various grades. And what's notable on this slide is that our numbers are looking better than they have in the past. A total of 120 or 119 is very healthy. And our pre-K program is really needs credit for a lot of bringing in new students. We currently have a wait list. We have had a wait list for several years now. It's very stable. We probably, if given the ability to expand, could host a second pre-K with the current numbers. So maybe down the road, that's something we should look into. And then this next slide just highlights some of the classes and programs that we offer. This is one of the things that our Leadership Council will be looking at when compared to the other schools in our district in terms of equity and what we have available and what they have available. And over time, we hope to even out our programming and become more equitable in our offerings.
So this talks about the MTSS model, which means we're helping every student where they're at academically. So some kids need more support than others, and we also are enriching students who are performing really well and giving them opportunities to challenge themselves to learn new things. So we work very fluidly between all the grade levels, and we meet often to talk about meeting our students' needs the best that we can.
So the MTSS system, just to add, stands for the multi-tiered system of support.
So this slide, here at GCS, we have a robust nature and project-based learning program. We have a farm-to-school program, and we're fortunate to have Sarah Rosso as our coordinator for that. She cooks with classrooms, food education. She spearheaded the holiday market that a lot of you probably came and attended. It was wildly successful. And they're going to be maple sugaring next week, which is going to be really fun for all the kids. We also have the Franklin Farm Connection. They provide us beef to serve in our cafeterias throughout the year. And we have 2 outdoor classrooms that are currently being used. Pre-K is using it on a daily basis. And then there's another classroom out to the side of this building that the older children can access and do, most of them do on a weekly basis.
Hello. Part of the continuous improvement program identifies strengths of safety and belonging, and underneath you can see the bullets about all the programming that is done to help foster a sense of safety and belonging throughout the school for the students, staff, faculty, and for the community that is part of this ecosystem as well. Something that I want to point out is that last year, through the PBIS program, which is the Positive Behavior Intervention and Support Program, last year the school received a gold star, and this year we got identified as an exemplar school through that program. I can say with 2 children here that they certainly look forward to the different ways that that program integrates through their life, and it's always good to find the positive and build off of that. So it's really a strengths-based system. And I would say that through these different ways of fostering safety and that sense of belonging, that everyone that comes into the school can sense that and benefit from it. And we are continuing to monitor that and build off of that strength here at Guilford Central.
We have parents and students both do a school climate survey. The parents do one in the fall and the students do one in the spring. This past fall, the survey results show overwhelmingly that Guilford Central School is meeting or exceeding expectations in these bulleted areas.
So this slide shows the state-mandated standardized assessments that all students grades 3 through 8 take in the state of Vermont. They're referred to as the SBAC, Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. And you can see that Guilford, in terms of our school district, we scored at 64% of our children scored as proficient in English language arts, which is the second highest score in the school district. The state average for ELA was 57%, and again, we were at 64%. This next slide in green is mathematics, grades 3 through 8, and then it also shows the state BUHS in the middle school. For us, we scored at 66% were proficient in mathematics. The state average is 44%, and the SU average, or the school district average, excuse me, is 48%. So in both math and in English language arts, our children are making steady progress. Our goal is for 100% proficiency in on these assessments, and we're making very strong progress. And it goes back to what Hannah spoke about with the multiple tiered support system.
So now we will share with you the video that the students put together, and then following that we'll have some time for questions if you have any.
Scotland have we spotted other smallest bodies in all. The next thing we want to talk about is forest riding. We go out in the woods in Weeks Forest every Friday and build forts in our clans. Clans, 2 or 3 of our classmates, Kramer, and we build fires and go sledding. Yeah, sometimes we have firemen challenges. We cook to and the clans are named after animals that are inside these forts. And ours isn't really in it during this point, but it used to be in this forest and its own lakes. The other clans are a box turtle, black bears, and spike horns. The best thing about 6th grade is forest riding. All Saba Strave on his father and me father.
And because some of the sound I know is difficult to hear, we will be posting this video on the town website, so you all can go check it out anytime. And our hope is to share it with the entire school district to promote our school and to share with everyone else what's going on here in Guilford. So with that, we'll open it up to questions. And I know that Sean's here. I don't see Kelly, but if there are questions for the school board versus the leadership council, I know Sean would be happy to answer questions as well.
So this is awesome. Sheila Morse, Melody Hill. I think I've said it enough times today. First of all, I think it's great that you all did this leadership council. I think it's so impressive. Secondly, I love the presentation, the slideshow thing. I want to say something about that in a minute. The school film is amazing. Like just sitting here laughing and appreciating the kids, and the special language is just thrilling. And so I think I hope it's on the Facebook page and a link on Front Porch Forum and on the town website and wherever you can get it. Just so that people see it. I wanted to ask you a question about the presentation and coordinating with the Planning Commission on the next 8-year town plan, which we have to approve really soon. And I noticed that you have a lot of goals there that represent either things you're striving towards immediately and maybe also aspirational over the next 8 years. But I also liked the background about what's happened most recently in education and how the town is responding and how parents and kids are responding. And I think that would provide a really good introduction in updating the education section of the town plan, and then looking forward to where we want to see Guilford's community and the role that the school plays in bringing this community together, expanding our community. I just am hoping that you sort of integrate real quickly with what's going on with the town plan. So.
Yeah, we have been in touch with them. I know John provided some feedback, and I think Jethro's planning to come to our next meeting so that he can see firsthand what's going on and we can help to draft something up.
I'm Veranda Porsche from Packer Corners, which I forgot to mention all throughout the select board meeting. It was so rewarding to come and be in the school and talk to the 5th grade about the select board, and then to see how the school stepped up to help out with our town meeting day sort of at the last minute. The select board has sort of authorized us to have a kind of subcommittee on town meeting day so that maybe we can work with the leadership, council, and anybody else who wants to about just planning in a gracious and easy manner, about how to do next year's town meeting, and also just to look for more opportunities for us to be with the kids in the school and the kids in the school to be researchers and helpers with us. I mean, when Linda was talking about the emerald ash tree borers, I was thinking about what great researchers the kids are. The kids from Guilford live all over town, and that they could help map out who burns wood, support the Conservation Commission, all of that. It feels like a real return to something that, and a building further on it. That's so great. So thanks.
Thank you. Stacy. 1, 2. There we go. Laura Lewis, Melody Hill. 2 things. One, I'd like to have a public thank you to the 3rd grade each year who come out in the spring to Christchurch Cemetery and help put the flags out for the summer and fall and help tidy up, and then in the fall come back to take all the flags in and help tidy up for that. And they find relatives that are there and ask questions, and we learn about Christchurch a little bit, and they're a huge help, so that's great. Something one of you said made me a little question. If you want these days with the unified system to do any kind of work, like on the roof or build anything new, do you have to go to the whole big school unified board to get permission to do that? I don't like that. Thank you.
Rick Zamore, Ashworth Road. It sounds like the pre-K is a huge success and a real turning point for the school. Maybe not a turning point, but and I would you mentioned you could have a second pre-K class, and that'd be great. I mean, it's a good investment if it's affordable. It'd be a great thing to see, just because it's such an important age, and it's done so much for the school, and we need those students.
Can't see well and can't hear well. There's a young woman up there bouncing, and she has something on the front of her. And would you please tell me what that is? And what age and what sex, let's say?
It's a future.
You won't tell me? Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Look at those feet.
Look at this head. Look at this head.
Hey, something is real.
It is real. He feels real.
He's sound asleep.
Mostly. Thinking about it.
Do you know him? Is he yours? Well, I don't know. Thank you.
Evelyn McLean, Packer Corners Road. Just because we forgot to do it before, I wanted to thank all the kids who helped in the hallways, the kids who helped with lunch, and who helped with the microphones. They all did a fabulous job, and it makes us real proud of our school students.
Steve Lemke, River Road. I mentioned this at town meeting. I think the video is great, and I think it's great that everybody in town gets to see it. I would also share it with the Vermont Tourism Board and others, because I'm back to this aging thing again. We need to we need to get people into the state. And I'm also the Guilford rep for the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we had a presentation done there that the two most important things for people who are looking to move to a state are open spaces, and I thought it would be schools first, but I think it's open spaces and places for families to walk and enjoy the area, and second is schools. So when you look at this, and you see all the open spaces, you see the forest, it's a subtle way to bring people into the state. And again, as Sarah Coffey said, it's another subtle way to shine a light on what's going on in the southern part of Vermont, in particular Guilford. So I think the more we share, sort of humbly, but share what's going on down here, the more we get as far as funding, attention, and other things. So I would say, don't hide your light under a basket. Share it widely.
My name is Huxley Dove, and I want to thank first grade.
Lucy Sparblase, Guilford, East Mountain Road. I was wondering, I remember last year at town meeting, they said we had the numbers for a second pre-K classroom. Why don't we have that on the ballot?
It's very expensive. And so there's two components. There's the space component, which we could work through, but there's also the cost component. So I think it's something that we will now need to bring up to the school board and give them the statistics that we have. And ultimately that will be a decision that they will make with us advocating. So in closing, I think what we were attempting to achieve today was to show you that our strong academic performance at this school is really a result of the really cool programs that the kids highlighted, and that we are able to get outside and do programmatic theme-based education, and it yields results. And we're being recognized for that, which is really important and is not necessarily commonplace even within our district. So we stand out, I think, and it's something that we want to continue to promote throughout the district. And the other thing that's noteworthy is over the last few years, there's been a lot of this talk about Act 46, and it's been a bit contentious. And I think Guilford is a shining example of how, despite all of that, here we are, and we're making the best of it, and we're all coming together and continuing to advocate for our school. And being the first leadership council to be formed and to be the most robust leadership council in the district is very telling, and I think it speaks well for our future. So that's it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Shelley. The legal voters of the town of Newfane, Vermont are hereby notified and warned that pursuant to Title 17, Vermont's VSA, Section 2655, they are to meet in the Union Hall in Newfane, Vermont on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. to act upon the articles below. And I will turn this over to the presiding officer, Carol Hesselback, to open the polls.
The polls are now open. Now, don't give them a hard time. I need to request a Democratic or Republican primary ballot, or don't get both.
Articles 1 and 2 will be voted by Australian ballot. Once you pick up your ballot, you must cast your ballot before you can come out. You can't carry it out here, all right? And I have a few more announcements before we start with today's business. It is my responsibility to remind everyone in the hall that this is a polling place and we must abide by the following laws. Candidates or political activists can stand outside 70 feet and on the day of election and hand out brochures or palm cards to voters as long as they do not hinder or impede the progress of voters going into and out of the polling place. No political literature, buttons, or other political materials can be displayed inside the polling place. So this is a time to pocket whatever you've got on your lapel. You are, however, allowed to bring a cheat sheet into the voting booth as long as you take it out with you. All right? The next item of business is that this meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. Thank you. You can watch it later this week if you don't get enough this morning. It will be on cable channel 10 and online at BrattleboroTV.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, we really ask you, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone there, or really loudly, so that everyone in the room and at home later on can hear you. So I see that Jeanette is here. Can you wait till I get through all this? Great. Okay. There's been some confusion about the school budget and vote. So there is no school meeting today, okay, because there's no longer a Newfane school. It's part of the West River Modified Union Education District. You can get all the information about that from this booklet. There's a pile of them here. There's an annual meeting of the West River Modified Union Education District, which will be held on Tuesday, March 24th at Leland and Gray High School from 7 to 8 p.m., but you'll vote on the West River Modified Union Education District by Australian ballot on Wednesday, March 25th from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. at the Newbrook Fire Department. All right? Today, there is childcare, thanks both to our librarian, Erica Walsh, and Phoebe Connolly, a counselor at Leland and Gray, has got kids providing childcare at the Morphy Library as we speak. If you have kids you want to drop off there, please do. Food. You can't get through town meeting without nourishment, and the Newbrook PTO is providing us with that today to support their enrichment programs for the school. Please donate generously and eat heartily. At this time, I ask for all non-legal voters who are present to please stand and identify themselves. Jeanette White, you want to? You're a non-legal voter in the town of Newfane. Our Senator White is here, and we'll get to her in a minute. Kate, you want to? Louder? Okay, Kate Geary is a part-time resident. Anyone else? We have BCTV. Are you a voter in the town of Newfane? No? Anyone else? I just have to remind you that if you're not a voter in the town, if you're not a registered voter in the town of Newfane, you can't vote here. Simple as that. But we welcome you. We're glad you're here to watch our proceedings. Are there any first-time new voters in the town of Newfane present today? Please stand up. Not so fast. Tell us who you are.
My name is Emily Poole, and I'm here from Vernon.
Emily Poole from Vernon. From Newfane. Back in Newfane, right. Right, thank you.
My name is Carlos Solar. I moved here from Marlboro.
Okay, welcome. Resident now, right, great. And? Great. All right, I'm going to have to ask everybody else to please stop their other conversations so we can all welcome and hear who these new voters are. Welcome. Awesome. Great, thank you. This is wonderful. Inside, I'd like you to turn to your town report. Inside your front cover. Let's see. You will see that this year's report is dedicated to Larry Robinson. Larry, are you here? He's probably deliberately late. And if you turn to the vital statistics on page 139, you will see that for the second year in a row, we have 2 more births than deaths. Okay? So maybe the tide of depopulation in Vermont is turning, at least in Newfane. We are able to convene today and practice this democratic process because of the people who have come before us, and it is our responsibility. What we decide today will affect those who were just born. There are lots of ways to serve the town, in addition to coming to town meeting. And if you look at, the pages, what page? There is a page, 1819, thank you. Juanetta Howling is our, this keeps us all going. This page, town officers. If your name is on this page, would you please stand? If your name is on this page, would you please stand? Can we please give people who are serving in the town a round of The town works mostly on volunteer effort, and we have a few vacancies. You'll see my green highlights. The town is in need of a town agent, a deputy health officer, a second regional commission, Wyndham Regional Commission advocate, a town energy coordinator, an animal control officer. The Vermont Green Up vacancy has been filled by Gloria Cristelli. Thank you, Gloria. Anyone interested in serving in any of these capacities could show up could show up on Thursday at 6 o'clock at the town hall when the new select board convenes and organizes, and you can be appointed. And if you don't want to do it on Thursday, you could do it another day, but don't delay. Somebody else might get the job before you. Yeah. Yes? Okay.
There are 2 openings. We meet on Thursday evening, the 2nd, and 4th, Thursday, at 6 o'clock.
So the Planning Commission is looking for 2 more members, and if you have questions, please see Lynn Forrest, who serves on that committee. All right. We have, it's a year since we last met, and I want to go over Robert's Rules of Office, but I also see that Senator White is here, and I know she has her own meeting to go to in Putney at 10 o'clock. So if there is no objection, I would like to allow Senator White to take the stand, as it were. That sounds very welcoming.
Turn this around and
sure.
Fine. How are you? Good. So thanks for letting me join you this morning. And I am going to my own town meeting, but I'm also going to go, I believe, to Dummerston and Dover. So I'm zipping around today. So I'm Jeanette White. I live in Putney and I serve Windham County as one of your 2 senators. And I apologize if I got the timing wrong here. I thought we were supposed to be here first thing this morning, but I see Becca and Emily aren't here, so they'll be here later. Huh? I think it's on.
Okay, try it again.
Okay, does that work better? Oh, okay, so I won't repeat what I just said. So in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees, and I serve on Judiciary in the morning and then Government Operations in the afternoon. And Government Operations sounds really boring, but it is, I believe, the basis of our democracy. It deals with elections, all municipal issues, and the structure of state government itself. So we're doing some pretty exciting things. Town clerks will be very happy to hear that we're not messing around with elections this year at all. We're going to leave them exactly like they are. Thank you. So one of the things that we have done in government operations that we're hoping the House will take up when we get back is called a limited municipal self-governance pilot. And it would allow municipalities to have more power. I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that municipalities don't have a lot of power. We are what's called a Dillon state, so municipalities can only do what the state allows them to do, as opposed to other states where municipalities can do anything that isn't prohibited by the state. So we're trying to loosen that up a little bit and have a pilot project that would allow a number of towns to have limited self-governance. So we hope that you support that, and I'm not sure where Emily is on that, but I hope that you will support that. We are also dealing with, in government operations, one of the issues that I think is really important. Our EMS system in this state is dying. We have fewer volunteers. The way we credential people is insane. We're working with the Department of Health to try and ease that up a little bit. So we've been working really hard with Rescue down here and people at the state level to change that system. We are, in Judiciary, our focus has been on what we're calling justice reinvestment. And 10 years ago, we did Justice Reinvestment 1, and at that point, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison. That's a lot for our state. That we have had the highest percentage of people in prison than any other state. So we've been working, we worked on the first reiteration of it, and we now have 1,700, which is still high, but we changed that trajectory. We are working now on Justice Reinvestment 2, and our focus is on less crimes. Let's redefine what we mean by a crime, and let's have better options for people who do go afoul of the law instead of always just popping them in prison. So that's what we're doing, and I'm happy to take any questions from you later on, or call. My phone is my number's in the phone book, and it's also on the legislative website. I just want to say one thing about our budget. Budgets are always tight, and that's not any different this year. But I believe that we have the best chair of an appropriations committee that you could possibly have in Senator Kitchell, who is from St. Johnsbury. She really understands state government and human needs, and she used to be the secretary of the Agency of Human Services, and she really understands the budgeting process. And so while it is very, very difficult to make everybody happy, our appropriations committee tries really hard to balance things and make it the best possible place that we can for Vermonters. So with that, I'll say thank you, and I'll, do you want to? Is that a federal, is that the La Rosa money, is that federal? It's state? Okay, I don't know that funding. I'm not on appropriations, and I'm not on natural resources, but my guess is that they're taking some testimony on it in the Natural Resources Committee, and that they'll be making a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee. I can get back to you. If you send me an email, then I'll have your email, and I can get back to you and let you know what's going on. Okay? Yeah. We do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I believe that Emily and Becca will be here later, or maybe not. We'll see. Because it's been a year since we've done Robert's Rules, I'm going to do a quick reminder. And for those who want their own cheat sheet, this horrible green one up there, this sort of I hurt green, has got your basic Robert Rules on it. Please help yourself. We have to follow Robert's Rules of Order because that's state law. We can change Robert's Rules, but we cannot change state law. Robert's Rules are parliamentary procedure designed for an assembly to conduct its business in a fair and orderly way so that everyone who wants to say something can be heard. And here are the basics. You must be recognized by the moderator to speak. Please stand up, speak up, state your name. Address your comments to the moderator. That would be me. There's a reason for this. It keeps things calmer. A motion must be made, seconded, and repeated by the moderator before the discussion of an article begins. The person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. When there are many people who want to be heard, the moderator will try to alternate among different points of view, all right, to allow the widest possible discussion of an article. An article can be amended, and the amendment can be amended. But all amendments, this is really important, all amendments must be germane to the article, to the original article. We will vote on an article either when no one else wants to speak or when the body, that's you, has decided to call the question. A member of the assembly must be recognized to call the question. You can't just yell it out, all right? That doesn't work, and if we get to a point where someone decides to call the question, it has to pass by a 2/3 majority to end discussion. Because if we vote if 2/3 of you decide to call the question, it means discussion on that article is over forever. And call the question needs to be seconded and voted on. So a point of order is not the same as a point of information. A point of order interrupts the proceedings on an issue of procedure. It's you telling me I have skipped something, done something wrong, okay? If I've made an error, a member of the assembly should call a point of order. Help me out, okay? And bring it to the body's attention to be remedied. As a moderator, I really welcome hive mind. It's great. A point of information is just that. It's a request for information, should be addressed to the moderator, and I'll then find out who can answer your question, all right? Colonel Roberts, he had so many rules, so many rules. Not knowing them shouldn't be a barrier to your participation. You pay me the big bucks to keep order here, and I can help you out, okay? I'm still looking for someone to be a parliamentarian. If you are someone who is just dying to learn this procedure, or you already know it, let me know. I would love to have a parliamentarian. I was a parliamentarian for 3 years before I took this on. It was incredibly helpful. And I again thank you, the town, for sending me to Montpelier for the town meeting tune-up. I also know that for some of you, speaking in public is really uncomfortable. I don't want that to be a barrier. So what I suggest is you just concentrate on me and just talk to me, and everybody else will hear you, especially if you're at the mic. All right? Finally, I ask you to really listen to each other, all right? Instead of thinking about what you're going to say, really listen to what is being said first. We're living at a time of really rancorous and uncivil discourse. But we're Vermonters with a long history of bucking national trends, all right? From being the first state to prohibit slavery in our state's constitution, the first state to declare war on Germany in September of 1941, and the first state to legally recognize same-sex marriage. Unions, I'm sorry. We didn't do marriage first. So in the New York Times, Nicholas Kristof has written, I quote, "It should be possible both to believe deeply in the rightness of one's own cause and to hear out the other side. Civility is not a sign of weakness, but of civilization." So we have a long tradition of civilized debate. At town meeting, we know how to be passionate in our beliefs and polite in their expression. Do you all have pencils to make a correction to your book? There are some corrections on page 4 and 5. On page 4, in the top right cell, property taxes, proposed budget fiscal year 2021, the correct number should be $1,605,659.73. Again, that number is 1,605,659.73. That, of course, changes the bottom number on that line, which should also read total town and highway. And that number should be 1,913,306.73. Again, that number in the bottom right cell on page 4 should be 1,913,306.73. page 5, the bottom number on the right under total revenue should read $2,318,855.73. Again, this is page 5, the bottom number on the right-hand column, 2,318,855.73. Okay, you've all got that. So let's get started. We are on Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each year thereafter until it is paid. Do I hear a motion?
I move to amend Article 3 by...
Just, no, you've got to, we have to move Article 3 as written. Just... as I just read it, it has to be, so the articles have to be put into motion on the floor as written before they can be amended. Is that what you want to do? You could say, I move Article 3. And then I need a second. And that would be, so Melissa Brown has moved it and Myra Fassler has seconded. So this is part of the routine. I now have to repeat it before it goes into motion. Okay? So Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis, due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. The motion is now open for discussion, and the person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. So Melissa, would you like to speak? Yeah, you should tell everybody who you are and use the microphone.
I am Melissa Brown, Treasurer, and I move to amend the article, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor to change Article 3.
Yep, by deleting the second paragraph. So the entire article would be read as, shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on the quarterly basis due on 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at a maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Is there a second? I second. Winnette Pauling has seconded the amendment. So this is the amendment, and this is what we're going to discuss now. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? Is there discussion? And as the maker of the motion, you can discuss, you can make the first.
Okay. So I've noticed in the first 6 months already with lowering the interest to 0.5% and 0.75% that there's been an increase of 150 to 200 invoices per month that are going out due to more late payments coming in. This is also going to affect the revenue that comes in towards the end of the year by about $12,000 to $13,000 less than what we would currently earn. There's also a listserv that Carol Hesselback and I belong to for just treasurers and clerks. And there was one of these questions that was brought up about other towns and lowering their interest rates. And they did state that by lowering them, they did end up getting into trouble and having to take out bonds and loans to pay for things because there was no incentive to people to pay on time by keeping lowering it or everything for interest.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Neil Johnson, question. Has the current set of interest rates that we now have in effect led to a deficit in our budget?
So the question is, has the current rate of interest rates led to a deficit in our budget? And the answer is no. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Eric Walsh, New Face. Although you say it hasn't led to a deficit, has it led to a decrease in revenues?
Yeah. So, yeah. Do you want to stand up and explain?
It's going to overall, within the end of the year, be about $12,000 to $13,000 increase, and it could potentially keep getting higher and higher as time goes on. Increase or decrease? It's going to be a decrease in revenue, which is going to increase the expenses on the other end because it's going to take down the taxpayers. Yeah, potentially, if they are late this current year, it's going to roll over into next year.
So the question was from Tom Bedell, will it affect delinquent taxes? And our treasurer will answer that.
It will eventually affect them because the later they are in the current year, it's just going to push them further back behind, so it's them in the following year. And I think further behind anyone gets, it's harder to get back out spent. So it's better to keep them up than the current.
Yes.
Diana, is there any data about who is delinquent on their taxes or not paying currently? For example, are they full-time residents versus second homeowners?
So
I don't have like a breakdown, but there is a lot on the list that are only delinquent. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Can you use it?
I don't have a breakdown on who's residential and non-residential. It is a mixed bag of both, but there is a huge number of Cannoli Village campground owners that are on that list as well. Yes, the campers.
Did everybody hear that? Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
Dan DeWalt, South New Fame. At 0.5% per month, that's 6% per year. At 1% a month, that's 12% per year. So that's still significantly more than like if you go to a bank and you borrow money, aren't you paying? It seems like this is a comparable rate. And it seems like we're looking at this as, we're looking at our town as a money collector. You know, these property taxes get paid eventually. You know, people are late, they pay a fee, and no one. If you look on the rules, even when we've never had a thing where somebody eventually didn't pay their taxes, and when they do, they eventually pay the fees. So we're making better interest rate on both of these things than you can get in any savings account or any money market for that matter. So I don't understand why we have to be so. We are not a business, we are a town. And I think that when people have trouble paying their bills, I can't speak to obviously all these people, each one individually. But it seems like last year the town thought, yeah, this is a hardship on people, let's try to be humane. I'm a little bummed out that all of a sudden this year we're back, oh my God, it's cost us a little bit of money. It's the money. The money should not be the most important thing in our lives as a town. And I think that we should care about our citizens, and I think that this is okay the way it is, and it's an okay amount of interest to make, and I don't think we need to ask for more.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Point of information, Lynn Forrest. On page 32, you look by the list of delinquent tax reports. Is any property parcel number that starts with 00147? That's Cannoli Campground.
is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 3? Yes.
Ingrid Longo, Newfane. I'm just curious, you mentioned that they will become incrementally larger as more and more people default. Do we have any figures for how many defaulters change there's been from, say, previous years for August and October and January in terms of collections?
I'm not sure what you're...
Are there more people who are in default than there were last year,
At this point, yes, there is more behind, which could potentially put them in the tax sale if it keeps going.
That I understand. I just wondered if there was a significant change in the quarters that we've had since this change was voted in.
Yes.
Again, on its face, I'm opposed to the amendment. It's my sense that people pay their taxes more with respect to their ability and their willingness to pay, and not in response to the industry.
Are there any other? Second time, yeah. This is.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, there's a correlation, but we don't know if it's causation or correlation. So this is often the case, and it might very well be cause. I think even if it's causation, we should just like live with it for another year and see if it shakes out. It could also be correlation. So the fact that we have more people this year could be because of this, or it could be we don't really know why that is. And I would just like to put that out there.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready to vote? Hearing no objection, we will vote on the amendment. So you understand, we're not voting on Article 3, we're voting on the amendment to Article 3, which reads, so first of all, a yes means you're in favor of the amendment and changing the legal rate of the interest charge from 0.5% to 1%, and for the current amount due, and 1.5% for every month thereafter. So that's a yes vote, you're in favor of raising it. A no vote means you're not. And then once we have the outcome of that, we'll move on. This is what we're voting on. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Whoa. I am going to call for a show of hands, and I need the Board of Civil Authority. So it would be easier if they stand, and will you divide can we do a division of the House? Okay, so all those in favor, please indicate of Article 3 as amended, the amendment to Article 3, please indicate so by standing until you are counted. All those opposed, please indicate so by saying no. This is by simple majority. There were 20 in favor of the amendment, 45 opposed to the amendment. The amendment fails. So we go back to Article 3 as written. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
Michael Granger, could I ask if the delinquent tax collector can tell us if there's a policy for, in effect, putting the property on the market for the back taxes, if we all agree, or a lot of us agree, that we're not doing them any favors by letting them slide? Some towns have an automatic every year, put up the ones that don't pay, and you're in effect forcing people to figure out how to pay less of a rate by going to a bank or a relative or whatever if they're in trouble. And I'm not sure the policy of the delinquent tax system.
Well, the delinquent tax collector, or the collector of delinquent taxes, is actually here. Would you like to speak to that?
There is no policy. I usually work with everybody, try and get them on a payment plan. I do allow them, if they're making past due payments, to also make current payments to avoid penalties coming up around the current year. So as long as they're working with me and they're staying in contact, then I try not to put them in tax. That's definitely not the goal.
So, did everybody hear that? Okay, can you do it at the mic?
So if somebody is behind and they're willing to work with me and make payments, I will let them make payments on the past due balance and also on the current balances to avoid future penalties and interest also for the current year. As long as they're willing to work with me, then I don't throw them into tax sale. It's the ones that are kind of repeat offenders that usually go into tax sale every year. They won't call you, they won't pay for some reason until you put them into tax sale.
And I just want to make a clarification here that the Article 3 is about late payments and not about delinquent taxes. They are, is that correct? Yeah. That delinquent taxes is another species of animal. Is there any more discussion on Article 3 as written? And are you ready for a vote? All right. So a vote yes is in favor of Article 3 as written, and a vote no opposes it. I do legally have to read it again. Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. All those in favor of Article 3, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3 passes. Before we move on to Article 3 and Article 4, and if there is no objection, our representative Emily Long is here, and she is a Newfane resident, so doesn't need permission to speak, but we need the Assembly's indulgence to allow her to step in now. So, hearing no objections,
I'll try first. If you can't hear me, let me know, but I have a habit of speaking up, so you probably will be able to hear me. Thank you, first of all. It's really nice to be home, because this is home. And I do have to get a different kind of permission in my other town meetings to speak, so thank you for allowing me to stop in this morning. I'm heading off to two other town meetings, the towns I represent, Townsend and Marlborough. It's been amazingly busy, especially the last few weeks. In fact, so busy that you usually see me walk in with a stack of my town meeting reports. I have not finished my town meeting report this year because I haven't had time to finish it, so I'll post it on Front Porch Forum when it's done to give you sort of a summary of the work we've been doing. But very quickly, I'll just touch base, especially on the last 2 weeks of legislation that we have passed. Last week, the week before this past one, 2 weeks ago, we passed a Global Warming Solutions Act in the House. That is for Vermont to be able to, Vermonters to be able to hold our state accountable for climate change that's happening. this is not going to be enough, but this is a great start. You know, encouraged that the Senate will take it up. Senate has some of their own. I don't know if anybody came here this morning from the Senate. They're working on some legislation as well, but we're hoping that they're going to take that up. The Senate actually sent us a tax and regulate bill for cannabis. We just passed that this past week. I think that we are headed in the right direction on this. I don't think it'll be just total. The changes we made to the bill are probably not going to be fully accepted by the Senate, so I think it'll go to a committee of conference, working out the details, trying to make sure. One of the challenges was we had changed their bill to take out the local options tax for towns to be able to charge a local options tax if they want a retail market in their town. And we removed that in the House. There was a lot of back and forth about that. Instead of that, we put in a licensing fee. There are 5 licenses that you can get. I can't remember all of them, but one of them is retail. There's, you know, the folks who are growing. There's testing. There's different licenses. So towns are eligible right now to be able to charge a fee that will be decided. The dollar amount will be decided later, but the fee for each of those licenses each year, people are able to hold 1 license of each category. So if you want to open a retail market, you only need the retail. If you want to be a grow and retail, you need 2 licenses, but no one's allowed to hold more than 1 license. That's our way of trying to keep up corporate takeover, which has happened in other states. I think it will work, I'm hoping. I think we'll see a change in that one a little bit. I think, you know, the Senate's going to want to see the local options tax go back. We'll see how it works out, pans out. But anyway, there's that one. We overrode a veto this past on Tuesday. A pretty significant ability for us to be able to do that. For the last time it happened was in 2009, and this is only the 11th veto override that has happened in the state of Vermont. This one was on minimum wage. It was a very important piece of legislation for us in the House, and we passed that with 100 votes, which is what we needed to do. It wasn't easy. It was a lot of work to get there. Folks had to feel comfortable. But this is not what I talked about last year. Last year, the legislation was moving to $15 minimum wage. This year, it was a 2-year bump up. So in 2 years, starting in 2022, the minimum wage will increase to $12.55. And so this is a big help for Vermonters who are really in need of a bump. And so we're feeling pretty confident that this will be noticed by our fellow Vermonters and will reflect back in our communities as well. So we're really pretty happy about that, and it's significant happening in the State House. We also passed something that's pretty significant for a lot of you, a few more than others. Act 250 reform. We passed that in the House this week. It was a real lift, I will tell you. Anybody was following it, as I'm sure Chris was, there was a lot of up and down, a lot of changes happening, including right up to the last day. On 3rd reading, we had one more change where amendment was passed to change, we had changed the elevation level of where you were needing an active permit from 2,500 feet down to 2,000 feet in elevation. We eliminated that on the last day. There was an awful lot of pushback about that. This is a really big undertaking of changing Act 250. People know it's been in place for 50 years. Probably needs reform. We really do believe it needs reform. Things have changed a lot in those years. I will say that there's been a lot of support for change, but once you come down to the nitty-gritty and the details, there's a lot of challenge around it. The Senate has told us they will take up the bill. They don't have a huge amount of time to do a lot to it, so we'll see whether they pull out pieces or whether they'll really dig down into it and say it's something that they really want to make some changes and send back to us. We'll see how that happens, but I think it's the right thing to do. This legislation was based on a long process of So there were meetings held all around the state. Many folks in this state gave us feedback. The general feedback was we want to ease the challenge of development in our downtowns. So this legislation does exempt downtowns from Act 250. We added an amendment for village centers as well. We want to encourage growth in our downtowns. We also feel very strongly that protecting our environment, protecting Vermont's culture and who we are as a state, why Act 250 was put in place in the first 50 years ago in the first place, that's still really important to us. So I think it's a pretty good balance is how we feel about it. We'll see. Again, I don't expect it to slide through without changes. I think it will happen, whether we see a lot of changes this year or not, or whether we even see it pass in the Senate this year or not, it still remains. It was a big lift for us. So anyway, those are the basics of what we've been pulling off. There's a lot of other legislation. If anyone has any questions, before I don't know whether you want questions or not, but I want to say one thing. I look at Erica in the back, well, from the More Free Library. The More Free Library has been wonderful, allowing me to sit in there for an hour and a half on the third Saturday from 11 to 12:30 every month. Please come see me. The feedback I get at those times and those constituent hours, we call them, or office hours or whatever, is really, really important. I do this in Newfane, I do this in Marlborough. I'm headed to Townsend to make a plea for someone to allow me a space. Some legislators actually just go sit at a store or a market, but you really have to have permission to do that kind of thing. So I often wait, and Erica was wonderful to allow me that time on a Saturday. It's really great. Morphe Lab is a wonderful place for that. So please come see me, third Saturday, 11 to 12:30, every month of the year. So thank you. Which makes it really challenging for me to be able to dig deep into legislation unless I'm counting. When I'm counting and, going around the town, the people think counting, being the whip and counting votes is about arm twisting. And I promise you it is not about arm twisting. It is about informing. It's about making sure every one of our folks in the House understand the legislation that's coming forward. But I can actually tell you, I don't get to be in committee as often. I'm in General Housing and Military Affairs Committee now, and I love policy work. I love being in the committee, but I do get in there as often as possible, but it's a really busy time up there. I had legislator after legislator tell me this is the most challenging year they've ever had. People have been here forever. We're just incredibly busy. And just, if I could just say one more thing before there's a the coronavirus. Not that everybody doesn't know about it, but we had outreach from the governor's office this week saying, please make sure if you feel the opportunity at town meeting to speak about it, there is a task force in place. Let us know, let the administration know, health department, if you have any questions or comments. I know you're inundated with information about it right now, but if we are trying to be very mindful and prepared. It changes every single day, but it is part of our job. So let me know if there's any questions or comments about it. Thank you.
Gerald Julian, 6A South Monday. And with the upcoming school budget vote, I know I've been at school board meetings when it's all come out about the complications with the pupil spending and the weighting system. And I don't know how much people are really aware of how much this has impacted the past. What's the plan for current and future? Because it really has affected affected our school budgets and our voting, because not is it only the basis, this weighting, it's the foundation of how we fund our education, but it's also how we are penalized for funding our education. So what can you help us have more confidence in this for the future?
You're absolutely right, Cheryl. Thank you. And Cheryl knows, because I'm still on the school board as well in West River District, and this is a huge issue for us, obviously. I will tell you, it's not as simple. Just quickly, what happened when we passed our special education law, Act 173, a year ago, included in that law was a study, and the study was to look at the weighting, the weighting system in our education funding system. Now, weighting means that, I'll just give you the examples, it makes it easier to follow. Weighting is when an elementary student is counted as a number one. If that elementary student needs, it doesn't have English as their first language, they need support to learn English as well, they get counted as a 1.25. 1.25. So there's different weighting levels. High school students require different kinds of education. They have to have driver ed. We provide advanced placement classes, lots of other things, lots of different classes for high school students. We weigh them at 1.13. Those of you who watched me sitting on the school board for many years know that when our, back in, I can't remember the year, 2009 or something, the state came in, I was on the school board then, and they came in and they said, at that time, high school students were counted as 1.25. And they came to us and said, we're changing the weighting, and it's going to be 1.13. And at the time, I said, wait. That makes sense. Show me why. Tell me why. And I could never get any straight answers about why it went from 1.25 to 1.1. This study that took place, it was done by UVM, and I think Rutgers might have looking at it. Anyway, this study said they could find no evidence, empirical evidence of the weightings that were set in place back over the years. They first started 30 years ago. So it was really important that we did this study. What this study shows is that our weighting system isn't accurate, isn't necessarily appropriate, and they did recommend that we do something about it pretty strongly. And the Agency of Education has come out pretty strongly saying, we think that something needs to be done. The question is what? Because it's not as simple as just applying new weighting and not looking at all the other factors. Because frankly, our education funding system has been in place for almost 25 years now. And it's a really, 22 years, it's a really long time for education funding system to be in place without major changes to it. So we're trying to look at it from a broader perspective than just what you see in the study, which the study, by the way, recommends. But where it is right now, to answer your question, Gerald, the Senate has started the first steps in taking it. In fact, if anybody happens to be in Montpelier on the 11th, they're holding a public hearing in the afternoon, I think it's 4 to 6, to take in feedback from folks across the state. It does appear that those towns who have high levels of poverty have really been disadvantaged over the years. And that often is our small rural communities. So we really do need to take some steps. I'm encouraging it to happen. It's hard when both the House and the Senate take their own paths. So we've sort of allowed the Senate to take the first steps in this, and they've been taking. We actually in the House and the Ed Committee have taken some testimony on it, but we've allowed the Senate to take the first lead. So we'll see where it goes. I think it's really important, and the sooner the better. Frankly, from my perspective, we need to do something about this. It's just not okay. And one last thing about the weighting. It's not dollars. It's not dollars that the state sends to you. It alters your tax rate. So what it does is if you have many students who are weighted, you have a lower tax rate, which gives you more ability to make the appropriate decisions to spend where it is needed in your schools. So there's no requirement with weighting for us to actually put spending in those areas. We could actually just say, oh, we'll just lower our tax funding is intended to do. So that's another piece that we need to look at. Is there some form of accountability that we can include in it? So anyway, that's where it is.
So on a related topic, the way that we fund our schools through the property tax has been seen as not working for a long time. Act 40, the way we fund our school system right now with our property taxes is widely acknowledged, even in the legislature, is not working. Yet, Tim Ash, Mitzi Johnson, they all say, yeah, that's a big problem, it's really big, it's really hard, and they seem, maybe they're not relaxed. You say we should figure this out soon. They seem very calm. Tim Ash said, not in this election, probably not the next time, maybe a couple of legislation sessions down the road. So I'm just wondering, could you explain to us why the legislature, at least in the headlines and in their public relations, don't seem to understand? We have a school in Jamaica which is about the tank, thanks to Act 46 and this way the funding works and the way that things have changed. We have towns who are at risk of losing their schools, and yet we have a legislature which doesn't seem to quite grasp that as an important thing. And could you just explain sort of why it has taken the legislature so long to really take this thing by the horns and try to figure out a funding mechanism that works?
So I'll just say, Dan, there's a lot of people who actually think our education funding system is, I don't want to call it effective, but it is a supported education funding system. We haven't made changes to it because it is one of the more equitable funding systems in the country. That's why it's so complicated. There's a lot of factors involved in it. But I'm going to acknowledge everything you said, except I haven't heard the same thing you have heard from, I never knew Tim Asher saying very laid back about it. I haven't heard that. I hear a lot of conversation in the House and from senators as well, saying that this is a really important issue, we need to take it up. But I do think that because of everything you said, Dan, about the fact is that we really need to take a dive and look at our ed funding system and make sure it is the best it can be. Making sudden changes that are offered in this study, and feel free to look at it. It's a study that's posted on the website. It's up 130 pages or so, but read the summary, and it's a really interesting study. I think we would be doing ourselves in Vermont a disservice if we didn't look a little more broadly. Still doesn't mean that we can't take it, rapidly. And I think the turning point for anything that your suggestion may happen at that hearing it's next Wednesday, 11th, I think it's the 11th. They're having feedback from communities and hearing from you. Send emails, send them to me, send them to the ed committees, send them to finance and ways and means in the Senate and the House, so that folks know that this is an important issue for you, and you want to make sure that we're acting. I don't know how fast we'll act, but I feel the urgency as well as what you're describing. I feel the urgency because it's been a long time, and we really do need to make sure our system is working for us. So I'm there. We'll see what we can do. I'm in.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just about now, you might be hungry, and the Newbrook Elementary School has food for you. There's also reading material here from all sorts of organizations, from the library to the school, and including a broadband survey and information about that. So make sure you come and help yourself to that. And we are now on Article 4. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subsection 4791? Do I hear a motion? Lynn Forrest moves, and is there a second? Tom Bedell seconds. So, Article 4, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791. Lynn, as the maker of the motion, would you like to start the discussion? That's fine. Then don't say anything. Is there anyone who wants to say anything?
Sounds, Ken, did you want to say something?
I'm not getting selected.
All right. Hearing no discussion, unless I hear otherwise, if there's no objection, we're ready for vote. Okay, an aye vote means you are authorizing the treasurer to collect taxes according to the state law, and if you say no, you're against that. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791? All those in favor of Article 4, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 4 passes. Article 5. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who's that? Ken McFadden moved it. Is there a second? Myra Fassler has seconded it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there any discussion? Ken, do you want to speak? No?
No.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Ready for the vote? And I vote is in favor of authorizing the select board to sell property acquired through tax sale, and a no opposes it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? All those in favor of Article 5, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 5 passes. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647,000 by non-tax revenues. Is there a motion? Tom Bedell moves it. Is there a second? Meg Spicer seconds it. I will say it once more. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $1,216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues? Is there any discussion? Who made the motion? You, okay, please.
Tom Bedell, Williamsville. I have a question about the special appropriations. And if there was a change in the budget, would this be the time to address that, or would that be new business, or?
This is special appropriations. Can you tell me what page that's on?
Well, the budgetary it's on page 9, and then in the back are all the.
Right. Okay, so we're on page, you're looking at the section on page 9, so everybody can be here. It's the second thing. This would be an appropriate time to talk about it. It
would
is
be
in the budget, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have no problem with any of the special appropriations. In the back are all the requests, and people are making a lot of monetary requests. But I noticed that the More Free Library requested $964 for fiscal year 2020, and they only got where is it now? I lost it. $750 in the budget, and I just wondered why they were coming up short. It seems to me they're worth $964.
Is this discussion, or do you want to propose an amendment?
Or you just want
First it's a
information?
question, I suppose.
First is a question. All right.
That is.
Is there anyone who can answer the question about the appropriation for the Moore Free Library? Maybe someone on the select board?
I'm not sure that I understood your question.
Well, here, once again, if we go to page
Moore Free Library.
112, the Moore Free Library asks that you place its request for $964 for fiscal year 2020 on the warning for March 20. Well, obviously, it's not on the warning, per se. But in the budget, on page 9, under special appropriations, Moore Free Library is budgeted for $750. So most of these other requests have been granted more or less in full. And I suppose I would then ask to make an amendment to give Moore Free Library the full $964 donation that they requested.
I need that as an actual number, which would be $214.
All right. Yes, okay, that would be my amendment, would be that we increase the budget $214 to add that to the Moore Free Library special appropriation.
So there is now, who seconded? Chris Campany seconded it. So we now have an amendment, and I have to do a little arithmetic here. We have to add, did you do it for me? Thank you. So this one. So we have an amendment to increase the budget in Article 6 by $214. It would change the operating expenses, the amount to be raised by taxes, let me just get this right, to $1,216,478.73. So to make this easier on all of us, I'm going to make the amendment, with your permission, the maker of the amendment, that we increase the amount, that the amendment reads to increase the amount of money to be raised by taxes in Article 6 by $214 for the benefit of Moore Free Library. Yes?
No, I have a question for what you just said. There's no article regarding the taxes to be raised. The article are by...
You just need to get close. You need to get really close to it. You can lift it out.
Okay. The article which are presented are by category of expenses. The general expenses, the capital, and the additional fund. But there is no article requesting to approve the amount to be raised.
So I have to change how I word that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Norbert. Let me get this right. Amendment to Article 6 is proposed to authorize the expenditure. You're going to do it? Okay, thank you. I'm getting fed numbers here. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73. This is the amendment. I need a motion and a second. You've made it. You've made the motion. A second? Myra Fassler seconds it. So the amendment is to authorize the general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,125.73, specifically to add $214 to the Moore Free Library appropriation. Is there any discussion? Yes.
There's a question. It was my understanding that when we amend the general budget, we can amend the amount but actually can't specify where that amount goes to. Is that true or is that not true? I mean,
That's very true for schools, but not for municipalities. Is there any other discussion? Are you ready to vote on the amendment?
Yes.
I'll see if I can repeat it. Okay, an I amendment is in favor of increasing the amount we're authorizing the select board to spend by $214. Shall the voters, and you're hearing me? Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, $214 of which should be added to the Moore Free Library appropriation. All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. All right, so now we're back to the new Article 6, which now reads, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, of which $1,216,478.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Margaret Windberger, South Newfane. I have a question about Groundworks Collaborative. Can anyone address why the amount went from $1,000 to $1,200 for 2021?
Is there anyone able to explain why the allocation for groundwork collaboratives went from $1,000 to $500? Someone on the select board, or remind me of the page. That's the budget that's the budget we're working on, 2021. We're in 2020. Who's willing to speak? Is there? Okay, Winetta. Winetta Powling is the administrative assistant.
Thank you. I did a comparison of 9 different towns when I did the appropriations, and we were the 3rd highest in appropriations. So when we got the appropriation requests, we compared them and decided to cut some appropriations based on what their requests were and how they affected the town's services. And Groundworks Collaborative was not high on benefiting the residents of Newfane, as well as a few of the other special appropriations.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Now you want to talk?
Speak to it?
Yes. Thank you, Winetta.
I think having become more and more familiar with the addiction crisis in our community, as well as housing, these are things that the Groundworks Collaborative does an excellent job of addressing. And I think we could look at how many residents of Newfane actually use those services, or we could look at the fabric of our entire community, which is suffering greatly, and put some bucks into Groundworks.
Thank you. Yes.
Brenda Siegel, Newfane. I would like to say that probably there's more residents that use Groundworks than we're aware of, and that can be calculated in terms of using the food shelf and other items. And in addition to that, Groundworks is consistently struggling to make ends meet and be able to meet all of the needs with people experiencing substance use disorder, people experiencing homelessness, and people experiencing food insecurity. So I would request that we bring that back up to $1,000. And I guess I would make a motion that we bring that
Is there a second? I second. Lori Merrigan seconded it. So there is a motion. This is an amendment to our amended Article 6 to increase the current amount by 500, which, give me a minute, I'll do the math, or I can return this to my... Yes. Yeah.
Fiona Chevalier from Louisville. Before we do that, I also noticed that the Early Education Services requested $1,900 and we gave them $950. And in addition to Groundworks Collaborative, Early Education Services, I know why I'm saying this now is because I'm going to ask for us to raise the amount of Early Education Services, and I think it'd be helpful to make these two amendments into one amendment so we don't have to keep making each math.
You have to consult with the maker of the original amendment to see if that is okay with her.
Brenda, would you like to include giving Early Education Services the money that they requested as well? Okay. We're going to do it separately.
All right. So the motion, the amendment currently is to add $500 So the current amendment, can you hear me? The current amendment is, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, 500 of which is to go to Groundwork Collaboratives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the amendment. Is there any discussion?
Well, it's 500 additional.
Yes. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Well, I mean, this is just...
Please stand, state your name, and speak up.
Thanks, Spicer from South Newfane. I'm just wondering why, like, there's a lot of organizations that aren't getting what they asked for. And we went from, in 2019, 44,199 to, for this current one we're looking at, 30,211. So, like there's if you go down the line, there's a lot of cuts, and I'm just wondering, is that because comparing it to other towns or not? I mean, and I don't want to take away from those reports. I just see that holy cats, there's a lot of, and that's a big budget difference, a big cut of, $14,000.
Yes. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the amendment, or which could include discussion of special appropriations? Yes, Dan?
If it includes discussions of appropriations, I'd like to point out the AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, Early Education Services, Townsend Community Food Shelf, Groundworks Collaborative, Leland Gray Education Foundation, Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, SEVCA, Vermont Adult Learning, BCTV, and Gerda's Equine Rescue have all been... Youth services have all been drastically reduced or eliminated. I'm the head of Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, and we were negligent. We had a change in staff, and we missed sending our report. So I would like our funding to be restored, but we didn't send in a report, which we should have done. However, I think this is an indication. Every one of these things which have been cut have been something which is, for the most part, to the people who are the neediest among us. And I find it actually an outrage. I find it a disgrace. As a town, we have always actually thought about who we gave money to, and we've been very I don't think we've been especially generous, but we've cared enough to care about our neighbors and to give money to organizations that are doing good work. What I see here, BCTV is here today. BCTV does every one of these meetings.
Okay.
You don't want to give
So, okay, just a minute. I have to stop you because this is actually not about the amendment on the floor.
You said about
and I think it's fair now to let people answer some of the issues that you have raised. Okay? Thank you. So, there's a point of information here. So, we've got it.
Pete Van Loan.
Use the mic.
Never had to before, but I guess it's my cold.
We're getting older.
For the lucky among you who don't know me, Pete Van Loan, Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes.
Mic's not on. You gotta hold it closer, Pete.
Now? I'll go back. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes. Pete Van Loan. Point of information on BCTV. If you look closely, BCTV has been moved from an appropriation to a contract. They're still there. They're not gone. It's BCTV. Generally speaking, the changes in the budget, many of them certainly goaded, if you will, or pushed by the desire stated by many people to get the budget down. The appropriations were all discussed at a budget meeting. We, I'm sorry to say, did not have any member of the public at any of our public budget meetings. I think that next year it will be incumbent on individuals with interests to get to those budget meetings and speak up. The changes in the appropriations were brought up by members of the board. I can't speak to any of them because I had none of them in my personal bailiwick or interest. I would certainly be willing to answer any other questions that people might have at this point.
So, does any other member of the board want to cover it? Did you hear what Pete said? All right. So, we're going back to discussing, this could be turn into a very long meeting, and we're going to just stay very methodical and talk about the current amendment, which is to increase the amount of that we're authorizing the general fund expenditures by $500 for the benefit of groundwork collaboratives. Yes?
Bratt, we are working right now on amending the amendment. In light of the fact that services that are very important to not only our community members, but the broader community have been cut, we're working on looking at both a comparison between what was requested and what was funded last year, and to see what that amendment of the amendment might be. So I don't know if we want to continue discussion when we're doing that, but I just want to let people know that that's going on back there.
Well, there's a hand up, so let's hear what Patty has to say.
Continuing this discussion, reading in the back, a lot of these don't have a numerical figure, and they're not written pertaining exactly to things. So it's very hard as a voter and resident of new things to read through this. In general, I would love to give all of them money for all of the opioid crisis, for all of the women's crisis, all of that early education. But it's very difficult to sit here and read through and have no dollar, whereas the more free library is very specific in the number of researchers and requests. So I think going forward, maybe the select.
You got to speak up louder.
Maybe next year, the select board or whoever requests that the discussion is written particularly before this town meeting. It's not just in general, please give us
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark. I'm from Williamsville. I also work for Early Education Services, and I actually wrote the report. That's in here. and I know when I did the report, I tried to include there was actually a number missing in our report. In the back, if you look under Early Education Services, in the report, there's one that basically is blank under our Early Head Start classrooms and Head Start classrooms. And it says generically on page 103, Newfane children utilize this program in the 2019 fiscal year, and that should be 5 Newfane children. But it is hard to reflect. I know when we are given this, when we are told to write these reports.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to use the microphone. I can't even hear you. So, and can you start over so that we can all hear you?
Sure. Sandy Stark, Williamsville. Like I said, I actually work for Early Education Services, and I wrote the report that is in this town report for EES. And I just wanted to comment that there is a number missing. I sent it in, but for some reason it wasn't included in this document. And so under Early Education Services, there's a spot where it says Newfane children. I can't remember the page number now. I lost it. 103. There basically it has no number before that, and it should be a 5. But I know when we're asked as an agency to write this report, we are told specifically to try to include the number of Newfane families that are utilizing our services. Not all of our services, however, we don't keep track of all the residents of Newfane that participate in all of our services. So that's not, all of that is not reflected in this. But for those that we do look at residency of the participants, that we do include that. So I just wanted to make clarification around that.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Tim Schaefer, Williamsville. Earlier it was asked essentially how could the budget makers propose such a broad cut in social services. And personally, I mean, I'm strongly in favor of the social services allocations we make every year. I would love to see more restored, but in sympathy to the budget makers, number one, they told us they were making these decisions with very little input, often little from the organizations that were requesting it, and even less, like zero, from the public at large when they invited it. Also, you need to look at the whole budget. If you add up all the proposals this year, and we've already passed the biggest hunk of it, they add up to a 10% increase in our taxes for the next fiscal year. So with that in mind, I was not there, like the rest of us delinquents, I was not there, but I can imagine them looking to make some cuts where they might. So at least that would come a little smidge under 10% instead of over. So I'm not trying to tell you don't add social services expenditures back in. If you believe passionately, I'll probably support you in that. But just the grand view is that our town taxes of this allocation are going up about 10% this year. And that's a reality. When we speak to people who are taxpayers and see their bills going up, and so there are many dimensions besides just an urge to generosity, which we also experience. Thank you.
I just wanted a clarification. Is that 10% increase in taxes as the budget was written, or 10% after the addition, if we added in? Excuse me.
Well, as I recall from the informational meeting the other day, I think the original budget was like 9.6 or 7, some such. And, you know, we're adding smidgy increments to that. I don't think we'll push it all the way, but just in general arm waving terms, we're talking 9.5 to 10%.
I just wanted that to be
with
clear.
variables, we don't know exactly what the grand list is going to be, and you know, it all sugars out. But in arm waving terms, we're looking at 9 to 10%.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Eric Welsh, Newfane
pretty much equivalent to the decrease in the social service funding. So that's a balancing point, and if the late tax rate was increased to the 1% and 1.75%, which can't be now, it's passed and done, but that's about the same amount in the budget, kind of echoing what Tim has said as a taxpayer to, look at the grand scheme of what everyone's paying.
Any other discussion? Yes.
I agree with what Tim just said. If you take page 13 of the report, you will see that the tax rate increased by 9.7%. It was 0.5943 last year, and it's now estimated to be 0.652. It's a 10% roughly increase in tax rate. I was wondering, why is the select board proposing that? At the same time, we have a very strong cash position. We have more cash than liabilities. So why don't we use some of the reserve to make the increase in taxes more reasonable for the population?
I think that actually comes up in the next article.
It might be. I waited for the next article, but Tim started the subject, so.
Okay, all right. Did you expect an answer now, or can we continue with the amendment to Article 6?
Well, the basic increase in the budget is in the general budget. It's increased by 6.4%, so that can be discussed now. But the underlying question is the financing of the increase. How do we finance? Through taxes, through borrowings, or through reserves?
Gloria Cristelli has her hand up.
Gloria Cristelli, Newfane. I used to be on the select board, and I appreciate your concern as a select board that none of us for our organizations come and speak at that meeting. But I also realized when I was on the select board that we never knew when we were going to be discussing, like the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. Therefore, for me to go to every single budget meeting, there's not many of us who are going to put that kind of time into. If I knew specifically when, I'd have the president of Studwell come and speak to it. Or, since she's not here in Vermont at that time, somebody else. So I understand, and I knew the frustration as a select board member. We don't have anybody here, but we've got to be realistic.
You want to speak?
Hold it close.
A couple of points. Agreed. But I think a call to the administrative assistant can give you an idea of when a particular area of the budget may be. And the budget meetings are open meetings. Someone can come in at any time and speak to any aspect of the budget. And the other thing that I would just like to bring up that I just remembered is that there are some blanks in this area because there was no request from the organization.
All right, are you ready to make your amendment to the amendment?
Well, we're not ready yet, but I do want to just speak to a couple of things that were said. I understand and respect the idea that people didn't show up at the budget meetings. I also want to say that the people that utilize these services are often people who can't show up at these budget meetings, and so we don't get to hear from them in the same way that we would hear from the rest of us that are able to come to town meeting today. And so I also want to give respect to that, because it's very easy, as we see across the nation, to cut social services because we don't hear as often from people who need them. And so I want to be, I would like to be cognizant of that as we're deciding this. And I think because we'd like to move forward, I think that if people wanted to vote on this amendment, and then we'll make a separate one for the rest. If we didn't want to continue the discussion.
Well, it depends on how many people want to speak. You want to speak again?
I do. Just as a comment, I'm wondering if we had a social services budget,
Is there anybody who wants to speak to that? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody should get 100% of what they asked for. I think right now, nationally, everybody who's hurting the most in this country is getting more stuff taken away from us. So we can be part of that trend, or we can be part of a different trend. Even if we restored every penny to everyone that asked for this, it's around $15,000. There's around 1,500 people, so that's $10 for everybody in town. So, you know, if you've got kids, it might be $50. I don't know. Is that really that unreasonable? For the sake of, do we care enough about our culture and our people that we're willing to pony up a little dough, or is money more important than people? This blows my mind. You know, Southern Vermont, the community, whatever they are, civets, you know, they're all about business, and they're getting $3,500, and you know they have a value, but and their value is rarely sort of questioned because they're the big world, they're the world of money and investment. But when you come down to the world of people that are sucking wind, that's when we're all pretty quick to like, let's just take a little off. Let's just take a little. I think that's unconscionable. I think that we can afford funding these services, and we can look at ourselves with, you know, pride in the mirror instead of like crawling under a rock and just being another bunch of people that don't really are willing to give what needs to be given. This is a time of crisis, so I think we should step up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm Shelley Huber. I'm on the select board. In one aspect, we do have to run this town as a business. We have to make payroll. We have to pay for equipment. There's a lot of cost associated with it. We also have to keep the budget low enough so that it's affordable in taxes for everyone. Otherwise, we won't have a town because people will be fleeing here. So we as a board made a decision on the special appropriations based on several different criteria. And we went over it and went over it and went over it. So we did our best to bring the values that we all have and to represent you all. Not just a few of you, but in general. We have to look at the entire town. How are we going to survive? The average age in Newfane is 55 years old. Average age. How many people are ready to retire? How many are already retired? How many people are living on investments or their Social Security? Well, those are all things that we took into consideration. First of all, we have to start with our own town. We have to take care of our own town. If we have extra money, then we can go and we can give to others. That's how I think a lot of us were raised. We want to be generous. We can be generous from our own pockets, if that's the point, that you feel so compelled. But as a town, we have to make fiscal decisions. The bottom line is the town has to exist and have good roads, good services, good employees. So those were why we made decisions the way we made them.
Neil? No.
Also, we have an amendment on the floor, correct?
We have an amendment on the floor. That is correct.
I don't think the amendment speaks to the larger issue. I call the question.
The question to vote on the amendment has been called. Is there a second? Second. Okay, this will end debate. It's been called and seconded. We have to vote, and it has to pass by 2/3. I'm going to try it. I have a really fine ear. I'm going to try it by voice vote. Is this a point of order? Okay. Procedural? Is it a procedural question?
It's about,
This is to end debate. There's a motion on the floor that has been moved and seconded to end discussion of the amendment to Article 6 regarding $500 to Groundworks Collaborative. the maker of the motion has suggested that if we got this motion off the floor, we could put another motion on the floor to the larger question. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's the issue. So I'm going to follow procedures to keep this legal. This is what I am supposed to do, which is make this legal so we don't have to come back and do it again. Okay? I need to hear those people who are in favor of ending debate now by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed to ending debate now, please say nay. That's 2/3 aye in favor of ending debate, okay? So we now actually have to vote on the amendment to Article 6, which is, oh boy, can I still find my notes? Thank you. Thank you. You know, you get by with a little help from your friends. The amendment to Article 6 that you are now being asked to vote on is changing how much money the town of Newfane will authorize in general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,625.73. All right? All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. Board of Civil Authority. So those in favor of this amendment, please stand up and be counted.
Yes.
And those opposed, please stand and be counted. The amendment to Article 6, there are 42 ayes and 13 nays. The amendment passes. So Article 6 now reads, shall the voters of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, of which $1,216,000, is this right? Does this number have to change too? Give that to me slowly. Okay, of which $1,216,978.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any further discussion? Is this discussion on Article 6 as amended? That's all we can talk about. Oh, no, we can talk about other things. We can't. You have a new amendment?
Yes.
All right. I just better write this down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, please identify yourself.
Fiona Chevalier from Williamsville. I would like to amend the special appropriations for, all right, let me make sure I get this correct. So for every, I I would like to have the appropriations for this year, for fiscal year '21, to equal those of '20, except for, because we've already talked about, except for Leland and Gray, which no longer exists, except for BCTV, which is part of a different part of the budget, and Groundworks Collaborative and the library, which have already been amended.
I need you, it makes sense, but I need you to give me a number.
I have a number.
Yeah.
And that is $10,658.
$10,658,000, any cents?
$10,658.00. And I
Okay.
would like that money, in light of the fact that people sometimes have a hard time paying their taxes, I would like that to come out of our fund balance, which is our, can I do that? or
You
no?
can't do that.
All right, never mind.
Okay,
Then I don't do
but
that.
you can direct this $10,658,000 to social services.
To what?
To special appropriations, I think it's called.
Yes.
Is that the purpose? Yeah,
Yes, to add that to special appropriations.
to special appropriations.
To equalize, yeah.
I'm going to try doing this again. We're still on Article 6. This is a new amendment, our third. And after today, you will all be experts at amending articles and maybe even remember for next year, okay? So, the amendment is to add $10,658,000 $10,658 to special appropriations, so that, I'm going to wait for my tabulator to give me my numbers. She's wearing out her phone. Okay. Article 6, the amendment to Article 6 reads, shall the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,535,283.73, of which $1,227,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion on this amendment? And I'm going to limit everybody to speaking only twice. And so that's it. Here you go. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Lynn Forrest, I would like to have a list of each one of the changes that are being proposed, which each, so, and it picks everyone putting it back to the prior. I know that Newfane New had gotten $2,000 previously, and they have not been doing these summer concerts, and they haven't been as active as they were. They've lost another member. That's one. Two, the very last article is the request from Vermont Disaster Animal Response Team to be a special appropriation. And how this naturally added, and you go to the very end, and you've done all this work on special appropriations, and then there's one at the end.
That's the way it is written now. There, I'd like to point out to you that there is a list on page 9 of your, the list that you asked for is on page 9. And I believe this budget that has been, this amendment that has been proposed is the same as, is it, did you do budgeted fiscal 2019 or actual fiscal 2019 in your calculations?
Budget fiscal year 20.
So if you look at the first column, budget fiscal year 2019, and you look at that with the adjustments that we have already made to Groundworks Collaborative and More Free Library, that's the list that you wanted.
With respect, the one thing I did not add to that was the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation. Because
Okay.
that was for the Leland and Gray district, which no
Okay, so it's less than $1,000 for the Luna and Gray Ed Foundation, and, just a minute, I would like to tell you procedurally, you can amend the amendment. You would like to change the amendment by $2,000 so that it's $8,658,000. And that would make these numbers, I think I can even do this. It would now read, that's without Newfane anew. So the amended amendment is taking out $2,000 for Newfane anew. Okay. So the amendment to Article 6 would change the article, the amendment to the amendment would change, we are changing the amendment now from $1,535,283.73 to $1,533,283.73, of which, just a minute, I have to add this, right? $1,229,636.73 would be raised by taxes. I just would like a check from the treasurer. Did I get that right? Oh, yeah. So taking $2,000 out, take it out of one and add it to the other. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of us. There is a motion to amend the amendment, and it does need to be seconded before, are you seconding it? No, we can't even talk about it. Chris Campany has seconded it. Thank you very much for that, and again, I depend on you when things get complicated. Yeah, so we're not going to talk until we have the actual numbers, okay? And I'm wondering if there's someone here who could fill my water bottle for me. Can I have your attention? This is hard. This is hard to keep your attention. We'll have a seventh inning stretch soon, if we can get through Article 6. There is an amendment to the amendment on Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 would be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. I'm sorry about that. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment of Article 6?
Around the corner.
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark from Williamsville. I'm sorry to do this, but I have a question. For some of them have a zero. Were they people that organizations that didn't? Because if an organization didn't want any money and we're giving them, I'm just curious about the zero column, the zeros in that column, just to clarify why they're there.
Okay. Is there someone who can answer that? Thank you.
Yes, those that were zeroed did not respond or request. So there were criteria that each of the appropriations went through. If it's a zero, the organization did not request in writing or write a letter requesting a certain amount, what they've done. Many of the letters, as you can see in the book, they were very grateful. They got it in on time. They made a request. Some of them we couldn't fill all the way, but those that did show up in writing or in person, but we didn't have any of those, were acknowledged.
Is there any other discussion?
Deb.
Yeah.
So my question is whether or not the prior items that were voted on in a dollar amount, is that in addition or inclusive of the new number?
Okay. So currently we have already passed additional special appropriations of $714. That is already done. Correct? With me? This is, there's an amendment to increase, there's an amendment to increase the amount of special appropriations by $10,000, and that amendment has been amended to decrease it by $2,000, with a net gain of $8,000. That's where we are right now, and that's what we can talk about. Does anybody want to say anything? Patty?
I was on the select board, and it's true, we have these budget meetings and people don't come. But in Vermont, the actual legislative body is this. It's town meeting, it's today. The select board does the business throughout the year, and our select board does it. And I should say, I got passionate on that last. I'm not angry at the select board. I'm angry at our culture. I'm angry at a culture that has decided to just throw away people. So I don't want the board to feel like that I'm singling them out. I'm singling us all out. I think that we should honor this amendment and do it. Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is my organization, by a snafu, we neglected to send in our things. So if you want to take $1,000 off and punish us, do it. Because we didn't follow the rules, and I'm not going to make a stink because we didn't follow the rules. I would love to have that money. So this is not just about my organization. In fact, if we gave everybody their money except us, then we would be chastised for not following the rules. But I think that we really should be able to pony up to $10,000 and continue to be a town that shows that we actually care about each other and care about something more than, we understand that our culture and our civilization and our community does not end as soon as we cross that border into Dummerson and into Brown.
What? There was somebody, no, you're done? Okay. Yeah, Shelley, and is this your second time talking to this particular one? I'm going to start counting. But go ahead. You can talk twice to each amendment. But I haven't been keeping track. I think it's time I do.
Well, I'm not going to shame you guys into making a decision. I think that it's true that we are trying to be fiscally responsible with your money and your tax dollars. So, again, we can all be generous, and I think we are being generous at $30,000. So, unfortunately, not everyone can be given a check. And you do, and life is life. You got to follow the rules, and some people didn't, and unfortunately, we had to do some deep decision-making on who was getting what with what we had available to make this budget not be more than 10% increase.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Yes.
Okay, Brenda Siegel, Newfane, and
With my question is, would people rather go would we just go line by line and people vote up and down rather than like go back and forth?
Right now, we can't, right now, we are maxed out. You can't amend an amendment to an amendment. It's just two. So we have to decide on the second amendment.
so I just want to say that I was here at town meeting 2 years ago. I'm here at town meeting every year. But I was here at town meeting 2 years ago when we upped the fire department's budget by quite a lot, and I was largely in favor of that. As a community, we decided that. And I think as a community, we can decide that social services are important to us, and we're going to put $8,000 back in the budget. What I would love to know, if anybody is able to, is what does that, how does that change our tax rate so that people do have some understanding of that? But I imagine that the amount is very small in the end for each of us and might make a huge difference for many.
Is Doris here? She's our usual calculator. Gunther, please. Stand up.
I finally have to talk. This is Mickey Mouse ridiculous. We have a select board who has all the information needed to make a budget. We have a certain amount of the public who think that the budget is no good. Fortunately, I seem to be part of the group where taxes don't matter. But every time a dollar gets increased, I get increased more than my share because I don't have an exemption. I have to pay the we make too much money. So every time there's an increase, I get more than my share. So that this whole process seems to be, to me, totally ridiculous, especially since my taxes in Newfane are up more than 100% since I moved here.
When was that?
25 years. Thank you. Sir.
Thomas Adams, Newfane. We're talking about 10%. But if every one of you is a property owner and you look at what you pay in property taxes, 10% to a lot of people means no shoes for the kids, no tires, no inspection. It boils down to dollars and cents. The board met many nights over a couple of months to go over all the information. Some of these appropriations neglected to renew their requests. If you don't renew your request, you're out of luck. If you don't meet the criteria, you're out of luck. That's the bottom line. 10% is quite a bit. But when you look at our roads, our buildings, basic services, the fire department, we did vote 2 years ago to increase their. But we're also talking about a service that comes to us in the middle of the night, rain or shine, and they save lives. Every day they save lives on Route 30 and the side roads with Rescue Inc. and everything else. 10%. We put a lot of money out in our income taxes, our real estate taxes, our sales tax. Brattleboro added 1% to our 6% sales tax to cover whatever they're doing down there. It's something to think about. 10%. Everyone here knows what 10% of their dollar buys. Go ahead.
Is there any further discussion? Tom?
Move the amendment.
So there's a motion to move the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. This will end discussion on the amendment to the amendment to add $8,000 to Article 6. All right. We're not near finished talking about it, but I do need a 2/3 majority vote to end discussion. So all those in favor of ending discussion now on this part of our program, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. Yeah, that's 2/3. The ayes have it. We are now ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which I will bring you up to date. It is a net result of adding $8,000 to our currently amended Article 6. These are the numbers. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 will be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All in favor of passing the amendment to this amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. I don't want to be responsible for this. Please. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by standing. Thank you. All those opposed to the amendment? 44 votes in favor of the amendment to the amendment and 16 opposed. The amendment passes. But we're not done. We now have to vote on this amendment again. General Roberts, blame him, not me. All right? Is there, so now we have to vote on this amendment again. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Okay, bear with me, but this is what I've come up with. Organizations would get their funding back. At the Gates Foundation, $250, Grace College, $1,500.
I need a total amount. You want to add eight, excuse me.
Just clarify what the amendment on the floor really adds up to represents.
The amendment on the floor is to add $8,000 to the $714 that we have already passed. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, it came to, unless I missed something, I don't think I did. It came to $8,998, not in tax.
Are you suggesting, are you proposing an amendment to the current amendment on the floor?
No, I just want clarification for the $8,000.
Oh.
It was $8,658.
The amendment was for $8,000, was it not?
$658.
Is that, are our numbers right? Our numbers are right. I am sorry, tell me that number again. $8,658. I'm sorry, I got lost. So
Thank you for the correction. The amendment that is now on the floor is to change the current amount of $1,524,625.73 to be raised for operating expenses to, do I have the number? To, is it 1,533? Okay, $1,533,283.73.
Point of order?
That is the current amendment. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it all. I've got my numbers here. It's kind of, scratched. Okay, Article 6.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
You said operations. Does that mean that it's specifically related to special appropriations?
I'm reading the article as it is amended, which I am legally bound to do. Okay? All right. Article 6, currently amended to read, well, this is the amendment. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues.
Point of order?
Yes.
So right now, we're voting on the amended article, not the amendment, correct?
We're voting on the amendment. We voted on the second amendment, we are voting on the first amendment. Okay, thank you, so that everybody knows where we are. We're not done voting on Article 6 yet. All right? And the current amendment can still be amended. Just letting you know. If you're not tired yet, we can go on. All right? Does everybody understand? We are voting on the amendment to change, to add $8,658 to our currently amended Article 6. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And then we will get to the article. Got it? Any questions? All right. I'm going to read it once more. Pay attention and think about how you want to vote, because I'm going to ask you. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. So now we have to vote on Article 6. Do you want to say something, Annie? You've got your hand up.
Discussion exists, right?
There could be discussion. Please, discuss.
Annie Landenberger, Williamsville. If we could go to page 10, please, under road maintenance. As many of you know, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Brookside have revitalized the quarter-century-old effort to calm traffic in our villages and to protect our villagers from speeding vehicles.
I'm going to have to stop you. I have to stop you. This is not germane to the article that is on the floor. Well, no, the article, I'm sorry, you'll be out of order. The article, the only thing we can talk about is money.
I got it.
Well, let's get to it.
Say my first rodeo. Okay.
on page 10, forget the introduction, so those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, under signs and under traffic safety, does any of that money, is any of that money, which would be $14,000, intended to go toward the signage that has been recommended by both the state and by your village liaisons and toward other traffic safety measures? Is any of that money earmarked for, oh yeah, that list of recommendations?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Is there any further discussion of Article 6? Yes?
All right, Christine, thank you. I'm just curious why, without the special appropriations just added, what area brought this up 10%? I don't see major increases in everything. So is it, why are we getting this 10% increase in our taxes?
I think we'll have to wait a while to find out what the, sorry? Yeah. Until we know what the tax rate is, it will be set probably, I believe in August. So to talk right now about an increase of such and such a percent in our taxes is not correct.
Oh, good, thank you. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes?
Emily Houle, Newfane, first-time residents, please don't jump down my throat.
Can't hear you.
Tell me. Sure. Emily Houle, Newfane. The largest increase that I noticed is on page 8 under employee benefits. The line item of health insurance town costs. There's an increase there of $38,000. I work in finance, so I'm not oblivious to the fact that insurance costs never go down, and there was a huge increase where I work as well. I'm wondering, what is our policy? Do any of our town employees pay a portion of their health insurance? Is it all paid for by the town? Just, I'm asking for education more than anything.
Chris, are you going to answer? You're looking like you're getting ready. No? Okay. Is there anyone who can answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the increase, what they do, years ago when the Obamacare come into the insurance thing, we had a level funded at $78,000. It used to be the employees paid 20% of the cost, and the town paid 80. So we level funded it 100% at that. So we went with that, and then as it kept increasing, what they pay on now is 20% of the increase. So from the 78, it was 100% funded. And then all the increases just keep going up and up, and now the employees pay 20% of every time it goes up. So they're all, I mean, I don't know exactly the numbers, what it is, what they're paying, but you know, it's a good deal for everybody. The insurance is expensive, and it just keeps going up every year. I can't see that from here.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, yeah.
Jim Schaefer, just answering Gloria's question in a general way of the 10% rise. Under the budget we're considering now, there were a couple jumps in the area of $40,000 for town employees and benefits. I imagine a lot of those were mandated. There really wasn't any choice in that. So there's, I don't know, roughly 90,000 raise there. The big jump we have yet to tackle, and that's in the capital expenditures. Even though the amount proposed to be spent this year is actually lower than last year, last year we took something like 297,000 out of reserve, so we gave ourselves a nice tax deduction. Our taxes went down last year. That was cool. It was a fun meeting. This year we got a bunch to pay for, and they're not proposing taking anything out of those capital reserves. So the whole boodle falls on us. Plus, we're being asked to toss in the 123 or whatever it is thousand towards the next big capital reserve thing. So, in an arm waving away, that's where the big bump comes. I believe the best I can do.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Nova Benesh, Williamsville. I agree with what Tim said. Actually, the total budget, capital and operating expenses is decreasing a little bit. What is changing is the way it is financed. Last year there were non-tax revenue which were reserve taken back. This year they are none. Last year there were borrowings. This year they are none. Although last year in the budget, the pluriannual capital budget, for this year it was expected that we would reverse 265,000 of capital reserve and borrow 50. This is not happening in the budget. I would like to understand why the select board is taking that position.
So, yeah.
I'm not sure what he said.
Okay. I think some of us are enchanted by your accent and have trouble understanding. So if you could speak a little more slowly.
Yes.
And into the mic, that would be
I will
great.
try to speak more in the microphone. I said that overall the budget did not increase compared to last year. If you add the operating expenses and the capital, operating expenses increase, capital needs decrease. Overall, there's not a big increase, so it's even a small decrease. What makes the tax rate increase is that last year we reversed capital reserves and this year we don't. Last year we borrowed, this year we don't. And why is the board taking that position, which conducts to a 10% increase and even more now that we've increased other expenses? I don't understand why. And I will move an amendment later to change that.
Okay, but the discussion is now about the overall budget, which is what we're voting on. So, is there someone on the board who can answer the question? Did you all hear it? Did everybody hear this? Okay.
I think basically the stuff that we have in the surplus, if you want to call it, I guess, is money that is planned for large equipment purchases in the future. So we were not able to take from that fund without having your taxes, go up more in the future. We're trying to balance it. So.
But we have a very strong reserve position.
All right. You can't get in an argument, okay? Sorry. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 6? Hearing none? We ready to vote? Seems like we are. All right. If nobody calls a question, we can just vote. So we're still voting on the amendment, correct? Have we moved? Have we already moved? I'm glad somebody is paying attention. This matters. This vote, I mean, all the votes matters, but this vote will put Article 6 to bed one way or another. If you vote in favor of it, it will put it to bed as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 6, as I just read it, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 6 as amended passes.
All right. I invite everybody to take a 5-minute break. We will be back, but get up and stretch. Announcements for you while you're finding your seats and getting your food. On Sunday, March 29th, the 6th annual West River Railroad Soup Fest and Silent Auction will take place. It helps raise funds for the Historical Society's 1880 New Fane Railroad Station and West River Museum. Doors open at 4 with a suggested donation of $5 to $10. Bidding on the 50-50 raffle from 4 to 5:30, soup and bread served at 5:30 with desserts to follow, and go to the Historical Society of Windham County's website for more information. So that is Sunday, March 29th, looking ahead to May 2nd, which is a Saturday, or the days preceding that, Saturday and Sunday. Join a group of Green Up Day trash picker-uppers. You can get your Green Up bags at the town clerk's office or the New Fane Market during the last week of April. You are encouraged to clean as a family, a group of friends, or by yourself. Last year, we collected 200 bags of trash from the roadsides, and then the road crew will pick up the postcards then. There is lots of information up here, and I've been asked to tell you that on March 5th at 7 o'clock at the library, Paul Searles will read and discuss his book, Repeopling Vermont, The Paradox of Development in the 20th Century. That's at Moore Free Library. This tells you everything else that's going on. And now we are ready to go to Article 7. Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of New Fane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues? Is there a motion? So moved. Myra Fassler has moved it. Is there a second? Second. Tom Bedell has seconded it. Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of New Fane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues? Is there discussion? Norbert.
I would like to move a motion to decrease the amount financed by tax of 100,000 and increase the amount financed by non-tax by 100,000. The reason for that is to decrease to make the increase in taxes more tolerable to the people. I'm lucky enough to be able to pay 10% more in taxes, but I don't think everybody in the community can afford paying 10% more taxes.
So I understand the amendment to decrease the amount raised
by taxes
by 100,000, and just have a question which I need guidance on. Can we write into this that we will find $100,000 from somewhere else?
From reserves.
Oh, from reserve. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. I'm sorry. Now I understand. So that is decrease taxes and increase the amount of reserves. That is an amendment to Article 7. So the amendment would change the wording to read, shall the voters of the town of New Fane authorize capital expenditures of $895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes and $100,000 from capital reserves. And $3,000 by non-tax revenue. Right. So is that correct? All right. There, that's better. All right. Is there a second to the amendment, the motion to amend?
I'll second.
That's Ken McFadden has seconded it. And so this motion has been moved and seconded. We can now discuss, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes and $100,000 taken from reserve and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Norbert, this is your motion. You can speak first.
Well, as I said before, I believe that the 10% increase in taxes is too high for most of the population of Newfane.
Is there other, yeah?
Eric, well, Newfane, I understand that the reason why the capital reserve is being built up is so that we can make anticipated expenses, particularly for the road department. And that if we take money out of the capital reserve now, that means that we have to borrow later. So that although it's a short-term decrease in taxes for the individual taxpayer, I think it's going to result in a longer-term increase, and also having us pay interest on loans that we're servicing rather than using our own money that we put into capital reserve. So I think it's a wise long-term solution to pay taxes for that rather than taking money out of the capital reserve.
Tim Schaefer with a question for the hard-working, long-suffering budget makers. On page 14, it says that as of 6/30/2019, the capital reserve fund was at $568,000 and change. And looking at the proposed budgets, this year and 2022 and 2023, there's no capital reserves anticipated being used. So I just wonder, out there beyond 2024 or something, what are we anticipating that we're saving up this big boodle of money for?
I'm going to have Jay Wilson speak to that.
Thank you.
Jay? Yeah, please. And
so the whole purpose of a capital fund is to make the taxes more even. So if we put money into it every year and don't touch it, when we need to pay for the Arch Bridge, the money's there. We don't have to go borrow. That's a big expense that's coming next year. And our portion is between $175,000 and $275,000. When we go to buy a piece of equipment, when we buy a new piece of equipment, if we start putting aside a small amount of money for the 10 years when a truck gets replaced, when that truck is due to be replaced, the money's there, you pay for it, there's no loan. The way it's been going, the money just kept coming out. So it was like taking money out of your savings account and then the next year sticking it back in. We don't gain anything. So we have the sand salt shed, which is a mandate that's coming down on us to keep our sand under cover because of the salt that's in it. And we have wetlands so close to the garage. We had to set money aside for that. That's an expense that's going to be coming up. And right now there's money to pay for 80% of it from grants. So that's why we're doing that. So we're not creating a savings account. It's money to fund our future purchases so the taxes can stay more level. And the way it's been being done previously, pulling that money out was never getting that. We've been putting money aside for a grader, there's no money there because every year it's pulled back out. So by actually funding it and leaving the money there, we'll eventually be able to make purchases and all our loans will be gone. We won't have loans every year. So that's the purpose behind the capital fund. And the town adopted it years ago, but it's never been fully implemented correctly.
And Jay Wilson is the head of our road crew, correct? Yeah, just so you know. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. And then next. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
People keep referring to a 10% increase in taxes, but I thought I heard Pete say that the 10% was not a real number. Can I get some information on that, please?
Yes. We just need to know about the appraisal.
Far from being an expert on this, the equalized grand list which is set has an effect on the taxes as they are set later in the year. So until the grand list is set and the taxes do come out, we won't really know what kind of an increase we'll have.
You still look puzzled. Did that answer your question? Okay, good. I would like to.
I just make a note.
A note. A quick note.
A quick note. Don't forget you got school taxes and they're going up. So as you're figuring out your budget and our budget, consider that. Okay.
I'd like to recognize Chris Campion.
Just a note on reserves. In my day job, I'm the executive director of Wyndham Regional Commission. Federal funds available for towns are not going to be going up. State funds available for towns are not going to be going up. Matches, cash match for that municipalities are required to pay. The access grants are probably only going to be going up. And so I would look at this as not only just good planning for equipment that you've got to replace, but it also enables the town to make its own choices about what it wants to do, when it needs to do them. Because it's awful to be in a situation where everything that you want to do, you just go, is there a grant for that? Is there a grant for that? A lot of times there's not. And then the cost of actually getting that grant money and administering that grant money is pretty expensive. So I just think it's good policy to maintain those reserves, do this capital planning, looking as far ahead in the future as we can possibly afford, because eventually we'll probably need to spend it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Just a minute. Mike, you looked like you were thinking about speaking.
Mike Mayor, Williamsville. Just dovetailing on your question, 10% has come from somewhere. Pete's saying we don't know. Where does the 10% come from if we don't know?
Tim Chafee or Norbert, you want to explain this? I know you both know it.
Well, the 10% is calculated based on the provisional grant list. The grant list is only finalized in July, something like that. So until we know the final number of the grant list, we don't know what is the increase of the tax rate. But what we know is that the taxes to be raised increased by 10%. So unless the grant list improves dramatically, the tax rate will increase by some 10%. And do we have any reason to believe that the grant list will increase?
It depends on how many people have improved their houses, added additions, built new, new buildings.
How many? Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically year on year it increases by 1%. So that the impact which was already figured out in the report and which gave rise to 10% increase in taxes.
Does that answer your question, Mike? Okay. Is everybody following that? All right. Is there any further discussion on Article 7 as amended?
Can I add something?
Yeah, but this is going to be your last time.
I just wanted to mention that we have more than $1 million in cash in bank. We have $1,148,000 based on the June 30th financial statements audited. That's page 63 in the audit report. So we have a very strong position. We have $1 million in bank, $1.1 million in bank, and we have $700,000 in debt.
Did you say page 63? In the audit? Yeah. Does anybody have any further comment? This was June 30th. I'm wondering if there have been big bills paid since then? Yeah, please.
Some of that money, 500,000 of that is for the capital reserves. We have paid 300,000 back to FEMA bonds that we had to take out for paying all the bills for FEMA, so that did go down significantly.
Thank you.
So, excuse me, could we, about what is the current capital reserve?
Well, for fiscal year 19, it's 568,000.
That was, 9
That
months
was back
ago.
in June.
Huh? That was 9 months ago, so that means also 300 has been taken out to pay a debt, so.
Probably around 700,000 at this current moment. I haven't gotten all the figures, I don't usually get them all tallied till the end of the year.
That's cash.
But 700,000 for capital.
Cash.
Okay, so there's an important, that's cash, not capital reserves.
Capital reserves, well, in the capital fund itself, there's about 700,000.
There's $700,000 in the capital reserve currently, about. All right. Is there more? So we're still discussing this proposed amendment. Are there comments to the amendment? Is that what you want to talk about?
I'm not sure, other than I know that there needs to be cash flow with that 500,000, right? For your cash flow until the taxes actually start to come in?
For the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year?
Oh, from June to August, yeah, there needs to be about anywhere from 300,000 to 400,000 surplus to carry into the next tax.
So we're also talking about cash flow.
So I'm just trying to understand this for everybody because I see a lot of perplexed faces, but I could be mistaking it for fatigue. That there are accounts payable that cash reserve will be used to pay. Is that correct?
Cash surplus, yeah.
Cash surplus, whatever you want to call it. It's a surplus now, but if you have big bills coming in, that's the money you use, or is there more tax money coming in?
Well, this $1 million, half of it's for capital and half of it's for general fund.
Okay.
So then, the money from the general fund.
Can everybody hear her? I think you need, it's good that you're talking to me, but everybody has to hear.
So $1 million in the accounts right now. Half of it is in the general fund. The other half is in capital. Capital can only be spent on capital. There is money in there for reappraisal funds, and that can only be spent for reappraisal fund money. The other 400-ish thousand, that has to carry us through from June till August until we start getting tax payments, which we're already through that at this point, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. I hope that helps other people. It certainly helped me. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Do you need to be reminded what the amendment is? And, well, I'll ask you then if you want to vote on it. Okay. Back to Article 7. Article 7, the amendment proposed, with the amendment proposed, Article 7 would read as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes, $100,000 taken from capital reserves, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Do you understand you're voting on an amendment? Okay, and I vote would make Article 7 the way I just read it. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Okay, the noes appear to have it. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We go back to Article 7 as printed in your warning. Is there any further discussion? Yes?
I'm sorry to do this, but could someone explain why the interest earned is so low and the amount of money is so high?
The interest earned on what and the amount of money in what fund?
On page 5, the interest of the capital fund, the actual was only $680. And I'm putting that at less than 0.2%. And I realize that's the typical, but I'm wondering if there's another reason for why it's not higher rates.
So the question is, how do you account for such a low rate of interest on the capital fund? And I'm wondering if our treasurer can help us with that.
Right now, some of the money is in a CD, so we actually won't get the interest until June. And then the other money is in the general fund, so the auditors are working on doing an allocation spreadsheet. So this year, it'll be broken down between all funds evenly and by percentage.
Answer your question. Excellent. All right. Any further questions or discussion on Article 7? Looks like you're ready to vote. Hearing no objection, we're going to vote on Article 7. As written in your warning, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund. Is there a motion? And is there a second? It looks like Gunther Garvey has seconded it. Is that correct, Gunther?
Yes.
All right. So it has been moved and seconded. We are now on Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund? Is there any discussion? And Lynn, you moved it. You could. No, Gloria moved it. Do you want to say anything?
It seems to me that we talked about this in the last one, so basically, instead of taking money out, we're putting it in, as Jay said, to make sure that we have the funds available when we need them to spend them on things like bridges.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready to vote? It would seem so. All right, so an aye vote is in favor of putting this money into the capital reserves, and a no vote is not. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund? All those in favor of Article 8, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 8 passes. Article 9. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART? Is there a motion? Lynn Forrest has moved it. Is there a second? Ken McFadden has seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes.
How many of you have animals, pets or other animals?
Is that in the children?
So we have pets and we have animals, and we want to be prepared for disasters that can happen, and what happens to our animals. And this organization trains teams to be able to react and respond when there is a natural disaster or other, to make sure our pets and our animals and our livestock is taken care of. We go through trainings period, and it's open to anybody who wants to go learn how to do this. We've learned how to set up shelters. We've learned how to deal with dogs. We've learned how to tell what a cat means when its tail's going this or when its ears go back. It's a great organization. I personally got involved because I have a big barn. And I thought if anything happens again like Irene and people have animals, and I don't have any big animals, but if people needed somewhere for their animals to go, I can set up a whole shelter safely for those animals. So that was my personal buy-in to this. So I think it's a great organization. They have a standard operating procedure that we share with towns with emergency operations plan, and have just gotten a roving, I don't know what you call it, trailer that goes along with all these great extra parts, and if they had to set up at a different location outside of the Humane Society. So I appreciate you allocating the $250, and I don't know what that bottom number is. General fund studies to that help. So I guess it would be to amend Article 6.
No. It is. Look at all the experts. This is great. This is a separate article. Everything else before this is done. Yeah, Chris.
So just on the human side of this, when there are disasters, some people will not evacuate their homes or otherwise leave if they don't know what's going to happen to their pets, especially if they're being told that at the human shelters they can't take the pets. So that's the human side of this, is actually facilitating the pet care so people will feel more comfortable about their animal children, and will be more likely to actually do what they need to do in a time of disaster. So that's the human side of the equation.
Yes, Lindsay.
Lindsay Berger, I just wanted a little clarification on specifically what the money gets spent on. Is it like training or facilities or whatever? And then also, how many people do you currently have involved in this? And if people want to get involved, who do they contact? So many questions.
I know funds have been used for training. I know they're used for cages, and I don't know how many, because when I've gone, there have been different people that have responded. Ballpark? Maybe 30, 40, something like that. Do you know? We have an automatic response. How do you contact? linda.forrest@gmail.com, and then I'll put you on to Joanne Bourbeau at the Humane Society, is what her job is. But we do training, and we do it in other locations. One of the cool things is there's a statewide organization, right, well, I should say the state of Vermont, then sends out the information when there's a disaster. So So we have training in Londonderry, so we get calls to go, an automated call that says you are needed in Londonderry and you will go. You're needed in the new thing and you will go. And that's how we're notified that our presence is needed.
So I understood the question a little bit different, or different ways of that, understanding that question. One is, how do we, you answered, you want to learn more about getting involved, contact you. But if there's a disaster and you have pets, how do you activate or contact this service? I think that was the intent of one of the questions. If not, it's a question I have. Yeah, Jay.
Jay Wilson. They're now part of our emergency plan in town, so they would get notified if we have an emergency to help us to be able.
This is a really good time to remind everybody that we do not have anybody in charge of our emergency planning in town. It's one of those vacant, I don't know how the pets are going to be rescued on page 18 if we still don't have someone in charge of I thought it was, no, I mistook that for the energy coordinator. And when we don't have an animal control officer either. Just a reminder, since I talked about it a long time ago. Is there any other conversation about this? Yes.
Would people contact the rescue to register their animals at all?
I don't think at this point we have any way of doing that, but they can, once there's an emergency, the fire station or the second place would be the town garage, would be the two emergency contacts. They can call there and they can help with something, and there'll be people rolling around town anyways.
So that's good to know. During an emergency, 2 areas, right? The rescue and
the fire station.
Fire station, yeah.
And the second one, if needed, is the town garage. It depends on where the emergency is.
So let me take that as a time to encourage you all to license your dogs. You'll know you have a dog that needs rescuing if you've licensed your dog.
Good idea.
And you only have 27 days before the price goes up. So, yeah.
Just a point of information, the communication that came requesting these funds has been filed under Kitty letter.
Is there any, yes?
Is this the food only pets for domestic livestock or threatened and endangered wildlife as well?
That's a good question. Do you know the answer to that, Lynn?
Our training has been with pets and livestock. And house have been, we talked with deer and bear and, no, that's a great question, but I think as far as what we've been doing so far.
So the answer is that this is not, at this time, for wildlife. Is there any further discussion? I'm not going to recognize that because there's somebody else who wants to speak, and, yeah.
I just have a question. So it's $250, correct? I'm now not looking at it. So the $250 is there other money that comes in also to this project from other sources? So that, okay.
Chris is answering yes. He seems to know.
happening.
Yeah, all right. Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote? Okay, a yes vote is you're in favor of adding this $250 to the amount of money we've already appropriated, in addition to what we've passed in Article 6. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART? All those in favor of this, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. We now move on to Article 10, which is to transact any other business that may legally come before the town, but which is not legally binding. All right? No, we don't. I made a mistake. Okay. Chris?
I just have something.
Please tell everybody who you are.
Christopher Gracky, I'm Williamsville. It occurs to me, having driven down Route 30 often in the summer, that there are a lot of out-of-state vehicles that park there and use the beaches. And it was occurring to me that we might be able to get some non-tax revenue and figured out a way to have an honor system, have a collection system, have a way. You know, just real quick math. If we got 10 people there on the honor system to give $10 a day, 100 days in the summer, that's $10,000 that we could be giving to pets or opioid crisis or things like that. So it's just an idea. Perhaps we form an exploratory committee to form a beach group or something, but I think there's an income possibility there, especially since it's mostly out-of-state payment.
It has been pointed out that that's in the town of Dummerston. The area is 2 cars.
All right. Is this about Chris's, the other Chris's? Okay, so Annie.
Annie Lamberger, New Fame. I have 2 community announcements. So put your tap shoes on because April 11th, Saturday, is the annual Williamsville New Fame Talent Show. And this year, we're delighted to have it co-sponsored not only by the hall and the hall, but the Tinston Hill Preschool will be co-sponsoring and therefore benefiting as well. The last thing is that Rock River players could certainly use your talents, your input, whether it be wielding a brush to sing a couple monologues. We have our open meeting Friday, March 27th. I'll put this info up there. And on that night too, just give me 30 more seconds, we're going to have an open reading of a brilliant dramatization of the proceedings of the House Un-American Activities Committee. It seems like a pretty timely thing. The name of the script is called Are You Now or Have You Ever Been? If you would like to just come and read it with us and we'll chat about it afterwards, let's do it and look at the world. Thank you.
So an announcement, and I'm going to be asking for your assistance and help. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project. That is a project going on. Wyndham Regional Commission got a grant to start working on this. And the goal is to have a survey of people in all the towns in Wyndham and associated areas to find out what service they have for broadband and what they want. There's no cost to the towns. There will never be a cost to the town. There would be a communication district that would stand on its own. And if it went belly up, the assets of that would disappear. But there is, I understand that there's been some erroneous information being fielded, and I just know it's wrong. There is, I put on half of the chairs, there's a written survey. You can skip the first page and just do the survey. You can go online, and information about where to go online is up at the front. There's some little green stickers are like business cards. That's the easy way to go. It's wyndhamdigital.org/broadband. I don't know about you, but I can use faster, better internet service. So that's, and the deadline for the information getting in is March 17th. So time is of the essence, as they say, and I appreciate your help. If anybody's interested in working on that, I am the town point person. Whether, yeah, I am. And so, but it would be nice, Margaret, I remember when
If anybody else is interested in working on that project, it's going to be pretty much sending out mailings and correlating some of the results. That would be great. My name is Lynn Forrest. It's lynn.forrest@gmail.com. And I'm on 2 hours, right. 492 Dover Road. Come by the house and knock on the door.
Thank you. Sir, behind,
I am collecting surveys today.
yeah. Sir, yeah.
Marty Cohn from Newfane. Last year, I reported about the pending FCC rule change that was going to adversely impact BCTV, and sadly, that rule change came into effect. It passed, which means that there's going to be a decrease in funding from Comcast to BCTV. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be as severe as first imagined, but there's still going to be a decrease in funding for BCTV. We thank the Select Board, not only in Newfane, but in the other 7 service towns, for recognizing that and providing monies in the budget so that we can continue to have meetings like this shown at BCTV, on television, on Channel 8, and also everyone who participates in doing a show on Channel 10. What we're doing now is that we're trying to find other ways to fund BCTV, and for the first time, we're looking to the public for donations. People have been very generous so far, but keep thinking about BCTV and the importance that we do in bringing democracy to everyone else. And on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I see, but I've got Chris first. Go ahead.
On behalf of the Village of Newfane trustees, welcome to the Newfane Village Union Hall. I'm the chair of the Village trustees. Unfortunately, I'm not a very good one. I just don't have the time to give it that it needs. But I just want to remind folks, this Union Hall is supported not by the town, but only by the 60 taxpayers of the village. We receive no town funds whatsoever. So the upkeep is left to the folk in the village. We frankly don't use this very much. And so there may need to be some conversations had there. One project we're going to look at that I've just gotten behind on is improving the hideous acoustics in here. They've been awful since the 1830s. But we actually did a sound check in here. I don't think it worked. It might. I'm going to just be real quiet for a second. Let me see. And count after I clap.
One.
Well, if you listen real careful, and if you effectively hear just like a couple of people in here, sound bounces back and forth for like 5.5 seconds. And so that's one of the reasons why anytime anybody in here is rustling paper while someone else is talking, while the fan's on or something else, you can't hear. But obviously trying to improve the acoustics in here also then changes the historic character of the space. And so it's not a real easy decision for the village people to take on, and there may be some costs, but we may need to come to the town and just say, hey, this is the help we need to make this a better space. But one other thing, I brought this up last year, and I'll bring it up again. When I first moved here, I really appreciated the tradition of having these meetings, the town meeting in the Union Hall or in Williamsville Hall. But I'm really concerned that these spaces, this hall, we literally have to kind of break back into it again, so we shut it down for winter. And so you have to chip ice out and everything else to keep the doors open again. And we have to bring up the plumbing back up and heat and all that. But even just getting into the building, the parking and park effective in Winsville, I don't know exactly what it would take to, maybe this is already a done deal, to look at maybe having this at the school. But I worry about people actually not participating in this because of the actual perceived physical barriers and just really, honestly, the difficulty in hearing in here, where our population is not getting younger. One of the reasons why this hall is frequently not used for weddings and other things is because of the hideous acoustics. Because we've heard how difficult it has been for people to hear in here all day. So I guess I don't know if it's a select board or who, but just want to bring up the issue again of should we consider, and maybe it's a lousy idea, a place that has just more easily accessible parking, better acoustics, just made it more modern. And I'm not trying, and again, I used to be one of the ones who was like, it'd be a shame to lose the tradition, but I really do wonder about just the efficacy of these buildings.
In response to that, it's really the Board of Civil Authority can make a change in them. Traditionally, since the select boards on, part of the Board of Civil Authority. But this doesn't have to go for a complete town vote. It doesn't need to be inclusive to make a change in the actual town meeting.
Sir, come back.
Thomas Abbott's New Fame. I'm a member of the local Lions Club. I'd like to invite the members of the town here to come to our meetings second Tuesday at the firehouse. We donate money to the local community in forms of $2,000 scholarships to graduating seniors from London and Gray, eyeglasses, a $200 voucher for eyeglasses for people in need, the food shelf in Townsend, the fire department, rescue. We donate a lot of money. We need members. Our members are in the 80s. We celebrated our 50th year last July of being in New Fame. Our membership is dwindling because of the age, and we're not getting the younger people joining. We invite you to come. There's no obligation. We do an awful lot. It's a nationwide, actually international organization. We've wiped out river blindness in almost all of the third world countries. Helen Keller invited us in the 30s to become Knights of the Vision, and we've upheld this. We'd invite you to come and see our organization and meet with our people. Please do. Second Tuesday of every month at the fire station.
I'm the chair of that committee.
Dan?
I'm Dan DeWalt, a Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is an organization that teaches people how to do restorative practices and offers free conflict resolution to anyone, is actively searching for more board members. As you can see, we could have used another board member this year when we didn't get a report filed in time for the select board. So if anyone has any interest in restorative justice, restorative practices, please contact me or Restorative Community Justice, rcjsv.org. And we'd be happy to talk to you. It's about being on the board or just about learning. We do monthly trainings for free in this town and other places. So if you have any interest in an organization and would like to be part of it in any way, please contact me.
Becky? Yeah.
Also, if my wife Carly were able to be here today, she would ask you to recognize and express your appreciation for all the volunteers in the New Bratt Fire Department and for our New Fame Town Highway crew.
That's often a cue for a motion to adjourn, but I see a few hands. Well, I see Gloria first, and then Steve, and then you. Okay.
I have two things. I did take on chairing the Green-Up Committee, and so I have a postcard here, and I have a list here of previous Green-Up people. I'm missing some phone numbers, and I'm missing some email addresses, so if you could check the list, that would be great. If you are new to town, and I see that we have quite a few people, what Green-Up Day, and this is our 50th year of Green-Up Day, does is, there's a rare few people who decide their beer cans have to go out, their soda cans have to go out, and their cigarette butts. We love to keep New Fame beautiful. So we've divided it in my committee, we've gone out and measured how long the roads are. We'd like you to choose what areas you plan to do so that we can make sure that all of New Fame is covered. And then on the bottom of this card, which you can take and mail back to the Green-Up Committee, I'm also with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. I think I've mentioned that once or twice during this meeting, but we're also taking on a project of adopt a patch to knockback knotweed. Japanese knotweed is spreading throughout Newfane, spreading throughout Windham County. So I'm working with the Nature Museum in Grafton and any kind of a knotweed. But we need people, preferably on your own property, but you know, some of us are getting a little bit older, and you know, your neighbor's property may need to have work done. So if you could volunteer, or at least put your name on the bottom of the card and the appropriate contact information, then as this project gets going, we can do that. On May 18th, the Nature Museum and the Southeast Vermont Watershed Alliance are doing a conference on Japanese knotweed. So I'll get that information into Front Porch Forum, but please do sign up for that. Thank you.
Hello, Steve Levine from Williamsville. I always like to say it's part of the town of Newfane. And I'm on the hall committee, and I want to thank everyone. You probably won't read our report on page 92, but in that I say thanks to everyone in the town for supporting capital expenses and ongoing expenses. We really appreciate it. And in return, we've been attempting, and I think succeeding, in having many more events at the hall. We just had a wonderful recital by Dan, piano accompaniment to an amazing silent movie. On March 21st will be our second annual dog show, and that's for real. It was a big hit last time, so hopefully people will show up. As Andy mentioned, April 11th is the town show, which might be the most spectacular event that happens in town. And I also wanted to mention that the Williamsville Hall is fully ADA compliant. The acoustics are wonderful. It's a bigger space, and it's in wonderful shape, thanks to all of you. So come and use it and enjoy it. I'm not saying don't come here, but there is a very viable and usable space. And as I said earlier when I introduced myself, Williamsville is part of the town of Newfane, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
So I just wanted to bring it to the town that I am in the process of getting signatures for Gun Rights Sanctuary Township Resolution. It's a resolution for the defense of the right to keep and bear arms. And it's going throughout the state of Vermont. So if you're interested, please see me. I'm looking for signatures. Thank you.
Lindsay.
Take 2 seconds and remind everybody that the Newburgh PTO has tons of really delicious stuff back there, including soup and all of the food is by donations, and it goes directly to the Newburgh PTO, which goes into the Newburgh School for enrichment and awesome fun stuff. So if you like your kids to do fun stuff, you should come and join us.
And speaking of children, I think that we, this year for the first time, got volunteers to do childcare till 12:15, so the kids might be out on the street now. And I cannot thank Phoebe Connolly and Lindsay Bertram enough for stepping up to make this town meeting possible. Thank you.
First of all, I just wanted to say, and I'm not qualified to fix this, but I'm always trying to find information on the website of what's happening in town, and I have a hard time finding it because I'm often using my phone to do it, and it doesn't go mobile as easily. And so I'm happy to come in and help brainstorm. I'm not qualified to actually fix it, but I wanted to just bring that up. And then the other thing is that, and I think if I'm not allowed to do this, let me know.
No political campaigning, don't try it.
It's not for me.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Absolutely no electioneering.
It's just a meeting that's happening in town. Is that?
I'm going to just say no.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. It's not a campaign.
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I'm Elizabeth Erickson, and I am the Four Winds Coordinator at Newburgh School.
is a natural science program that is run by volunteers. People volunteer to teach in the school, the kindergarten to 5th grade. And we really need more volunteers. You know, it's a small commitment, and for each class that you teach, you're trained to do that class. And everything is laid out, all the activities, the games, and the puzzles and stuff we play with the kids is all pre-planned. And it's a really wonderful group of people and a really fun organization. If you like to work with kids outside, this is a perfect thing for you. And so if you'd like to contact me, you can always call the school and they will have my information. But I'm Elizabeth Erickson. Thank you very much.
Again, with the Lions Club, we're also doing screening with the Leyland and Gray students, the elementary school. We're trying to coordinate time and date to do the screening. We have been trained on these vision testing equipment for your children. It's very important, I feel, that the younger children get the screening. It catches abnormal problems early on that can be addressed and corrected in their formative years. So this is another thing that we do with the Lions Club, and it's free, all the sense. And we're coordinating with the school nurse and
thank you.
Will we thank the select board for their service and then adjourn?
There has been a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. It is not debatable, it's not amendable, and it passes by a simple majority. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Thank you very much. The meeting is over.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. Today is the 5th of March, and we're starting our reporting on the 27th of February, and this is all news items about energy and climate change. I get these every day from the internet and put them up at my blog, which is called geoharvey.com. Now, for people who want to follow this as we talk, there's a link on the BCTV entry on this so that you can click on it and go to
Via BCTV.
Yeah, you can go to, I don't know, I would imagine that it would work with YouTube as well. But you can go to that other blog, the one that you and I used to set this up, because that a lot of people will find
That's the weekly blog.
The weekly blog, that's right, which is just for this thing. And
Well, some of these, I'm going to just mention,
Go ahead.
Some of these things are well worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've read every one of them. Try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
A couple of things this time around that are just mind-blowing.
There's some good ones this week.
Yeah, there
very
are.
definitely.
Yeah. So should we go straight into this?
I think we ought to.
I should mention that if you go to geoharvey.com, there's a calendar. We try to keep you up to date on the date from which on which the news item appeared at the blog, which is usually the day after it appeared in the news. And you can click on the date, and it'll take you to a place where you can pick it out of the 15 or so that are there. Our first item comes from Renewables Now, and we're going
to start out with a picture.
We are. That's the picture.
There it is. And it's an interesting thing because it shows that for the first time, we're generating more wind in the U.S. than hydro.
Is the actual amount of electricity generated. Hydro goes up and down because we have drier and wetter seasons.
And wind goes up and down a bit too, but it's more or less steady. And you can see from this graph that it's just been steadily climbing.
Yeah, it has been. So this is, as I said, from Renewables Now. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The first one coming up says, wind surpassed hydro as the top renewable electricity generation source in the U.S. And I'll put this up again, and that's exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, and that is going to continue, we can say without doubt. In 2019, U.S. annual wind generation exceeded hydroelectric generation for the first time, according to data from the Energy Information Administration's Electric Power Monthly. Wind is now the top renewable source of electricity generation in the country.
Well, it's a good graph, as I mentioned, and this record was previously held by hydro, as the graph shows.
Yeah.
Now, 2019 wind generation totaled 300 million megawatt hours.
300 million.
That's a lot.
That's 300,000 bigawatt hours.
Gigawatts, yeah. Hydro fluctuated between 250 and 320 million over the decade.
Yep.
And it varied with rain.
With the amount of rain. Yeah.
The U.S. has 100 gigawatts of installed wind capacity right now.
Wow.
And 80 gigawatts of hydro.
Wow. That's 100 gigawatts of installed. I had forgotten that.
That came out of the article, so I didn't make it up.
You didn't make it up. Okay, our next item is from the Monterey Herald.
Yeah, Moss Landing battery storage project has been approved.
And this is one of the ones that I think is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. The PG&E-backed Elkhorn Battery Storage Facility in Moss Landing, California, was unanimously approved by the Monterey County Planning Commission. It is the second element of what would be one of the largest, probably the largest energy storage project in the world. I shouldn't say the largest, probably the largest chemical battery storage project, because the big pumped storage facilities probably store more than this.
Right.
The total capacity will be 1,930 megawatt hours. And you know that...
Well, there's more coming.
Yeah. the Hornsdale Power Reserve, the one that Elon Musk made that bet, I can produce this in 100 days or you get it for free.
And he did.
That was 130. And this is not 1,930. So it's huge. It's just huge.
Well, we'll talk about the project briefly.
Go ahead.
It's going to include 268 lithium-ion batteries.
These are not
This is not what you put in your car.
This is not battery cells. This is big things.
And it's got a capacity to store up to 730 megawatt hours of renewable energy during the off-peak hours.
Yeah.
Okay, Vista Energy is the people behind this, is currently building an even larger 1,200 megawatt hour battery storage project on adjacent grounds.
So there's two projects. They're right next to each other,
And they're both big.
and they're both huge. And the 1,930 that we were talking about is the combination of the two.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
there it is. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we got a picture coming up again.
And an item from the Guardian.
Yeah,
That picture is a picture of part of the Drax power plant
in Yorkshire.
In Yorkshire. Yeah.
The Drax power plant to stop burning coal with a loss of 230 jobs.
The Drax power plant in Yorkshire will end all use of coal next year after almost 5 decades as one of the Western Europe's most polluting power plants. Drax Group will stop burning coal in the plant in March 2021, 4 years ahead of the government's ban on coal-fired electricity.
But they're still burning things.
Well, I've lost track because you know, not that it's hard, it's just that I'd have to look to find out. But the last time I looked, there were 6 power plants in the UK that were still burning coal.
Okay.
And this is by far the largest.
This is the biggest one.
This is the biggest coal burning plant they ever had.
Okay.
And if you look at those towers, you know, those are big
pull
cooling
them up
towers.
again.
Those are big cooling towers.
5 of them, huh?
Well, there's 5 of them there. There might be others.
Might be more.
Yeah.
Well, what Drax is going to be doing here is they're still burning things, as I said. They're
Yes.
replacing coal with wood waste pellets.
Wood
which,
waste.
by the way, come from America.
Yeah, where they're waste from clear-cut forests.
Yeah,
which have been
unfortunately.
clear-cut in order to produce the waste. I mean, Drax promised the UK that they were going to be using waste wood.
Yeah,
forest
so
falls.
they're cutting down forests and they're calling it waste.
So they come to the United States and they're clear-cutting forests in Georgia in order to get that wood. And they didn't make any
I
promises.
wouldn't call it
here.
waste.
It's not waste. You know, it's just, this is, I think, just...
They're playing games.
They're playing games, and they're
at least they've gotten rid of coal.
Well, they're doing wood, and they're also doing natural gas.
They didn't mention that in the article.
Well, I think they're half natural gas, and I don't think this is a great move that they're making, because if they were doing a great move, they'd be getting rid of all combustion.
Exactly.
I've come to a point
That's
where
why I say they're
just
burning
think
things.
combustion is not the way.
We got to stop burning things.
We got to stop burning things. Okay.
Well, we got a good one coming up here, though.
Yep, and this is Friday, February 28th.
Shell Consortium eyes a 10 gigawatt.
This is mind-blowing. Go ahead.
A 10 gigawatt wind and hydrogen giant.
Oh my gosh, 10 gigawatts. This is from Renews.
10 bigawatts.
Yeah, 10
Bigga
gigawatts.
giga.
That's right, 10 bigawatts. Shell, Gas Uni, and Groningen seaports have launched the North, I shouldn't say North, it's Nort H2 project. It looks like North.
It does, but it's...
to an English eye, English-speaking eye. The Nort 2 will entail construction of a purpose-built offshore wind farm of up to 10 gigawatts. It will supply electricity for industrial-scale production of green hydrogen in the Netherlands.
We'll be talking about this again. This is a new trend. They're going to...
It is.
I mean, hydrogen is a good way to store energy.
Well, there's a place you could use combustion. Burning hydrogen
gives you water.
It gives you water, which is what you started with. You know, I mean, they make the well, you can get hydrogen from other sources, but what they're doing now is they're splitting water molecules, and you get 2 products from
like
that.
high school chemistry.
One is hydrogen, the other is oxygen.
Yeah.
And then what you do, you burn the hydrogen, which takes the oxygen that you released, that same exact amount out of the atmosphere.
It gives you water.
Yeah, and it gives you water as waste, which is where you started. So hydrogen is a pretty good storage system if you can store it, which is not all that easy.
No, but they're working on it.
When I was in high school, we had a chemistry teacher who said, "I want to show you guys hydrogen." And he went into the other room and he came back with a hydrogen bottle. And you could see that it said hydrogen on it.
Yeah.
And then he hooked it up and he turned the valve and nothing happened. And he said, "I should have checked this first. It does this every year." The hydrogen bottle has probably not been filled for 17 years while this guy was teaching. But he said, This was the problem. Hydrogen,
It'll leak right through glass.
it'll go right through steel.
Yeah.
The molecules are so small that it will go through between the atoms in a steel alloy, and it'll just come out of the tank.
Dissipate, yeah.
It's kind of tough to store, but anyway, okay.
Well, they, according to the article, they plan to have the first offshore turbines installed by 2027.
Yes, this is not happening tomorrow.
Green hydrogen production is expected to be around 800,000 tons per year by 2040. So they're not playing around.
No, they're not. And
Okay.
honestly, again, I think some of these figures are conservative.
Probably is. At present, industry is using large quantities of hydrogen, mainly produced from natural gas.
Right.
Replacement with green hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization.
Yes.
Okay,
Which
so it's a
means this
step
is
in the
just-
right direction.
This is just one more thing that you're not going to be using natural gas for. And the number of articles that I'm seeing appear about how risky investments in natural gas are is just going up and up.
Well,
and up.
they're not proving to be what they expected them to be.
they're not.
It's a big failure.
Oh,
really.
I should mention.
Yeah.
I keep an eye on the Dow Jones coal index.
Okay, which isn't going to exist very much longer.
I don't know.
think.
In 2008, it hit 745. Now,
2008.
2008 was the year that Barack Obama was elected.
Yeah.
By 2009, when he became president, it had dropped to about 165 from 745.
That's a big drop quickly.
That happened with George W. Bush in the White House.
Wow.
Now,
Who was not an opponent of...
no, he wasn't. But you know, they had that recession that came along during that time. Under Barack Obama, it went up, but it went down, and it wound up going from 150 or 165 or whatever it was to about 45, which is where it was when Donald Trump became president. Over an 8-year period, it
Okay.
dropped by about 75%, a little less than 75%. Since Donald Trump became president, it has dropped from 45. This morning, it hit $9.05.
$9? Wow.
It has dropped as a percentage-wise more under Donald Trump than it did under Barack Obama.
As a percent. Wow.
In 3 years as opposed to 8.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's basically, I think that's kind of good news.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We got a picture coming
We
up.
got to see these people get jobs, but you know.
Let's get
Okay,
this picture
this
coming
is
up
coming. Oh, got to get that out of there. Come on, guys. What's going on here?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that the picture?
That's
Yeah,
the picture. That's
This
the
is
picture.
a Hydroflex train. I saw this picture. The first picture that I saw looked even more like this. It looks like somebody has painted graffiti all over the side of that train.
They did.
That's what it looks like to me. Okay.
Okay, next stop.
Yeah.
Hydrogen-powered trains. I'm going to put the picture up again real quick.
Okie doke.
Okay.
This is from the BBC. The UK's rail system is currently 42% powered by electricity. One line running to London from Hampshire runs entirely on solar power. Okay.
Yes, well, that's in existence now.
It is. However, 58% of the UK track is not yet electrified, and on those, diesel engines still keep trains running. One test system may show how to replace the diesel, and it is powered by hydrogen.
How about that?
How about
We're going to
that?
be talking about hydrogen a lot today.
I think we are.
Well, in this particular case, the hydrogen charges batteries via fuel cells.
Yes.
Okay. The only waste product, as we've already mentioned, is water.
Yeah, it's not combustion. It's a fuel cell, which
It's
is
a fuel
slightly
cell.
different way of doing things, slightly different because you're using the same products and you're getting the same result, except you're
But
doing
it's
it without
using it
heat.
slightly differently.
Yeah.
The system produces sufficient power to take the train 75 miles, which in Britain's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting thing. Electrifying a single kilometer of track can cost £1 million.
Yeah.
Wow, it's expensive.
It's
So
expensive.
hydrogen-powered trains are much less expensive. Okay, so this could be a portent of things to come.
Absolutely, it could. But I hope
Well,
I hope they have trains that don't look like somebody's attacked them with spray paint.
Well, I think that's kind of publicity.
I think it is, but I don't think it looks very good.
Well, the UK intends to do away with diesel-only trains altogether.
Well,
by
yeah,
2040.
and we're all going to have to do that. That's part of the
Well, it's
thing.
economics.
Yep. This. Are you done with that?
I'm done with that one.
Okay.
Yep.
Our next one is fun.
Comes from the BBC. This one's kind of scary.
What?
Ducks?
Ducks.
China may send ducks to battle Pakistan's locust swarm.
Well, the locust swarms are scary, but the idea of using ducks to deal with them.
Well, it's not new.
It's not new.
Not
I know.
new.
China could deploy 100,000 ducks to neighboring Pakistan to help tackle swarms of crop-eating locusts, reports say. Pakistan declared an emergency, saying locust numbers were the worst in more than 2 decades. An agricultural expert says the ducks can be more effective than using pesticides.
Which is good.
Yeah. This is the same outbreak of locusts, I think, that came from Saudi Arabia 2 years ago.
It's involved. Definitely. It's raining in a desert, which it's not supposed to do, and there's nobody out there to notice it, so they're not saying anything, and all of a sudden you got a plague of locusts.
Yeah, we talked about this last week.
Sounds like the Bible, doesn't it?
Well, it is, actually. But you know, there's something interesting about this. These locusts that they have in these swarms.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and maybe I looked it up wrong, but those locusts can be used in kosher cooking.
They can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Well,
It's good
a
if
couple
you can
quick
eat
takeaways
locusts.
here.
Go ahead.
Ducks have a voracious appetite for locusts.
Yeah.
Okay, and have been effectively used against locusts since ancient times.
There you go.
Okay, a single duck can eat more than 200 locusts a day without belching.
Did it actually say
No, I
that?
said that.
I didn't
They are
think so.
easier to manage than chickens because they like to stay in groups.
Yeah.
However, some question whether the ducks would be suited to the mainly arid conditions where the locusts are
Well,
a
you know,
problem.
that had actually crossed my mind too. But I've seen pictures of how this is done. In the United States, there are farmers who use geese to weed their fields.
Yeah.
And I've seen this where a tractor trailer pulls up next to a field.
They dump over the whole bunch of
They
geese.
open up the doors with a ramp. The geese come running down the ramp. They go out into the fields. And interestingly enough, they will eat all kinds of weeds, but they don't eat strawberries.
Good, good.
Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Well, let's see
February
that-
29th.
Oh, I just wanted to mention there's a 2-minute video on this.
Oh, yes.
And it's interesting how East Africa is battling devastating local swarms. It's only
Yeah.
2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
worth looking at.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
we
we
have
got
a
another
picture,
picture
of
coming up here.
This thing is just being mean.
Being honorary, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
There we go.
Wrong one.
No, that's-
Wait a minute.
we had the
There
right
it is.
picture.
There it is.
Okay, I'll try to get it up. Bingo.
Before I
That's
do
Gloucester.
You know, there's an interesting thing about this picture. If you look just to the right of the middle in the sky, you can see 4 masts that are
Yes, you can.
on ships. If you look carefully just to the right of the right-handmost mast and just to the left of the left-handmost mast, there are things that are beyond the trees. Those happen to be wind turbines.
Oh. Kind of small wind turbines.
They're not all that small. Those
No,
things are a couple of miles away, and they're I forget. I think there's 3 of them.
How much you want to bet that that blue building's a bar?
The blue building. It has a lot of windows.
That's an interesting picture.
There's a
though.
picture that comes up later that has a lot of windows, and I want to talk about that. But in the meantime, this is from the Energy News Network.
It's interesting because they called the article called that Gloucester. Gloucester.
Yeah.
They call it Gloucester.
Gloucester? Well, it might be Gloucester.
Well, that's
You
where
know, I
it
mean-
originally comes from.
Yeah, except that it's Gloucester in the UK. It's like Warwick, Massachusetts, and Warwick in the UK. And if you say Warwick, they laugh at you.
Well, it's not quite Warwick. It's Warwick.
Warwick, Massachusetts?
Well,
Oh my
I'm thinking
gosh.
Rhode Island.
Oh, okay.
The letter R is illegal to pronounce in Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island, yeah.
It's
Okay.
Rhode Island.
Okay.
Municipal aggregation savings, shattering expectations in Massachusetts.
The growing number of Massachusetts cities and towns that have negotiated community-wide rates for green energy have saved millions of dollars while also shrinking carbon footprints, according to a report released by the Green Energy Consumers Alliance. One of the first of these was Greenfield, just down
Was
the
it, huh?
road. Yeah, yeah.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the towns, not the individuals, but the towns have a right to negotiate for green energy.
Yeah.
And in doing so, it's turning out to be cheaper.
Yes.
Not by much, but cheaper.
Yes. So you can get green energy cheaper than traditional.
Traditional
And
energy.
in most of these places, maybe all of them, if you want to opt out of green energy, you're allowed to.
You can do it.
But you're going to pay a little bit extra.
It's going to cost a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. Fizz.org has our next item.
Fizz.org, it is that.
Fizz.org.
Research identifies climate change fingerprints and emitters liability. And that word liability is in quotes.
Yes, but it's also kind of scary for some people, I suspect. We have methods to quantify how much of extreme weather and how much of an extreme weather event can be attributed to human-caused climate change and how to allocate the cost of losses.
Now, that's an interesting point,
Yeah.
allocating the cost of losses.
Yeah. Based on work by an international team of scientists and economists, emitters can be held responsible. And you know, this is an example that I've been thinking about on this thing. I've known that they would get there, but I've been thinking about this for some time. Hurricane Harvey had areas where that were flooded that were outside of the 500-year flood zones. Never.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to flood.
No. And Hurricane Harvey had 17% more water dumped in that area than it would have if it hadn't been for climate change. They had already calculated this. And you can do that because you can base it on the temperature of the water that is generating the storm, the temperature of the air difference, all of this stuff you can figure out pretty accurately, apparently.
Well, apparently nobody did.
Not in advance, but they did afterwards. That 17% meant that areas got flooded that otherwise would not have been.
Yes.
So if a house got flooded and it was in one of those areas, the homeowner can say 100% of my loss is because of human-caused climate change.
That's interesting.
And if somebody died in one of those areas because of the flooding, that death could be attributed to human-caused climate change.
I learned a word here from this one. It's called the attribution science.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it provides a step, in this particular case, toward helping Pacific Islanders and anyone else harmed by climate change to hold those causing the change to more precise account.
Absolutely.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
It sure does.
You did it, you pay.
Yes.
The researchers compare their work to that done linking smoking to cancer.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of the same idea.
Yep. Okay, our next item is from Inverse, and we have a picture here.
Oh, yeah, this
I
one's
said
nice.
that there was a picture coming up that had a lot of windows in it, and this is the one. You see the superstructure on that ship, and you can see all the windows on the bridge.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
That's a cable laying ship.
It is
it's
indeed.
A specialized ship for cable laying.
Think about this for a second, Tom. I looked at that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's the bridge of a ship, and naturally thought that given the location of the windows, that the bow would be on the right side of the picture. But those windows are looking toward the stern.
Yeah, they are.
And that just looks weird to me.
Well, when you look at what's going on, all of the work on that ship, when it's not just sailing from here to there, takes place in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense that they would have all those windows.
They've got large, what would you call it, drums on board that where they store the cables.
Yes.
And they lay them out.
Yep.
And they splice them on the ship.
Yep. And we've had pictures of the spools that those cables are on, and
they're pretty big spools.
Amazing. Okay. You have not read the title yet.
I have not. It might sound insane. That's what it says. But Australia could soon export sunshine to Asia via a cable.
This is...
Well, they're pushing it, but it's accurate.
Yeah. It's the energy of the sunshine. The proposed Sun Cable project envisions a 10 gigawatt solar power. We're back to the big stuff, along with about 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage. In the Northern Territory, power generated will supply Darwin, which is a city in the northern, it's really the biggest city.
Biggest city up there.
Up there, although Alice Springs might be better known to Americans.
Well, that's right in the middle, though.
It's right in the middle of Australia, but Darwin is the
big one up there,
the big
up
one in
north.
the Northern Territories, and it will also be exported to Singapore via a 2,360-mile long cable strung across the seafloor.
That's a big cable.
That's a long cable, yeah.
That's more than they can fit on that ship, I can guarantee
think
you
it
that.
probably is, unless they're using really, really thin wires.
No, they're splicing it on the way. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
they
what,
are.
That's what they're
That's
supposed
the
to
only
be
way
doing.
they could do it.
Well, this technology is not new technology. I mean, they used it 100 years ago to span the Atlantic Ocean for the telegraph.
Yes.
You know, so, but this is now up-to-date technology, and they're pushing power through it.
Yes.
When I was in the power cable industry, the company that I worked for had one of these ships, and I was on it very briefly.
Yeah.
Well, Australia is the world's #3 fossil fuel exporter.
Okay.
Right now, as of now. These fuels create substantial overseas greenhouse gas emissions. Australia doesn't currently export renewable energy, but a new solar project is poised to do that.
And we're going to have more to say about Australia's
exactly
exporting
that.
energy.
Power generated will be exported to Singapore via a 2,500-mile high-voltage DC cable, and it's going to provide a fifth of Singapore's power. Okay?
Gosh. Yeah,
and
then what they'll do is...
It mentions that we already know, I guess, but just by looking at that, but submarine cables are laid using deep-sea vessels specifically designed for the
For
job.
that purpose, yeah. And what they're going to do is they're going to make huge amounts of electricity in Indonesia, and instead of using that in Singapore, they're going to use it in Hong Kong.
Probably.
I mean, I'm just making stuff up here, but, you know, yes, okay.
That's a long load for a undersea HVDC cable. That's
Yes.
a very, and I'm sure it's more than one cable.
Yes.
You know, usually with
They
DC
put a
it's
couple
two
of them
cables,
together.
a positive and a negative.
Yes.
And sometimes even a spare.
There you go. Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 1st, and we have an item here from Nation of Change.
JP Morgan Chase announces an end to financing new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
After a similar move by Goldman Sachs, J.C. Morgan Chase announced that it will end all financing to new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yep. Including the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Chase is the largest bank in the U.S. to release such an updated energy policy. And you know, other banks will get tempted to get in there and take up where these guys are in their...
Well, if there's money to be made, somebody's going to try and make it.
This is getting riskier and riskier and riskier.
Well, that's what the article says. Financing drilling in the Arctic is an expensive risk that's not worth taking.
Yeah.
Okay. Chase's new energy policy will also end financing for new thermal coal mines and coal-fired power projects throughout the world.
Worldwide.
So they're taking a real close look at what they do best.
Yes, and there are other ways to make money. Okay, we have a picture of wind turbines. This is an amazing picture, don't you think?
It is an amazing picture. I don't see any of the infrastructure that gets that wind power to market.
Well,
but there they are standing there like soldiers.
They are indeed, right in a line. Okay, this is from Motley Fool.
The Motley Fool,
yeah,
which is a financial.
It's a financial, right? Yeah, it's a financial publication, web publication, and it's called Motley Fool as a kind of a disclaimer right in the title.
I think it's fairly highly regarded.
It is, yes.
So it says U.S. coal-fired plants just had their worst year since the 1970s.
In 2007, the U.S. generated a record amount of coal-fired electricity at an estimated 2,016 terawatt hours.
That's bigger than gigawatts.
That's bigger than gigawatts. That would be 2 million plus gigawatt hours.
Gigawatts. Gigawatt hours.
This data was compiled by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Last year, coal generated less than half of that, as natural gas, nuclear, wind, and solar all
set records. Okay,
Yeah.
it's the economy, stupid.
Yep. And you know, one of the things that I noticed looking at these figures coming from the government, not just the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, but also what they call FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory. New gas-fired power plants, the construction is just falling like a rock.
That's basically what they're saying here. The next sentence says it. No energy source has experienced a 50% decline in output in a 12-year period dating back to the country's founding. 50% decline within 12 years never happened before.
Yep, but natural gas construction of new plants, that is falling like a rock too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Generators are turning away from coal primarily due to economics.
Yeah.
Okay, which makes sense. The share of an average customer bill dedicated to fuel expenses is expected to fall from 47% in 2010 to 28% by 2024. So that's almost half.
Yes.
Okay, the overnight abandonment of coal-fired plants, which is happening, okay, has created an opportunity for other power sources to gain market share.
Yes.
And a secondary
and FERC is artificially jacking up the price of renewable energy in order to keep these coal plants open.
Going.
And of course, this is coming from a political background that says, don't fool with the market. You know, don't pick winners and losers. And they're just picking winners and losers.
They're picking winners and losers. There's a little bit of politics involved, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit of politics. But the politics are not based on ideology. They're based on some contributors' finances.
I would say, yeah. There's a little bit of money changing of hands there.
Heck with the ideology. We don't need ideology. All we need is the to know what the bottom line is. Okay, that was Motley Fool. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
Well, it says dam the North Sea.
That is dam without an N. This is D-A-M.
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah, it could. Who says scientists don't have a sense of humor? Ho, ho, ho. Two of them just published a proposal to build two dams, one from Scotland to Norway and the other from England to France, to maintain water levels in the North Sea.
It looks like a joke, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not a joke. The interesting thing is that it would be cheaper than allowing the sea levels to rise.
Well, building the dams would cost between 250 and 500 billion euros.
Yeah.
Okay? Which they consider affordable. The cost of doing nothing ultimately would be many times higher.
Many times. Just think of the Netherlands, okay?
Yeah.
The Netherlands is built behind dikes.
Yep.
Much of the country is below sea level.
This is basically what they're doing here, or planning to do.
That's what they're planning on doing.
Well, without the dams, the North Sea levels are projected to rise by as much as 35 feet. We've talked about that.
Yes, we
By the
have.
year 2500. The authors acknowledge the effect on the environment would be considerable. The tide would disappear, and the North Sea would eventually become a freshwater lake.
I think that's
They're pushing that.
Stretching things a little bit.
Well, from the article again, the idea to dam the North Sea is a wake-up call.
Yes.
The question is anybody listening?
Well, this actually says something about what the scientists did here. They are not actually, I think, proposing that we get out shovels and picks and start working on building a dam. What they're
I don't
saying
think
is,
so, but they're saying, let's think about it.
They're saying, let's think about it. They're saying, you think this is a ridiculous idea? Not doing anything is far more ridiculous.
That's a valid point.
You know? So,
you don't normally think about it, but that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up
We
here.
do indeed. We have an e-dumper. There it is, the e-dumper.
That is the e-dumper.
Yep. This is, by the way, we're up to Monday, March 2nd.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's right.
The battle for the title of the world's largest electric vehicle. And by the way, I saw a picture of a guy standing not next to this one, but next to the other one.
Yeah.
Tires are bigger than he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a big truck.
This is this thing here is a big truck, but
the other one's bigger.
The world's largest EV is an e-dumper, a 45-ton 45-tonne, T-O-N-N-E, mining dump truck. This is more like metric tons.
It's a metric ton, yeah.
They're about 1.1 tons. So this is about 50 tons.
2,000 kilograms.
No, 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah, right. It's 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 pounds. 1,000 kilograms.
2,200 pounds,
Yep.
roughly.
Bingo.
It may soon give up its title. There is a much bigger EV coming, a hybrid vehicle that's powered by both a battery and, guess what, hydrogen. The new vehicle, and you know, I tried to check this figure because I don't believe it's tons. I think this is also metric tons, but the articles that I saw all said T-O-N, ton. The new 290-ton EV
That's about 6 times as big. That's a big truck.
Will do its test runs at a metal mining plant in South Africa. The plant by a metal mine. The mine is a place where they look for things like platinum and stuff like that. But this year they're expecting this. You know, I looked at this and I thought, how in the world do you deliver a vehicle like that?
In parts.
In parts. That's
In
the only way
pieces.
you could do it. Yeah.
It's too big to go and run on a highway. Anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, even the highways, the streets in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump wanted to have tanks running in a parade.
Well, this is a lot bigger than a tank.
It's a lot bigger than a tank, but a tank would do a bigger number on the road because
It would
tanks
do that.
You want to remove a road, drive a tank on it.
Well, this e-dumper is currently hauling limestone in Switzerland.
Yes.
And a new South African new electric vehicle will be in South Africa.
Right.
And it's going to replace the diesel with a fuel cell and batteries.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting article.
It is.
EVs are taking over the world.
Oh my gosh. They're coming out of the woodwork. EVs are taking over the world, and if you need proof of this, just look at the numbers of sales. Since 2015, that was only 5 years ago, sales of EVs have been growing at a rate of about 41% annually.
That's a lot, guys.
That's a lot, guys. That means they're doubling every other year.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2014, there were just over 60,000 EVs sold in China. In 2018, the number sold in that country has grown to above 1 million.
So we're talking 60,000 versus 1 million.
Yeah.
Interesting. This article has an informative 10-minute video. It's
Yes.
worth looking at.
Yes.
Takes 10 minutes, but it's, it's good.
Yeah.
And it's talking about trends in global EV sales.
Yes.
Okay, the sales mix of fully electric vehicles versus plug-in hybrids and why, and global EV adoption. Okay, it totals up to a 40% annual growth, as we said, for the entire world.
Right.
And PIHB, plug-in hydro vehicles, or what are they?
Plug-in hybrids.
Plug-in hybrid vehicle,
Yes.
PIHVs. They have a gas tank and a battery.
Yeah.
And that complicates the process of manufacturing, and it's really just not needed.
With cheaper batteries, it makes much better sense not to have a hybrid, but to have an EV.
Well, the article also mentions something that had me thinking. The batteries are temperature sensitive.
Yes.
They don't want to work very well in cold weather.
Cold weather.
But I thought about that. Okay, the car's still going to start.
Yes.
It's still going to run.
It's going to run.
Okay, and as it runs, it's going to warm up.
That's right.
So it's going to mitigate that problem.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, we do. Let's see
He
if I can
always
find
says
that
that.
picture. Huh?
He always says it, but this computers, it's driving me nuts today.
Yeah,
There
I
we
have
go.
a problem with it. Let's get that picture up.
This is also from Clean Technica. Interesting graph.
Look at that graph. That's exponential, guys.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And that is a graph of climate disasters.
Climate disasters. What do you got for a title?
Oxfam. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces a person from their homes. And we've talked about that.
Yeah, we have. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces someone from their homes, according to data from Oxfam International. Climate fuels disasters are the #1 cause of internal displacement globally, and they have increased, quote, 5-fold over the last decade, end quote. And we've talked about this before. I did that research about the cost of flood insurance in the United States.
Yes, you did.
Going up by a factor of 47, where it should have gone up by a factor of 6.
Yep.
if you deal with inflation and so forth. This is just, it's another graph of the same kind of thing. We just have lots and lots and you'll notice that down at the bottom there is a graph of non-weather related events.
Pretty flat.
It's pretty flat. It's been increasing, but you know, the population's been increasing. So, and
flat.
some of those events are, well, some of those events may be second order of consequence, but
they're not weather related.
They're not weather
that's
related.
The deal.
But that increase that we've seen, I mean, in the last 5 years of this graph, every single year was greater than what happened in the previous 5 years. Any of them.
Pretty much.
So,
well, from the article, it says that people are 7 times more likely to be left homeless due to hurricanes, floods, and wildfires
Yep.
as they are by earthquakes and volcanoes.
Yep.
Man-made stuff versus
natural
things. Those in poorer countries who bear the least responsibility for global carbon pollution are the most at risk.
Yep.
Duh.
Right.
It's interesting how that happens.
Yes.
Well, almost 2,000 people died in Katrina, which was a disaster. But 200,000 people died in the tsunami that struck Indonesia the year before.
Well, another thing, you know, we're talking about the coronavirus now. A lot of stuff. In fact, there was a thing today about General Motors having General Electric having to deal with the fact that plants are closing because of the coronavirus.
So they're not getting supplied.
We're going to have, I think, probably a recession worldwide because
of this.
But you know, we were set up for that other times too, and of course, Donald Trump isn't responsible for it. Truthfully, Donald Trump did not cause the coronavirus. And he shouldn't.
You're kidding me.
He should not be held responsible for that taking place. Although,
but it's not a hoax, is it?
No, this is not a hoax. Okay, we should probably move on.
We should. We've mentioned already, I think, Hornsdale.
Yes, we have.
So the Hornsdale Tesla battery exceeded expectations. You're going to tell us what the Hornsdale Tesla battery is.
Tuesday, March 3rd is where this came up, and it comes from Clean Technica. The engineering consultant Oricon Group said the Hornsdale battery installed in South Australia has exceeded expectations for the way it stabilized the grid and lowered grid-related costs. It reduced the cost of regulating the South Australian electric grid by 91%.
And that's an expensive thing.
Yeah, and this was the one where they had a bunch of tornadoes in South Australia. They tore down a whole bunch of high tension lines.
The tornadoes did.
A bunch of the towers that were, I think it was something like 16 or 18 of them were collapsed. So the whole grid was down for days.
Yeah.
And you know, Elon Musk said, what you need is a battery, and we know how to do that. And I can put in a battery that'll be 100 megawatts.
Or I'll give it to you for nothing.
If I can't do it in 100 days from the day that the contract is signed, you get it for free. And he had it in.
Yeah.
It was actually producing power 98 days after the contract was signed. And now what they're saying is it's
working better than they
a whole lot better than expected. And the price of it was extremely low also. Okay, we should probably, we've got 5 items.
It's Tuesday, March 3rd already. We've got 14 minutes left.
We've got 5 items, though. Okay, you have anything on
that? French energy company, Neoen, which owns the Hornsdale installation, says it is adding 50 megawatts of capacity at Hornsdale this year, and has plans for a giant renewables hub, which would provide nearly a gigawatt of battery storage.
Yeah.
So they're getting on the bandwagon here.
They are.
We got a picture coming up,
we
so
do.
let's take a look at it.
This is from Sour Energy. I don't know where
Sour?
that picture... S-A-U-R Energy. Sour Energy.
Sounds sour to me.
It sure is. I don't know where that picture was taken.
Well, it says ESCO Pacific, but it's real. It's not an artist's conception.
No, it's not an artist's conception, but I don't know where ESCO Pacific is.
No, I don't know.
I usually look those things up, but this particular picture, I think, is just a generic picture that was thrown at an article.
It was in the article, or an article.
Okay.
Construction begins on a proposed 2.7 gigawatt Westlands Solar Park.
The CIM Group is advancing development of Westland Solar Park, one of the largest permitted solar parks in the world, it announced. The project will be in California's San Joaquin Valley, Joaquin Valley, and it could grow to over 2,700 megawatts, that is 2.7 gigawatts, at full build-out, powering over 1,200,000 homes.
Joaquin. Those Spaniards talk funny, don't they?
They do. But they have very wisely not gone the way of Rhode Island and said you're not allowed to pronounce an R. They pronounce it differently, but they do pronounce it.
Well, you said it. You pronounced this word right. It's one of the largest permitted solar parks.
Yeah.
They have a permit already.
Yes.
Rather than just permitted.
Yes.
I was thinking that as I read it. I said, wait a second. Who's permitting solar parks here?
Yes.
But it's permitted.
Yes.
It means that it's on the works. It's in the works.
It is indeed. And we are, we have one more item from Tuesday. It's from The Guardian.
It's from The Guardian, and it says...
This was a big surprise for me.
UK government lifts a block on new onshore wind farm subsidies. I didn't even know this was happening.
Well, they did this. We talked about this when it happened, but
I probably forgot about it.
That was probably 5 years ago. The UK abandoned its opposition to subsidizing new onshore wind farms 4 years after ministers scrapped support for them. The government will remove a block against onshore wind projects by allowing schemes to compete for subsidies with other renewable developments.
I mean, I don't understand why they did that in the first place. Other than politics.
It was people were objecting to the idea of wind farms, and some people would rather have fracking. But guess what, gang? Fracking has completely collapsed in the UK.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot, but they've got a long ways to go before the end of the road here. So.
Well, the quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Onshore wind is presently UK's cheapest energy source.
Yes.
Okay. The U-turn follows the government pledge to cut emissions to virtually zero by 2050. So they got themselves painted into a corner here.
Well, they had to do something.
A feat that official climate advisors believe it will require the UK's onshore power capacity to triple in the next 15 years.
Yes, this is the thing. They've started to look at reality here.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
wind farm developers will need to comply with tough new proposals on community consent.
Well, this is the thing. They're going to have to go to the community and say, we want you to want this wind farm. And that actually has
worked.
Isn't there
a song about that?
I don't know.
I know that someday you'll want me to want you.
Oh, okay. There was a guy who came from Germany, and he was talking in Brattleboro, and he was talking about wind farms, and he put up a picture of a wind turbine.
Yeah.
And it had been taken. The
in
picture.
Brattleboro.
No, it had been taken. He gave a talk in Brattleboro. It had been taken from an apartment or something like that in Germany, looking out across rooftops, and there in the distance, pretty big, was a wind turbine. And he said, some people object to wind turbines, but, other people don't. And, and he showed a picture of the wind turbine that said, people object to this, and down at the bottom it said, their wind turbine. And he said, people accept this, our wind turbine.
Huh?
If the wind turbine belongs to a big company from some other part of the world, they object to it.
Okay.
If it belongs to the town, it's acceptable.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can understand that.
And there are towns in Germany and other parts of Europe that own their own wind turbine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we have talked about the hospital out. Where is it in Kansas?
Oh, yeah, Kiowa County Hospital, which has its own wind turbine between the parking lot and the front door.
Well, we're going to take a look at Mr. Warren Buffett.
Okay, there is Mr. Warren Buffett.
In case you want to know what he looks like.
There he is.
There he is.
He looks very happy.
Warren Buffett's secret to cheap electricity.
This comes from Forbes. In his latest letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders, Warren Buffett touted its low electricity bills for customers. Quote, the extraordinary differential between our rates and theirs is largely the result of our huge accomplishments in converting wind into electricity.
Well, he's sort of right.
Yeah.
He bought this company that now is known as Berkshire Hathaway Energy.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a diversified conglomerate operating in 9 states and Canada. It's a big company.
It's a big company.
It owns the means to generate, store, transmit, and supply power to its customers.
Right.
Okay? It owns 33 gigawatts of generation.
Gigawatts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
3/4 of that is wind.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's got 33,000 miles of transmission line.
And where everybody else is...
You don't even know about it. This guy's a big operator in this field.
He is. And Berkshire Hathaway, by the way, has historically been known as the company with the highest stock price of any company in the world.
Is that so?
It's like, I don't know, $50,000 a share or something. I don't know. I haven't looked for years. But so I could be way off with that. But Berkshire Hathaway is run by Warren Buffett, and he makes a lot of money. He's called the Wizard of Wall Street.
Yeah, he is that,
and
right.
He is a very bright guy who has figured out a long time ago that you can make more money on electricity if you don't have fuel that costs you money. And he's been keeping prices down at a time when everybody else's prices are going up. And he's guaranteeing prices for like 20 years into the future.
Keep your eye on that, man.
Well, you know, I mean, it makes sense. You don't know what's going to happen with the price of natural gas, but you do know what's going to happen with the price of wind.
Yep, bingo.
So there you go.
Well, I've said it before. I mean, when you got a fuel that doesn't cost, when you got energy that doesn't cost you for the fuel,
yeah,
you're ahead of the game.
You are ahead of the game. Okay, we have an item now from MSN Now.
We do that. Fossil fuels for power at a turning point as renewables surged in 2019.
The use of fossil fuels such as coal and oil for generating electricity fell in 2019 in the US, the EU, and India. At the same time, the overall power output rose, a turning point for the global energy mix. The declines suggest the end of the fossil fuel era could be on the horizon.
It could be. In 2019, the amount of power sourced from fossil fuels dropped by 156 terawatt hours. Now, a tera is bigger than giga.
Terawatt hour is 1,000 gigawatt hours.
From 2018, 1 year. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a rate faster than the overall growth. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a faster rate than the overall growth in power.
Absolutely.
The contribution of nuclear to the global power mix rose last year slightly.
Slightly.
And the reason for that is Japan is putting back online some of the plants they closed after Fukushima.
And the Russians are, and actually the Chinese have been putting on plants too, new plants, building
New plants. Well, in case of the Japanese, they're older plants that they shut down that they're turning back on again.
Right, and the Russians are pushing nuclear power plants elsewhere in the world because they can make a lot of money doing that. They know that it, you know, they're going to countries in Africa and saying, you need electric power. We can sell it to you. You don't have to worry about this. We'll loan you the money to buy it.
How sweet.
How sweet. Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up here.
We do, and this is our last item. It comes from Renew
here.
Economy, and it is a mind blower. We've had a bunch of mind blowers.
Well, that's a picture of
the
Muscle Row
Wind Farm,
which is in the upper right corner of Tasmania. And
The upper
Tasmania,
right.
yeah, if you look at a map.
Yes, I know.
And Tasmania, of course, is a state in Australia.
Yeah, which in this article is referred to as a tiny island.
Well, it's not tiny.
It's not exactly tiny.
Okay, but that's an interesting picture. It looks like a pretty place.
It's kind of like saying, well, Louisiana is a tiny state. I mean, compare it with Texas.
That's probably very accurate. Well, Tasmania sets a world-leading target of 200% renewables by 2040. 200% renewables.
They want to have 200% of their electricity.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, you're going to explain to us why it does.
While Australia's federal coalition refuses to accept the notion that Australia can reach 50% renewable energy without sorcery or total economic destruction.
Sorcery?
Sorcery, that's what it says. Tasmania's Liberal government, and we will get back to Liberal on this, has just announced a possible world first, a renewable energy target of 200% by 2040. And the reason I said we'll get back to liberal, the federal coalition is controlled primarily by liberals. And the liberals are the equivalent of conservative Republicans in the United States. And but the liberal-controlled governments of Tasmania and also South Australia are really pursuing this renewable bandwagon hard.
They look like they can make some money on it.
That's the whole point. They've got this underground, submarine cable running to the main.
They're there already.
That's already there. They want to put in a second one. They want to have. They want, in their words, to turn Tasmania into Australia's battery.
Yep. Well, Tasmania is already hydropower rich.
Yes.
It's got hydropower running.
Yep.
So they're going to double the state's hydro, wind and solar energy production.
Right.
And they've got what they call a Tasmanian Renewable Hydrogen Plan, which calls for commercially exporting hydrogen by 2030.
And they're serious about this.
Oh, I think they are, and I think they're going to do it.
2030 is not that far away. If you think about it, it kind of is it's an aggressive move to do this in 10 years. They've got to build ships to hold hydrogen.
Yep.
There are no ships that exist today to do that. They know how to do it.
Huh?
There's nothing. They know how to do it. It would be like a natural gas tanker, but this hydrogen that they're shipping is liquid. And
so they got to keep it cold.
It boils at like 20 degrees Kelvin. And yeah, it's got to be kept super cold. Of course, they can run the ships on hydrogen by allowing the hydrogen to boil into
And they can, yeah.
They could.
Well, what they're doing here is they have a resource.
Yes.
Which is their hydro.
Yep.
And they're figuring out we can make money on it.
Yes.
And that's basically what they're trying to do.
That's what they're doing.
And my goodness, a year ago I didn't even hear about hydrogen. And now everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about hydrogen. Everybody's got new ways to get hydrogen cheaply, and base it entirely on renewable.
It's basically storing energy.
Yeah, and hydrogen can be used as a replacement for natural gas.
Yes, it can.
To a degree.
In existing natural gas pipelines.
If you're going to extend the natural gas by adding hydrogen, you can just do that.
You can mix it.
Replacing it all together, well, you're going to have
a little tricky.
A little trickier, but nevertheless, hydrogen's a real product. It's not a. Anyway.
No, it's just that the technology is changing and people are looking at it, and hydrogen's starting to make sense for certain things that nobody ever thought of before.
Yep. And we have a message
this is the end
for
of it
you,
here.
Which is have a mysteriously felicitous week.
Mystifyingly
felicitous week. I forgot.
What does that mean?
I knew you were going to ask me. I made that sentence up. I don't even know.
Well, in any case,
felicitous means happy.
Y'all come back and see us now. You hear?
Absolutely.
So this year, there is no school district portion to our meeting due to the consolidation of school districts. And so, the Dummerston Town Meeting is hereby called to order. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. very often. I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together today in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. Can I ask for folks in the back to be a little quieter so everyone can hear the meeting? Thank you. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Neil Quinn, Tom Johnson, Jonathan Flackus, Callan Latham Tyler, David Koski, Stephen Brown, Claude Goen, John Carter, Nelson Gilson, Dick Tuttle, Art Snarski, Bob Carg Sr., Lynn Billington, Paul Nelson, Janice Duke, Priscilla Smith, Shorty Ferret, Leslie Pierce, Bunny Hazelton, and Martha Chamberlain. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On page 1 and 2 of your town report, if you have one, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If you are one of those folks, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. Thank you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. Childcare is available today in the first grade classroom, which is out that door and the second door on the right. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name every time and speak directly into the microphone so that the viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It's our tradition to make an exception for those who represent Dummerston at the State House. Accordingly, I will give the privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the House is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card and haven't yet received one. If you need one later on, let our mic numbers know and they'll come and get one for you. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May. Because we anticipate a shorter meeting, the menu is soup and sandwiches. The cost is $5 for all. I was nervous when I didn't see pie in there. I thought we might have a riot on our hands, but it sounds like we're getting another kind of dessert that sounds equally wonderful. So you have to stick around to see what that is. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the table in the back of the room, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember to state your name every time you stand to speak, otherwise I'll interrupt you and ask you to do so. Lori's in the back of the room helping with people who are registering to vote today. Eliza Greenhoe is a new assistant town clerk and is taking minutes today. We need to make sure that she knows the name of each person that makes a motion and the name of the person who seconds it. So I know many names, but not all, so make sure we know your name if you do one of those things. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern our meeting. To speak all together now, raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 4 able assistants today, mic runners. Thank you, Ellen Rago, for gathering this great crew. Starting out, oh, Kyle, are you starting out instead of Sadie, or is Sadie still here? There you are. Oh, ready to go. Okay, starting out are Sadie Mills and Michael Thibault, right there, and we're going to have backups from Kyle Megiolaro and Zadie Olmstead, and then there are other 8th graders doing the babysitting. So, good citizens already. Thank you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. That's me. If you have a question for someone, you still address it to me. We're not supposed to have conversations going back and forth between people. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year, again, we were reminded that questions are supposed to come to the moderator, and this includes under Robert's rules, there are no conversations between members of the body. You are the body. We have found only one error in this year's town report. In the meeting minutes from last year, on page 64, we approved a tax exemption for the West Somerset Volunteer Fire Department for 5 years, not just 1 year, which is why you don't see it on the warning again this year. And now we begin. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report if you have one. There were a few on the table in the back. I don't know if there are any left, but feel free to check it out if you don't have one. Page 64 shows the minutes from last year, so I'll borrow Zeke's funny line and ask you to open your hymnals to page 66. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion? It's not on. Peter, can we get your help? This mic doesn't seem on.
Madam Moderator, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
Is there a second? So Terry Chapman and Louis White. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll assume you're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have accepted the auditor's report. Article 3, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Zeke and Lewis. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the Select Board is so authorized. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Maria Lewis. Lewis, you're doing great. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. This is the raising part, not the spending part. Maria, is there anything you want to say about this? Or are you going to? All right.
Unless somebody has
I think
questions.
most of you know that we raise a pretty level sum every year and then spend what we need to. So, any discussion on this question? Seeing none. Paul Normandow.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody going to go over the capital fund items at this time? The reason I'm asking is I noticed that last year in the capital fund that we had a bond payment for the gravel pit. And this year I noticed that it's in the highway fund, highway department fund. And it seems to me that if we're paying for our fire trucks and things that last for an extended period of time through the capital fund, that the bond payments should also be reflected in the capital fund, because we're paying for that over, I believe, a 20-year period, but maybe it's longer. But it's an extended period of time, and it's definitely a capital item for the town. So that's, and I didn't know, perhaps the Select Board could answer the logic that went into that. Thank you.
So the Select Board is interrogated as to why the bond payment for the gravel pit has been moved out of the capital plan and into the budget.
That was a discussion with our town treasurer, Charlotte, and it was recommended that we put it in the budget as opposed to the capital plan. Charlotte,
do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I thought that because of additional items that the Select Board had chosen to add to the capital fund that tend to change from year to year, and this is going to be steady for the next 25 years, that the amount of money that we would have to raise to put into the capital fund to cover the bond payment, in addition to other items that were put into the capital fund new this year, like fire department things, that we just decided we'd move it into the highway fund.
So you were asking for information, Paul. I think your question has been answered. Is there any further debate on the motion to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes for the capital fund? Okay, the motion is that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay or no. The ayes appear to have it.
The ayes do have it, and we have funded our capital fund. Article 5, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Yes, it's going to be easy for you. Yeah. It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there someone who would like to speak to this on the select board? This is traditionally a time when we look at the capital fund page in the town report and explain how we do this. Hearing nothing from the select board, is there any question from the body? Jody Normando. I shouldn't say your name because I'm wanting you to say your name. The woman in stripes.
Jody Normando. Why don't we, I move that we look at the capital plan and get it explained by the select board.
So you have made a motion to look at the capital plan and have the select board explain it. I cannot accept that motion while this other motion is on the floor. So I think we need to finish what's on the floor, and then if you would like to make a motion that the body request the select board to explain things now or soon, that would be okay.
May I request that the select board explain it?
Would you like to explain something now? Very good. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. After 16 years with the 2004 loader, we're planning on purchasing another loader for $150,000. There's also in the capital fund, we're going to be asking later on for a flail mower for $22,750. We've got the fire truck payment in there. The fire truck we purchased in, I believe it was 2018, and that's going to be $69,827. And then this year we're going to be asking again to put $4,000 in for fire department for their gear. And that's why this year, if you look at the bottom taxes raised, it's $210,000. Normally it's $170,000. We've been trying to keep it at $170,000. But with all those taken out, that would have dropped it in 2 years to almost about $100,000 or less. Actually, it was less than $100,000. So that's why we jumped it this year to $210,000. We're going to hopefully do that next year also. And then further out, we'll go to $170,000, back down to the $170,000. But so with all those taken out, you can see we're going to be down to $179,089 in the capital fund moving forward. And if Lee wants to talk about the loader, I wouldn't mind having him explain more about the loader himself, if he's here and not gathering sap. Thank you.
Lee is here, although unless the body has a question about the loader, I don't think we need to impose on him. Rick.
Thank you. Richard Mills, Hague Road. Can you explain the decision to paying a loader outright versus funding it over a term, like the fire truck spread out over 5 years versus the loader is being straight? Obviously, there's interest, and it all ties into the overall budget, but how do you guys come about that decision to pay outright?
The select board is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to answer that question. This is Louis White again. The $150,000 for the loader, if you look at most all the town equipment, instead of having interest, this is why we have the capital fund, is so we don't have the interest. We did discuss with the fire department, and I'll get into that later. We don't want to do this with the fire department anymore either, because the interest does add up quickly. So their next truck, we're going to try to put in the capital fund further out. So it's going to be paid for upfront to get rid of the interest. So you do see the truck in there, yes. That's the way we had been doing the trucks in the past. This select board had discussed not doing that in the future, trying to pay for it to not have the interest.
The motion on the floor is to authorize the purchase of a payloader. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Cliff.
This is page 28. I'm Cliff Adler. Nobody's, I don't think, Louis, you mentioned that. People are kind of flipping through. We're on page 28?
The capital plan is on page 28 if you have your town report. Thank you, Cliff. So it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have purchased a payloader. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Louis.
No problem.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. And I just remembered I promised Charlotte that I would let her say something else about moving last year's gravel pit bond payment into the budget. You had something to add to that.
I just wanted to add, since my brain works slower than my mouth sometimes, when we were talking about putting the bond payment into the highway expenditure fund, it seemed like a good idea, because basically we're paying for our gravel, and out of that bond, we have a zero for the gravel now, but we put the bond payment in there. So it sort of offsets that a little bit better, if that makes any sense.
So we used to have a large number in the budget for gravel.
And
we
now
don't
we have,
anymore because we own a pit, and
Right.
so the bond payment seemed equivalent.
Right.
Okay.
Close.
Thank you for
Seemed
that.
like a good idea.
So the motion on the table is about purchasing 2 sets of gear for the fire department. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have supplied our fire department. Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Madam Moderator. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Nice work.
It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. As a citizen, I'd love somebody to tell me what that is.
Well, several years ago, Lee made the recommendation that we, rather than put out the mowing along the right-of-ways out for bid each year, that the town could do that mowing if we had the equipment. And we purchased a lighter weight flail mower back then, and it's worked pretty well. Gives us more versatility in when and where to mow than the old system worked. But we found that a heavier duty flail mower would do a better job of mowing the rocks and stumps and occasional mailboxes that are in the way.
Okay, thank you for that, Zeke. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Jody.
Jody Normando. Is this just a mower? This isn't one of those over-the-railing things?
No, it's
or
not an articulated over-the-rail mower.
Okay, so it's
But
just the grass.
The grass, mailboxes, anything that's in the right-of-way. This will do it.
Oh.
Cars, if you're parking illegally on the side of the road, you might take care.
Perhaps we wouldn't want to vote for this in that case, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your input. Louis, did you have something to add?
Louis White. Jody, this is just a heavier duty. The other one was starting to fall apart. It was a 2013. We figured this is just, it's the same design, same type of mower. It's just heavy duty. So it should be more for commercial use rather than residential.
Any further discussion? Eric?
Eric Kruger. So I didn't know what a Tiger flail mower was, so I Googled it because we actually have internet here. And what I'm probably seeing is the pricing for the homeowner ones. They're like $2,000, $3,000.
Yeah, we don't want the town road crew to be pushing this by hand.
Right.
We're going to hook it up to a tractor.
The most expensive one I'm seeing on my quick Google search is like $8,000. So I'm curious where we came up with 22. I mean, some of the tractors with flail mowers are advertised for that price.
Mm-hmm.
The select board is interrogated.
Lee has been researching this, and apparently there are other models in the Tiger line that you're not finding on your Google search. So this is a model. Lee's still negotiating with them to make sure it's the right mower, but this will be heavier steel commercial grade mower with a more robust gearbox and hammers and bearings.
Any further discussion? Yes, Connie.
Thanks. Connie Baxter. I'm just curious as to what is the fate of the old mower, that's the one that's falling apart. Are we going to keep using it and keep it going, or are we going to sell it, or what?
The select board is interrogated, but perhaps they'd like to delegate the answer to Lee.
Thank you.
Lee, could you raise your hand high so that there's Zadie?
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, we are going to still use it. It's not in great shape, but and we're not going to get very much for trade. So we'll use it until it's pretty much junk. Yep.
Thank you, Lee. Any further discussion? Yes, Paul.
Excuse me, Paul Normando. Does that mean we'll be able to cut the limbs off the trees a little higher up and a little further back than what we've been doing lately. I'm very concerned about that, frankly. I'm very proud of Dummerston. It has great roads, great aesthetics along our back roads, but I get concerned when I see cutting the limbs up, and it kind of shreds them, and it leaves an awful mess when we drive down the road. Now I know this stuff will grow back, but it's going to grow back like in a fuzz, and it won't have the nice appearing. And we did this on Middle Road, we did this on Schoolhouse Road. So as a citizen, I'm very concerned about the aesthetics of what we do. And I would hope that we would be more careful with how we treat the sides of the roads. Thank you.
Louis, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. Paul, this is a flail mower. It doesn't go up to do the sides of the road. That was a different piece of equipment that did that. So this is a flail mower just to get the grass. And it does get the smaller trees, but not the tops of the trees.
We rented that piece of it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger Flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Oh, and folks standing in the back, there are seats down front if you'd like. Article 8, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st through 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And I can't second this.
I'll second. I'm going to second.
Geraldine seconds the motion. Thank you, Geraldine. And Louis, you'll be presenting this budget to us?
Yes.
Would you like to come up here?
Sure. I just want to say something before I start with the budget. It's just the process that we went through this year. During the budget process, the Select Board took a different approach than in the past. We started the meetings in October and met with various town committees. We tried to get all the town committees to come in to present their budget to us. We met with social services twice, and we ended up level funding with them. We met with farmland protection. We decided to do the $500,000. 5,000, 500,000. What the heck? I mean, we might as well. We can buy a few farms for that. And then we met with the fire department twice to work on their funding, and it was they came in with their budget, and we discussed what they wanted, and then we asked them back, and we had 3 of their folks come back. We explained to them, they asked for $30,000 for repairs to the fire department, and we explained to them that we'd like to see what you're going to do, the actual money. They wanted over a three-year period. They asked for the gear, which you saw in the capital fund. We talked to them about a new fire truck in the future. And it was really good to talk to all these committees because we opened up a good line of communication with people, like with the fire department. in the past, I don't think there was the communication the way, it was, here's what we want, and, and we're going to just level fund you. This year, with talking to them twice, I feel that we had real good communications, and that, everybody's getting somewhat what they want, not necessarily everything they want. So, if you have your town report, it is let's move to page 23. Okay, if you go to the last page, I say last page, yeah, all right. If you go to page 26 and you look down at the number from last year to this year, it's an increase of $2,714. So when you have everything's not level funded, because we got SEVIDS that I know they have an article in here, so that will raise it another $5,000 or more. But everything is, there's nothing I don't see that really stands out that people are going to really question. So if you do have questions, please ask Cindy and I'll try to answer them.
So Lewis was referring us to the general fund expenses, the total, which has gone up to $486,492 this year. Are there questions for Lewis? Jody.
Jody Normando. Madam Moderator, I'm going to question the BCTV assessment, and I'm not questioning having them. I think they're wonderful. But however, I've watched some of the select board meetings, and one was 4 minutes long and one was 9 minutes long. And I'm thinking that you don't really need BCTV in there, or if you can do your business in 4 or 9 minutes, maybe you ought to consolidate your minutes. I just think it's it's not a huge expense, but I think it's an expense for 4 or 9 minutes. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, okay.
Jody, this year we had the gravel pit that we were dealing with. There was a lot of the stuff this year was pretty quick meetings, but BCTV does do a lot, and I know you said you weren't questioning what they do, but next year there may be longer meetings with more town business. This year, there were a lot of short meetings, and I don't know. I don't know if it was the guy running the meetings that didn't get to second anything, but.
Any other questions for the select board? Yes, standing in the back behind you, Kyle. Could you wait for the microphone and start by saying your name?
Yeah, Marcy Herman Sater. I just wanted to say that there are other programs that are relevant to Dummerston. Wendy O'Connell does an interview program, and people from Dummerston have been interviewed on that. So I don't know, I can't speak any further, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Wow. Oh yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Richard Cogliano. I live on Beaver Pond Road, and I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for the West Dummerston Fire Department. I'd like to just make a comment and say, first of all, thank you for voting for 2 sets of gear under the capital fund. We really appreciate it. That's something we're going to be looking to do every year as our gear ages and we need to replace it. The other thing is, part of what the fire department asked for was an incremental increase to cover the cost of inflation. We have been level funded at $49.5 for the last 7 years. I don't know about all of you, but our electric bill has gone up, our cable and internet has gone up, and our mutual aid assessment, just the money we pay to be dispatched has gone up $7,685 in that time period. That's money that as volunteers we have to fundraise. So we would like to see that number the 49.5, increased. We'd like to see that increase to $57,918, an increase of $8,418, which is the actual cost that we pay out for heating, cable and internet, power, and dispatching. That's just the added increase for those 4 items.
Thank you, Rick. Oh, sure.
Lewis White. When the fire department came to us, this is surprising to me to hear this, because when the fire department came to us and they asked for $75,000, which included $26,000 in capital expenditures. They wanted $4,000 for gear, $30,000 for improvements on the West Dummerston Fire Station. When we took the numbers and you did the math backwards, they actually asked for $49,000. We threw the $500,000 in because they didn't ask when they came to this meeting for any cost of living increase. We never heard this until right now. So it's sort of surprising and sort of disappointing that we thought we had a good line of communication going, and then I'm hearing that they're throwing a number to me that they didn't give us when they did their budget. So.
You'd like to speak a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this question first? Seeing none, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. We did ask for $75,000. We asked for $10,000 for this year and $10,000 in future years each to cover the renovations to the West Station. We asked for $6,000 for gear. That's $16,000. And we asked for an increase due to inflation up to $57,000. When we did the math on, like I said, just those 4 items, it was actually $84,000. So we did propose a higher number, and I have the emails to prove that if anyone wants to see them.
Paul, you have your hand up. Can you raise it high so the mic runners can see? Thanks.
Paul Namando. I would like to point out that on page 19, if you look at the summary of municipal taxes that are going to have to be raised this year, if you take the difference between last year and this year, not counting the other items that are in the articles, other than the ledge crushing fund, the taxes that you'll be paying will be 12% higher next year than they were this year. So I would like everybody to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Lewis? Or someone else?
Yeah, I will speak to that more when we get to the highway fund, Paul. Thank you for that, though, pointing that out.
Harold, down front, please.
Harold Noel. I'd like the treasurer to tell us what that increase would be up to the 12% on 100,000 per tax rate, so people would realize the additional cost.
Harold, I think we're going to cover that in the next motion. If the next motion is the highway fund, yes, that's where the increase seems to be. So I'm going to hold off until then before we ask for discussion on that. Harold, you're asking for an explanation of the difference between the 2 figures of last year and this year just for the general fund. So that's a difference of 2,000 and something. Do you want to speak to that again, Lewis?
Yes. Harold, right now we're on the general fund. We will be on the highway. So that if we just took the general fund, it's only the $2,400 or $2,700. But so when we get to the general fund, and I think Charlotte's working on that. So when we get to the highway, I bet she'll have an answer for you.
Thank you, Lewis. Yes, Charles.
Chuck Fish, is Rich Cogliano's remark
an amendment to the motion, or is it just a comment?
I did not hear Mr. Cogliano make a motion. Rick has raised his hand again.
Sorry, parliamentary procedure. I would like to amend the motion to include the increase of $8,418 for the fire department funding.
$8,418, is that right? The motion has been made to amend the town general fund budget, adding $8,418 for the fire department. Is there a second to that motion? I see your hand. I don't know your name, sir. Paul Adler. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Rich Cogliano and Paul Adler to add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department. Rich, you've spoken a couple of times, but if you would like to explain this again, I won't count that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I said earlier, we looked at 4 categories for things that have had inflationary increases. Dispatching, the cost of being in Southwest New Hampshire District Fire Mutual Aid, which is our dispatch center, is the most significant at an increase over the last 8 years of $7,685. We also have an increase in Southern Vermont Cable, which, let's face it, I don't know if they're going to be around in another year, of $226 in the last 7 years. Green Mountain Power has gone up $767 in the last 7 years. On the good side, since we've switched over to propane at both our stations and we've renovated the center, our heating costs have gone down $259 in 7 years. So the total in just those 4 categories, dispatching, power, cable and internet, and heating, the total increase is $8,418. Now, that's not an increase in the cost of gear. That's not an increase in the cost of equipment. That's not the increase in phones. That's just the increase or insurance, actually. All of that we still have to fund. So we're not looking to be 100% funded. Our total budget, as I said, has been level funded since 2012. We pay $90,500 to operate our station, to operate our department. That means we have to raise 46% of our budget by fundraising. The same volunteers, several of us in the room that stood up earlier, that are going on calls, going to car accidents, going to fires and medical emergencies are the same ones that are flipping pancakes and writing fund drive letters. We get nothing. So we are asking to help us flip a few less pancakes, play a few less rounds of golf for our golf tournament, which is happening September 12th. So that we can stay viable and stay operational. That's all we're looking for, is just an incremental increase to cover some of our increasing costs over the last 7 years since we've been level funded.
The motion on the floor is to amend the main motion, the general fund budget, by adding $8,418 for the fire department. Lewis, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, Lewis White, thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand they're saying 46%. The town paid, we have a payment this year of $30,145.80 for the fire station that was built a couple years back. Another $71,952.30 for a fire engine that we purchased. So, and then on top of that, you've got the $49,500 that we gave them. And without the $49,500, we're at $102,098.10. And then you can add the $49,500 on top of that. I was really hoping we were going to work with the fire department a little closer than this, and to get to this point where everybody was happy to. But we're already at a 12% increase this year, and to add this onto it, and then we're going to have another article for SEVEDS coming up, which is going to add even more to it if it's approved. So I'd really like to see people turn this motion down.
Geraldine, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Geraldine Wilson. So I'd just like to affirm the process that Louis, our Select Board Chair, followed this year of having each of the committees come and meet with the Select Board. It was really awesome, and the Fire Department as well. And I have to say that I am in great appreciation for our fire department and what they do. I would like to help support them so that it's not the same people out fighting the fires that are also flipping the pancakes. So I would encourage us all to really get involved in a lot of ways to support our fire department. And I'll say in terms of the process, I've been on the Select Board 5 years now, and this was the first year where the fire department really came and presented a budget, and I think it really reflects a shift in what Dummerston is, the town is organizing itself around in terms of a relationship between the town and the fire department. And I look forward to supporting that in whatever ways I can. I would say that the mistake, if you'll call it that, was that when the fire department came to present their numbers to us, they didn't give us any paper with things written down. It was all verbal. So then we were left as a select board to go back and write down what we heard. And so if there's a discrepancy that you're hearing in what Rich is saying they presented and what we're saying we heard, there very well could be. It's up to you, the voters of the town, what you do in terms of the amended motion that's on the floor. The typical protocol of your select board is to level fund things and then allow the town to say, yes, we're willing to pay more. We take it very seriously that we're spending our money, and so we don't take raises lightly. But I just want to end by saying that I really look forward to supporting the relationship between the town government and our respected fire department.
Harold, do you have a question on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment?
The amendment.
This is on, we're considering the amendment right now to add money to the general fund budget for the fire department.
I'm asking for a paper ballot on the amendment.
Okay. To have a paper ballot, we need 7 people who want that. This does not mean that discussion is over. We're not calling the question. But could I have you raise your hand if you support a paper ballot on this amendment to add $8,418 to the general fund for the fire department? I see more than 7 hands, so we will do a paper ballot. But more discussion on the amendment on the floor before we go there. I saw your hand, sir.
Thank you. Eric Lineback. I want to just make a comment as chairman of the Dummerston Energy Committee and note that the fire department has reached out to us several months ago about apparently their doors and their windows are quite old and the building is not very efficient. So I think it's germane to this discussion to point out that we should need to look at ways to reduce their operating costs. I'm not sure how much, new windows and doors and insulation might do, and of course there would be a cost to that as well, capital cost. And I just want to encourage you and your fellow firefighters to, we did send a lighting report. We went over there and did a review and costed stuff out, sent that report. Haven't heard anything back from you yet. We want to encourage you to interact with us and help us help you. So, thank you.
We're discussing an important matter, but I'm going to interrupt it for a moment for something potentially even more important, and that is that the kitchen needs to know how many people are going to be having lunch here today by 11 o'clock, which is very shortly. So kitchen staff, can you come out and look at this number of hands? Michael, can you knock on the door and ask them to please come out? Thank you. Kitchen, can you come out and look at our raised hands? Now, raise your hands if you're staying for lunch. What do you think, Larry? Tell us when we can put our hands down. So you have enough sandwiches, but not too many. Sounds good. Thank you. So we are still talking about the motion on the floor, which is to amend the general fund budget by a total of $8,418, adding that for the fire department. Molly, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Hi, I'm Molly Stoner. My question is about the history of this sort of binary funding. I'm curious, I don't see fire department funding as optional, so I feel a little bit of trepidation about part of it being raised privately and by the workers who are busy doing the work. So I just don't know the history, and I'm curious if anyone can speak to that. And then this probably isn't Robert's rules, but I'm interested in exploring that question of, is this the best way to move forward at another time?
Is there anyone who could speak to Molly's question about a binary relationship and us funding the fire department? Different towns do it differently. If you'd like to specifically answer the question, Rich, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry I'm taking up so much time. So to answer your question about why two different funding sources, every town is different. Our town, we choose to have an independent volunteer fire department. We are not a town department. Brattleboro is a town department. Putney is a town department with an association. So every town is a little bit different. Ours really was a bunch of neighbors that got started in 1950 that got together and said, hey, we need a fire department here in town. So they fundraised, they did all that work themselves. They built the trucks back then, back when you could get away with things like that. Now we have laws that say you can't do that. So part of it is in the 80s or so, we started saying, look, there's a lot more costs to this than what volunteers can do and fundraise. So we asked the town for funding. Starting then, the town started buying our trucks on a 7 or 8 year cycle. So that's where this binary process came in, is that to run a fire department is expensive. And to 100% independently fundraise it is very, very difficult. So we asked the town for help decades ago, and here we are today. So, does that answer? Thank you.
Any further discussion on the question? Greg?
Thank you. I'm Greg Brown. I have a question, Madam Moderator, and I guess it's also a concern. At some point in the future, the fire department, bless their hearts, and I have no complaint about the fire department and what they do, except that you can't build a budget in somebody's head and just leave it there. You got to put it on a piece of paper. Otherwise, we run the risk of running into the same kinds of problems that we're talking about now. How much is the addition that you want to hear or that you want to have to the budget? Oh, by the way, it was never written down, and so there's some confusion about how much the amount really is. It's just not a very good way to run a railroad. And so I would hope in the future that the fire department and the select board would have good communications. And apparently this year was a good step in the right direction. I applaud that. But you just can't go on unless you put some stuff on paper, so that there's no question about what the amount is, what it's for, what the timing is, and what have you. Thank you.
Geraldine, did you want to respond to that? Okay. Anything else? Yes, Eric.
Eric Kruger. So this body, Madam Moderator, has a long history of people proposing large changes to the general budget and long discussions of them. And so I'm just proposing, it's not an official proposal, I'm mentioning the possibility that perhaps we would consider some less than $8,418 in this cycle, with the caveat that perhaps there could be greater coordination between the fire department and the select board to achieve the funding level that they are seeking in subsequent budgets. Because I agree, it is a pretty big number to spring on the day of the meeting.
So Eric, I'm hearing you say maybe we want to consider an amount smaller than $8,418, is that right? But you have not given an amount. There's a complicated thing that we can do, and I forget the name of it, but it's where we started an amount that's low and keep raising it until we don't have a majority saying yes to that amount anymore. I wonder if that's something that you want to propose.
I'll respond to that. Because we've already had a paper ballot called for this amendment, I don't see that as feasible. I will leave it up to somebody else to amend their amendment or to amend the amendment. All I'm suggesting is we can talk about this for another 30 minutes. We have a short meeting this year. But if that number was less than 8,400 on the day of the town meeting, I think it might be palpable to more people. So I'm trying to support the fire department in their intent and get them some money without seeing it shot down because we were given a big number.
Mm-hmm. Eric, we can amend the amendment. And having a paper ballot on the original amendment does not preclude us from doing that. So I'm going to rule, but I invite dissent, that we will start by doing a voice vote at $2,000 and moving up until we no longer have a majority. And yes, Paul has a point of order. Sadie, could you bring the mic?
Madam Moderator, I don't think that's an appropriate way to do this. And I don't think the moderator should be directing the body as to which way to approach the solution to this problem. I think it belongs with the body to make that decision.
Yes, it is the moderator's prerogative to rule, but it is the body's prerogative to overrule the moderator. I'm going to take a 45-second break to look at my cheat sheets here and make sure that what I'm proposing we do is the right way to do this. Bev, I see you have a comment in the back. Do you want to go ahead?
You know, Dennis and I have been loyal supporters of the fire department for many, many years. And it's a very important thing. And since the fire department is a self-supporter and the town is supporting them, I think it would really be wise to encourage the fire department to work more closely with the select board in preparing financial information. And it would be really lovely. I can tell you from volunteering with fundraisers that it's a very, it brings the community together. It makes you feel like you belong to something. And I'd really encourage community participation in fire department fundraisers.
Suzanne in the back.
To me, actually, the number seems fairly small in the overall budget and in what was asked for by the fire department, whichever version you're looking at. And I appreciate the processes, the changes in the process and the things that Geraldine outlined and where the glitches might have been. And I'd like to suggest, I don't know if this is appropriate with this amendment, that we table the amendment and really just be more careful next year and just vote the straight amount that we got from the process that was the new improved process this year, and not consider this any longer, this added for 20, what is it, 8,000 plus.
Thank you, Suzanne. Louis, if you have a point of information, otherwise you've already spoken to this a couple of times. No? Okay.
I'm going to call the question, but
Anybody can call the question. Okay.
I'll call the question then.
And I'm going to back up a sec. So I've found this, it's filling in the blanks, but the reality is that I have not had a specific motion to do this. I'm looking at you, Eric. And other comments have been made up here that I think are useful. So I'm going to ask the body, would you like to vote on the amendment that's on the floor, which carries a figure of $8,418? And if we do vote on that, we'll do it by paper ballot. So my question to you is, do you want to vote yes? Let's just end this discussion and go ahead and vote on the amendment by paper ballot? Or do you want to not call the question and consider looking at this process of filling in the blanks, where we look at where the body might like to approve a smaller number to then vote on by paper ballot? Is this a point of order, Jody? Okay, Jody?
Jody Normadell. Isn't calling the question a non-debatable question, and we just have to vote on that or not?
Yes, and I'm essentially asking us to do that. If you vote to end discussion, then that's calling the question. And if you vote not to end discussion, instead to do filling in the blanks, we can do that. So, just kind of two things. The question has been called. Harold, you're right. Okay, let's go that route. Good point. Who seconded? Eric Kruger seconded. Louis called the question. Eric seconded. Okay, we'll go that route because you're right. That's not a debatable motion. Okay, so if you would like to end this discussion and go ahead to the paper ballot, voting on the figure of $8,418, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed to calling the question, those who want to continue discussion, signify by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question is called. So, for a paper ballot, those whose last names...
Point of order?
Yes.
I don't believe Harold called the paper ballot for this motion. He called it for the other vote. For the original. For the original. Not for the amendment. He did not ask for a paper ballot for this amendment.
Harold, you called for a paper ballot on the general fund approval? Not.
I called the paper ballot at the time the $8,000 was asked to be increased, and it's to be voted on that article of increasing it, the budget.
Yes.
By 8,000.
That's what I understood you to say. Thank you, Harold. So we're going to do a paper ballot on the amendment on the floor. What you're voting on is, shall we add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department? If you want to do that, you're going to write yes. If you want the budget to stay at it as it is with no increase for the fire department, vote no. Those whose last names begin with A through K come to this table. Those with last names starting with L to Z to this table. Who's got the books?
It's A through L.
L, okay. A through L at the first table, A through L, and M through Z at the second table, M through Z. Vote yes if you want the increase for the fire department. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. There were 147 votes. 77 voted yes to add the money. 70 voted no. So the amendment passes, and $8,418 has been added to the general fund budget for the fire department. That brings us back to the main motion on the floor, which is Article 8. Charlotte, can you give me new numbers? Now that the motion has been amended, I'm thinking we have a budget of, somebody got their calculator out? Can you add $486,492 to $8,418? I think that's $494,910. Okay. And how much of that needs to be raised by taxes? We need to add $319,410 plus 8,418, and that looks like $327,828. Is that correct? Yes? All right. Thanks to the Dummerston School for those lifelong citizens who learn their math here. So, Article 8 has been amended. The question on the floor now is, will we approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there further discussion on the main motion regarding the entire general fund budget? Are you ready for the question? Looks like you are. All in favor of the motion on the floor, which I will repeat, is to approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed your budget. Thank you. It is 11:39, and I see 4 legislators here. So we're going to take a break from articles and invite our legislators to come speak. I'll be positively rude and say that people will probably stop listening at noon when it's lunchtime. So however you want to divide up your time, be our guests.
Hello, Dummerston. It's good to be home. Thank you for giving us a few moments of your time to talk with you. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can because it sounds like lunch is right around the corner. This week that we have off, it's really nice because not only do I get a chance to catch up on all the home improvement projects, but it gives me a chance to actually sit down and talk with folks without feeling any sort of rush or anything like that. So, all your legislators are home for the next week, and feel free to reach out to us if you want to talk, and we're here for you. And I wanted to start off by just mentioning that the Windham delegation is down by one member. The former representative from Rockingham, Matthew Trieber, recently resigned, as many of you probably know. And over the last year and a half, Matt became a really good friend of mine, and he had this way of criticizing just about every single piece of legislation, but it was good in a way because he really knew how to analyze things. And, no law is perfect, but he helped bring them as close to perfect as possible. So he's definitely missed. And I also wanted to share just a quick story about last year, my first year as a freshman legislator. And, I had a few assumptions about how things happened in the State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of the assumptions that I had was that in the General Assembly, you have Democrats sitting on one side and you'll have Republicans sitting on the other. That was just how I figured they did it, because that's how they did it in Congress. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators pick their own seats or go back to their old seats. So on the first day I had my seat assigned to me, I went and I sat down and I looked around me and I realized I didn't recognize anybody, and that's because I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. So I thought to myself, I was like, did I make a mistake here, or did somebody else make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out that it was not a mistake, and that in our State House, legislators get mixed up regardless of party affiliation. And even though I was a bit nervous at first, I'm actually very glad that it's set up that way. The reason being that over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the different perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are always carried out with mutual respect and honesty. We occasionally make fun of each other, but overall we're actually very respectful, and it's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture, in that right here in communities like Dummerston, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you folks a brief rundown of some of the pieces of legislation that we've been working on. So as you may know, the Global Warming Solutions Act passed with a strong showing of tripartisan support. Some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain some sense of hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope that I witnessed on the floor was the general tripartisan agreement among all the majority of legislators that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as folks living in poverty in this state. And so this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just several days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate bill also passed in the House. And the reality that we all know is that marijuana has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. The lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money that people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I will be happy to support legislation that prevents money from going to folks who may also be trafficking other drugs in our state. Now, the role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. What I told people is that I don't like any drugs whatsoever, so I know I'm not very fun at parties, but I do care a lot about highway safety. So as a former trooper and drug recognition expert, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. Overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products. It will bolster our tourism economy, and the licensing options that are available will provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And the other topic that I wanted to talk about is something that's a bit more local related. As we've all heard, we've heard about the car break-ins that have been happening, especially in Brattleboro, and I know we've had a number of car break-ins here in Dummerston. So currently there is a strange loophole in Vermont law where a person can enter another person's vehicle without their consent, and it's not a crime. So right now, if anyone left their car unlocked, I can go into the parking lot, take a nap in your back seat, rummage around through your documents, or just hang out, and it's not a crime. And so I want to say that I fully support restorative justice. I support closing that constant pipeline to prison, but I do believe that people have an expectation of privacy for their vehicles, and they also have an expectation that they'll be safe if that privacy is violated. So I have started working on legislation to make it unlawful to to intentionally enter another person's vehicle without their consent. There's no jail time attached to this because it is a big problem, because we don't want to increase our prison population, but I do believe that police should have a way to intervene when people are rummaging around through your vehicle. So, like I said, I'm going to keep it quick, and I'm going to pass the mic off to my district mate, Mike Merwicki, and I do just want to say that it's been a true honor and privilege to serve all of you in Montpelier, and if you have any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the week. So, thank you.
It's almost afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon. And I know that we are standing between you and the best lunch around, so we'll try and be brief. Thanks for the opportunity, Cindy. Thanks for offering us a break here, and to everyone here. It is great to be back home here. When I'm up in the north, I refer to home as the Southeast Kingdom. And it gets people's attention. And somebody from the Northeast Kingdom said, "How could you do that?" I said, well, Governor Aiken of Putney is the person who coined the term, so being from Putney, I think we can appropriate a little bit there. We're at the point in the session, mid-session, we're almost at what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to get from one side, either the House to the Senate or vice versa. So it's a busy time. We've been working on a lot of things. I especially want to affirm what Nader said about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think what we do, we have to balance the needs of today and the future. And as a new grandfather, my daughter gave birth a year ago, it is so much more essential for us to make sure they have a future. When we go camping, we're told, leave it cleaner than you found it, and we certainly want to do that with how we treat the earth. You know, there's an old saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. And it might have been good if 20 years ago we did some of these actions, but we didn't. So now is the best time to do it. And we're looking forward to using the structure of the Global Warming Solutions Act. It brings things together with a coherent plan, and then it keeps us on top of things because there's structures in there where citizens can have cause to action. There's a lot of bills that get drafted. We're not going to go over all of them, but we do have a full report on our website, wyndham4.net, and on the legislative website if you want to get more details and dive into the weeds there. One of the things I want to mention before closing, though, or there's just two quick things. We've gotten a lot of questions about how secure are Vermont elections. Jeanette chairs Senate government operations. I sit on House government operations. This is a really important question, and we can feel good about the work our Secretary of State, Jim Kondos, has done in this area. He has assured us that they're taking every precaution they can so there's not a cyber leak, but the bottom line is we have paper here in Vermont. And yeah, a lot of states wish they did now. And I hope as we go across, we realize across the nation that this is a good thing to do. Lastly, I want to hold up a concern many of us are looking at. There were some headlines early this year about the Brattleboro retreat, that they're having some challenges, some money challenges. And the reality is their situation is not much different than most other rural hospitals in Vermont and across the country. The reality is the cost of providing these services isn't matched by what they're getting from the government and insurance companies. And we're going to have to reckon with this. The good news about that is our delegation, in terms of the retreat, really came together and did some good work working together. And that's one of the things I want to highlight. We're busy working, and we're working on your behalf. The retreat is an essential piece of our mental health system, but it's also the biggest employer in the county, over 800 jobs. Now, there's a whole other conversation people might want to have about what's happening there in terms of quality, what's happening for the workers. But the reality is this is a piece that we need to make sure continues. And as a delegation, we're set. We're going to work and keep doing that. I'm going to hand it off now to Senator Ballant. And thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to serve you and to serve with these good people. So thank you.
Hello. So those of you who don't know me, I am Senator Rebecca Ballant. I am one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, and I am the majority leader in the Senate. And before I get started on my remarks about my work, I wanted to just let you know of an important phone number. I know many of us in Vermont think of ourselves as global citizens. I know many of us travel. And the Vermont Department of Health last night put out a number that you can call if you've been traveling outside of the country and you wonder if you may have been exposed to coronavirus. The 802-863-7240. And I mention it because the health department lab now has the test for the virus. Currently, nobody in Vermont has been diagnosed with coronavirus, but as of last night, there was a case in Hanover, and so it's just a matter of time. So if you have been traveling, you might want to call that number and just find out if you should be taking other precautions. I was trying to talk about it with my kids last night, and they said, well, if we don't have any cases in Vermont, why are we worried about this? It takes many weeks to know if you've been exposed, and we have many folks who are at risk. I have a very big elderly population here in Windham County, and I'm very concerned about that. So if you could do that, that would be a great help to your fellow citizens. The other thing I wanted to say is I usually go to other town meetings today because Senator White and I split it up, and I do a bunch of meetings and she does a bunch of meetings, but I realized I hadn't been to Dummerston Town Meeting ever since I've been elected, and I was married in Dummerston, and I have a special place in my heart for the Grange, so I'm very happy to be here with you to tell you a little bit about my work. I sit on economic development and finance in the Senate, and in Economic Development Committee for the last few years, we've really been focused on housing. And in the last biennium, we passed the largest infrastructure investment in housing that the state of Vermont had seen in over a decade, and we were able to leverage over $100 million of investments, creating 800 new housing units, which is great, and there's still a lot more to do. We went back to the treasurer this year to say, would it be possible for us to leverage another bond? She said that she was concerned about our debt ratio and that was not going to be possible for us. So we're looking at other avenues. And the one thing that I wanted to tell you about is we're looking particularly at the issue of tax increment financing. And I won't bore you with the details, but I will tell you this. In the past, larger towns and cities in Vermont have been able to participate in our TIF program, which allows them to get supports from the state to leverage money to do infrastructure upgrades in their towns and cities. And what I mean by that is water and sewer that will allow you to build more housing units or more businesses. And these haven't been available for smaller towns. So we're looking at creating what we're calling a mini TIF program so that Dummerston and maybe Putney and Townsend and Jamaica might be able to make these investments that is not possible just on the resident tax base. So stay tuned for that. The other work that I'm very proud of that has happened in the last few weeks is the work that we've done in the Finance Committee on pharmaceutical pricing. And I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor on a bill that caps the amount of money that you will pay out of pocket for insulin. We heard some of the most distressing testimony I've ever heard in my life as a legislator, where Vermonters were coming to our committee saying that they were paying $1,600 a month to be able to afford their insulin. And I don't know how many of you know about the history of insulin, but the patent for insulin was sold for $1 to the University of Toronto. $1, because the doctor who invented it said no one should ever make money off of this. It is a life-saving drug. And now it's hundreds of dollars. The price has tripled in the past decade. And what we heard is that so many Vermonters are putting off buying their insulin, they're making it stretch or trying to make it stretch, and they're getting very, very sick. So the bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It caps the price at $100 for folks who need insulin, regardless of how many medications they need. Now, I can tell you the Committee on Finance and the rest of the Senate wishes that it could be even cheaper than that, because even $100 is a lot for many Vermonters. But it is unconscionable the amount of money that pharmaceutical companies are making for the price of insulin right now. So I'm hoping that my colleagues in the House will also have as much luck as we had in the Senate with getting it passed. The other thing that I wanted to tell you about is a bill that I co-sponsored regarding student loans and student loan debt and the servicers that service these loans. So the average borrower debt right now for a student in Vermont going to college is about $31,000. That's a $200 payment a month for 13 years. That means they're not investing in a home, they're not investing in a car or other important, or having a family. And so what the Department of Financial Regulation in Vermont said, there's not a whole lot right now that we can do as a state on the debt itself. We're going to continue to look at that issue, but we can go after the servicers that are making upwards of billions of dollars nationally on additional interest that our borrowers are paying by having them steered into loans with unfavorable terms. So again, unanimous bipartisan support in the Senate. We sent it over to the House. It will offer some relief to borrowers here in Vermont. And we're going to continue to look at affordability issues here in Vermont. The last thing I want to say is there are only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to represent their constituents in the Senate, and I am one of them, and I love my job, and I'm grateful that I'm able to serve you in that way, and I very much appreciating having this time with you today. And Jeanette, I haven't left you much time before the mac and cheese, but Senator White, thank you.
So I guess I'll try to make this really fast so that you can get to lunch. And as Becca said, it is a true honor to be able to represent Dummerston and the rest of Windham County as we serve Vermont. It really is an honor. So I sit on the Judiciary Committee in the morning and Government Operations in the afternoon. In the Senate, we're on 2 committees. I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of some of the things we're working on. In Judiciary, 10 years ago, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory for our prison population, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. That's a lot of people for a small state like ours. We invested in what was called justice reinvestment, and we have managed to change that curve a little bit. We now have 1,700. So we've not gone up like it was predicted. And this year we're investing in what we call justice reinvestment. I keep getting that wrong. Justice reinvestment 2. And our focus is on a couple things. And with all respect to Nodder about the new crime being created, we are looking at what really needs to be a crime, what should be unlawful and what shouldn't, and when people go afoul of the law or the rules and behavior, what are alternative ways of dealing with them other than sending them to prison? Because we know it costs $55,000 a year to keep someone in prison. For a man, it costs $75,000 a year to keep a woman in prison. We could send them to 4-year colleges for far less than that and get better results in most cases. So those are, we're also dealing with a lot of other issues, but that's a big one for us right now. In government operations, and I know that sounds like a really boring topic, but it deals with, as Mike said, elections, municipal issues, law enforcement, the military, the structure of government itself. And I will say just one more thing about elections. First of all, we're not doing anything to change elections this year. Our town clerks will be very happy about that. But one of the reasons that we have such a great and secure election system with a lot of integrity is because of our town clerks, because we don't have a centralized system. We have each town clerk manages the elections in their towns, and that is a huge advantage for us in Vermont. So thank you to the town clerks. So two other things that we're dealing with is we are what's called a Dillon state, which means that towns can only do what we in the state, in our wisdom, decide you can do. You can't do anything unless we give you permission to do it. Most states are not Dillon states, so they are allowed, their towns are allowed to do anything that isn't expressly prohibited by the state. We're trying to make some inroads into changing that, and what we have is we have a municipal limited, it's a pilot for limited self-governance for a number of towns in Vermont. And I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that select boards, although we give them a lot of grief for what they don't do and some of the things that they do, they have about this much authority. We don't allow them to have much authority. So what this pilot would do is allow a certain number of towns in Vermont to apply and have a much more self-governance for their town to make decisions without having to come to the state and say, may we please put a stop sign here? So I hope that that passes. It passed the Senate last year, and we're hoping it passes again. And the other thing we're dealing with is our emergency management systems. They are in a crisis state, and we're looking at funding for them and credentialing and how we actually support them as part of the, they started out as part of the transportation system because they were thought just to be transporting people from one place to another, but they really are part of our healthcare system, and we need to acknowledge that and deal with them in a different way. I'll say one last thing. This is the year when the census starts, and it is absolutely important that everybody fill out those forms. When you get them, and I just heard this morning that it's going to come to you in the mail and it's going to be addressed to occupant. And what do we all do when we get something addressed to occupants? We throw it out. But it's absolutely important that you not do it. There is not a citizenship question on there, but if we get an undercount, it will affect billions of dollars coming in from the federal government, because when they give us money for all kinds of things, transportation, for our highways, for our Medicaid, for many, many, many things, it's based on our population. So it's absolutely important that everybody answer those surveys and convince your neighbors to answer them. And if you have friends in other parts of the state, convince them to answer it, because otherwise we stand to lose billions of dollars. So with that, I'll just say, look at our legislative website, and each committee has a page, and you can go on there, and not only do you can you see what the agenda is, but when somebody comes in and testifies, you can look at all the pieces of information and all the testimony that's given and all the new drafts for every bill. So it's a very useful and user-friendly site. So please visit it, and like Nader said, we'll be around this week. So thank you.
Lunch is almost ready, but not quite. Does anyone have a question for one of our legislators? Jody, I see you in the back. Do we have our microphone runners handy? Yes, we do. Thank you, Zadie.
Thank you, Zadie. I want to ask all the legislators to please keep their eye on this new UVM weighting study. Yes. I'm sure you know about it. It's very important to our areas of the town. We are not getting the money from the state that we need, because we've been, for 20 years, since, I've forgotten what the act was now, but we've been underpaid for our children in poverty and our probably not the language children, but mainly the children in poverty. What's concerning to me is our Principals Association, our Superintendents Association, and those other people are trying to get you to drag your feet and not take it up. It needs to be taken up now. You will hear from all of us. I think, Burlington usually rules the day. They probably don't want to change, but it's been a very good study. I think you need to approve that study and take care of it now. Thank you.
Yes, we agree.
First of all, I just want to bet as to who would have the first question today. Yeah. So Jody, thanks for highlighting that, and yes, it's something we want to take up, and I want to caution people: this is not simple, this is not easy, and there isn't a town in Vermont that isn't saying the same thing, including Burlington, who's been taking on 3 generations of refugees from different parts of the world. So this is a complex piece of changing our funding formula that we're going to do the work on, but it's not simple or easy.
Any other questions? I see right behind you, Sadie. Oh, okay, go ahead, Calvin. You can go first. Start with your name, please.
Hi. Those of you who know
Calvin,
me
sorry,
know
could you
that,
please start with your name? Thank you. Your name?
Calvin Farwell from Dummerson. And those of you who know me know that the topic of this question is, of course, climate change, which is the biggest issue facing all of us in the next couple of years. Specifically, I'm interested in what is happening to the so-called Transportation Climate Initiative, or TCI for short. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a union of 12, 13, or 14, I'm not sure which, states, all in the Northeast and Atlantic coast. It's in the formative phase right now. However, it is the people in Vermont who are working on this is the Agency of Natural Resources. That's part of the administration. The fact that this involves so many states, representing about 1/3 of the population of the United States, means that this is a big deal. And any thought that Vermont's so small that it doesn't have a voice that's not important anymore. If you're a group of 1/3 of the population of the country, then the proposals for cutting down on petroleum fuels in the transportation sector, that voice will be heard. Now, I'm wondering I don't know which of you is closest to this, but what I've heard is that the governor, even though his own Agency of Natural Resources has been working like crazy on this, the governor is leaning against this. So I'm wondering what the legislators can do to turn the governor around.
Thank you, Calvin, for the question. I want to just turn the last sentence that you said around, because we are going to take the governor on TCI. But what we've heard from the governor's office is that he needs to hear from constituents that this is important to them. It's one thing if I go in a meeting with the governor and say the Senate is behind the TCI initiative, which we are, the caucus is behind it, and we will be forcing, in a way, his hand. Because if we are part of a regional compact, but he does not sign on, we may be paying into the fund and not be getting anything back. And that's untenable. So we have a path in the Senate. I think Mike Mrowicki can probably talk to what's happening in the House. But what we've heard repeatedly from this governor is he does not feel like there is urgency among constituents on this issue. So I strongly encourage you to call the governor's office if the TCI initiative is something that's important to you. But we will do our part, absolutely.
Eric Kruger. This is maybe more of a minor point than the global climate issue that was already brought up, but I know it has an impact at the state level. I've been made aware that there's a real emphasis on bringing 5G service to our state and nationwide, and there is some question as to whether 5G and its multiple locations within the state is actually healthy. And I would go so far as to say I can't get 1 bar of LTE at my house. I'm not sure how 5G is going to help me. I know it's being pushed by the industry, and I know we're trying to get access to everyone in the state, but to me, it's a misplaced priority. We need to be able to get cell coverage to everyone first before we start putting very high power frequency transmitters throughout our communities. And I wonder if you can speak to that.
Sure. Thanks, Eric. I agree with you. And the reality is, most Vermonters don't have any bars. And that's because the companies that do this have put Vermont at the bottom of the list. We just don't have the population where they're going to make a lot of money. So we all want high-speed broadband, though. And the way to do it, I know there's a survey going on. There are efforts to do coordinated efforts and create municipal telecom utilities. If you look at the example of up in Norwich, Vermont, they have created a municipal utility that now serves 20 towns to the last mile. That's the only way you're going to do it. The companies out there are only going to stay in concentrated areas where they can make the most money. So the concerns about 5G are serious, and we're looking into them, but the reality is we're not going to see 5G, if ever, for a long, long time.
Our legislators are willing to stick around for a while to answer questions from individuals. So I'm going to suggest, since lunch is ready now and we have a lot to do this afternoon, that you approach them if you have more questions. Our town meeting is reconvened. I'd like to start by thanking the kitchen for another good lunch. Thank you. I also want to thank Peter, our tech guy in the corner in the hat over there. He's got this amazing display on his screen, all the microphones, and he's doing a great job. We have had problems in the past, but not since Peter's been here, last year and this year. Thank you, Peter. And finally, our mic runners are doing an amazing job, and their only pay is a donut, so a hand for them. Okay, we are on Article 9, page 67 of your town report if you have one. To see if the voters will approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Zeke seconds. It has been moved and seconded that we, approve total highway fund expenditures of of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. I'll invite Louis up to review the budget.
All right. The biggest number you guys are going to notice in there is the gravel pit bond payment. Page, if you could all turn to page 20, if you have a book. If you're all there, I'll give you a second to find it. So, again, the biggest number everyone will see there is going to be gravel pit bond payment of $65,600. The select board, we decided to move this under highway. Last year's, when we had it approved at town meeting, was for the first payment to come out of the capital fund. So last year's payment came out of the capital fund, and then we decided after that to move it to the highway fund. And then if you go back up a couple, three numbers or three rows, crush and gravel. That should just say crush and gravel. It should not say ledge product on there. So if you could cross out the ledge product, that's just crushing of gravel. Last year it was $50,000. This year it's $17,500. Because that we're doing it per year. And right now, we're getting 3,500 yards of material for that. With the roads that we have in town, we have a little over 50 miles. We should be getting 5,000 yards. But until we do the blasting in 5 years, we've asked Lee and the road crew to, see if they can make the 3,500 yards spread out a little further. So if you take that number, if you take the 17,500 and and the other number that you're going to have to put in here, and it's going to be, I think that maybe the next article, it's going to be $18,000 for blasting, and what we're going to do is ask for that also. But I just want to let you know that 17,500 is just for this year. That 18,000 will get us out 5 years, so we'll get back up to what we need for materials, the 5,000 yards. So let me just. So if you take the difference of those, you come up with $33,100. And when you go down to the bottom line on the highway fund, we're up $38,240. And so a lot of people are asking, we heard the 12% increase. If you take what we went up here, what you also have to take up is the $40,000 we did in the capital fund that you've approved. And so you add those two numbers, and then we're going to have to take up another $18,000 in the next article. And there's where you come up with your 12%. And then when we did the fire department, that's increased it even more. So we might be up to over 13, 14% now. If there's any questions, there's all the other numbers that you did. The wages, they didn't go up much. I really wish they'd gone up more. Personal expenses, that's the uniforms and CDL licenses. That went up $700. You go to contract services, that went up $1,000. That's the $1,000 is for trees. There's more and more trees that we had to contract to have taken down instead of having our road crew do it. There's a highway structures engineering one that you guys will see that had 0 in it. We used to take that out of the structures fund. We decided to put that in the highway. And that's to, for a grant for the Leonard Road project we're going to do. So that $800 is our portion. The grant will be for $8,000, so that's our 10%. Winter wages, they went up 2019. Sand went up $500. That is because we have the carpenter pit, and with the carpenter pit, that's our normal increase. So there's nothing we could do there right now. And then the street lights went up $200. And those are your increases right there. So if anybody wants to ask me more about the bond payment and the crushing of the gravel, or ask the moderator, who will then let me speak, I hope, go ahead.
Any questions, any comments? Joyce, wait for the microphone. Here they come.
Hi, Joyce Marcel. Comment. The 12% thing, that was me kind of screaming when I first heard it. And it's a bunch of numbers here, there, and I'm just not that good with numbers. So you say we add this to that, and it seems to me that we come to you expecting to be level funded, and 12% is so not level funded that I thought maybe we should have started our discussion with that and then worked our way down, because now it's a nickel dime here, and I'm hopelessly confused, but I still don't want to pay 12% more next year in taxes unless everybody in town is earning more money except me, in which case I'll shut up.
Well, Joyce, I'm with you. I don't like to see any increase. I like to see decreases. I think everybody knows that about me. But last year, the town, we did vote to go into this pit with the town of Putney, and this bond payment of $65,600 is a real number that we have to pay. And I know I'm not going to see, well, I might see the benefits of it, because 25 years out, this is really going to show. So it's thinking of the future of the town of Dummerston, really, a lot of it. We will see it when we hit the sand. So it won't be 25 years before we actually see, reap some of the benefits of this.
Yes, Paul.
Thank you. Paul Normandeau, Dummerston. Can you help me out on page 20 on the Highway Fund under actual FY19? If you take the difference between the budget, this is on the expenditure side, if you take the difference between the budget FY19 and the actual FY19, it looks like a little over $50,000 surplus there. Now, if you flip the page, wait a minute, I need to find the revenue side. Oh, if you go to page 17, and you look at the highway fund under the revenue side, the budget in FY19 was 528, and the actual revenues were 540. And that looks like a $12,000 increase. So if you take those two items, what happened to the surplus? Did it get transferred to this year, last year, next year? It seemed like that would be a big help if those are real surpluses in our tax situation that Joyce was talking about.
I guess what I'm oh, sorry.
No, do you want to answer, or shall we ask Charlotte to answer as treasurer?
Okay.
By state statute, all surpluses from the highway fund need to go to the following year and are not held for 2 years like we've been doing it. If you look on page 12, the fund balance for this year was $62,000. That's what we had left over for the highway fund, but that will be used in this year's budget.
It'll be used in this year's budget.
Used in this year's budget.
So that will lower the anticipated 12% increase, is that right? Or
Well, we are not to use that to offset the following year like we've been doing and like we do the surplus for the general fund. So it allows the road crew to have some more flexibility, like we didn't use. Lee was able to combine several retreatments, several paving jobs into one bigger job using this surplus. So it's already been voted for last year. It was approved. And the surplus will be used in this year's budget.
but why doesn't it reduce if it's used in this? You're saying this year, the current year that we're in.
This current year's budget, instead of being held over to offset next year's budget.
Yeah, my recollection was they used to not apply to the immediate following year. They used to apply to the subsequent year, which would have been this year, the next year.
But state statute says that it has to, only the highway fund, that money has to be applied to the following year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? The motion on the floor is to approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the article passes. Article 10, to see if the voters will establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A.
Lewis seconds. Terry made the motion. It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Who would like to explain this? Terry?
Now that Putney and Dummerston own this gravel pit together, it was voted last year, we own it. We're going to have to be blasting in 5 years. This is just to allow us to establish the fund. The next article will be about the money, but we don't have a fund yet. We need your permission to get one.
Any questions, comments on this article? Yes, Ed.
Thank you. Ed Anthes. Could you clarify for me, is this just blasting in the pit or is it blasting on roadways?
Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That is just in the pit.
Any other questions or comments? Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And now Article 11, which will fund the reserve you just created. Article 11, to see if the voters will raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing.
Second that.
Lewis seconds. We've got a real rhythm going here. Okay. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Are there any questions? Paul. Sorry, guys. Over here, Paul.
Thanks. Paul Normando. I'm just curious, what is the goal of the fund? Are you planning on doing $18,000 a year for the next 5 years, which would make a $90,000 fund? And if so, how do you expect to, how much is it going to cost per year going forward for the blasting that will be taken out of the fund?
Terry, do you want to answer that? Lewis?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, the goal is to have, like Lewis said, 5,000 yards of gravel for the 50 miles of road. So this is the bank run would be 3,500. This $18,000 would actually crush 1,500 yards. So yes, we're looking to add to that every year. And in the 5th year, Putney and us will blast the ledge. The reason we have the fund, so we do it on the 5th year, we get a better price for blasting rather than doing it yearly.
Sorry, Paul. Anybody else have a question or a concern? Paul, you'd like a second time? Does anyone else want to speak first to this question? Okay, go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to follow up on Lee's answer, and perhaps he could expand on it. It's just that how many yards will we get for $90,000, and how many years will that last?
Lee Chamberlain. That's $1,500 a year, so times the 5. So that'd be 3,000 with Putney and us going in per year. So that'd be 15,000 yards of ledge that we will blast in 5 years, or we're hoping to.
And Dummerston gets half that.
And Dummerston gets half of it, right? And then that will last for the 5 years, and then we have to do it all over again. We'll save up for another 5 years, blast another. When we bought the pit, this was all in the spreadsheet, and it to show the rate of return on the gravel pit. So we knew that we'd be paying a little more now, but right, when we get out of Carpenter Pit, move to there, our savings will be a little bit bigger. In 25 years, then we'll outright own it. It's for the next generation.
Don't we all? Any other questions on the motion on the floor? Okay, the question before you is, it's been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And there's just got to be a lot of little kids out there who are going to love the name of this fund, blasting and crushing. That'll be great. All right, Article 12, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. And I believe that heat pump was in the town office. Is that right? Okay. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings.
I'll second that.
Geraldine moved and Lewis seconded. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any questions on this? Yes.
Hello, Maeve Jenks. I had thought of this last year, but was just too nervous to say anything, so bear with me. I was wondering if we might be willing to get a new sign. I feel like it was talked about, maybe.
I'm sorry.
A new sign for our town office. We're doing all these upgrades to make it look nice. And while I love the idea of our sunburnt wooden sign, it's beautiful, it's really hard to read. And I thought maybe while we are putting this in our budget to make the updates to our town office that's needed, maybe we could also get an updated sign to show the pride that we have in the building that we're putting money into. That's all. I don't know an amount. What does that cost?
Maeve isn't sure what the amount is, and I'm guessing that after the heat pump went in, you had a specific sum of money, and is that specific sum that was left over used in its entirety? There's extra money left over. Okay. So, Maeve, I wonder if you'd like to make a motion. We'll call it an advisory motion that we would encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign.
I will make an advisory motion that we encourage the select board to use the leftover money to improve our town office sign. Good.
Is there a second to Maeve's motion? I saw a hand over there. What's your name, sir? Maeve? Yes.
Michael Silverman.
Thank you,
I'll
Michael.
second the motion.
Michael Silberman wants to find his way to work, I think. Is that right? He made the second. Michael is our zoning administrator, if I remember correctly, so I'm teasing him. No? Lister, sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. So there is an amendment that has been moved for Article 12. It's an advisory motion to add to this article that we encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign. Is there any question or comment about the amendment that's on the floor regarding a new sign? Looks like you're ready to vote on the amendment. So the motion on the floor is to advise the select board, encouraging them to buy a new sign for the town office. If you vote yes, you want the sign. If you don't want a new sign, vote no. All in favor of advising a new sign signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Good job, Maeve. The select board is encouraged to use some of this leftover money to buy a new town office sign. So now we're back to the main motion, which now I would read as, I move that it has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of paint in the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and encouraging the select board to buy a new town office sign and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion? Paul, your hand is up. Can you raise your hand so the mic runner knows where to go? Thank you.
Hi, Paul Normando again. Much as I felt that the gravel pit payment should be in the capital fund, I feel that these are not capital items and should be in the operating fund. I just hate to see the capital fund nickeled and dimed to death for items that should be part of general operations.
The select board is interrogated.
This would be using funds that were voted on last year, but not spent because we got a better deal on the heat pump. That's where the money is. You got to go where the money is sometimes.
So Zeke is saying that this is leftover money from a capital purchase. Paul prefers to see it come out of operating. He doesn't see these as capital expenses. I have not heard a motion. Louis, do you want to say more?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, excuse me, Madam Moderator, Louis White. I just wanted to expand on that a little bit, Paul. We want to do this for this year, so if we went and did it, it would be on the next year's, because the painting, we had $5,000 budgeted for the road crew to do it. They weren't able to do it, so we put it out to bid, found that it was going to be $900 more, so $5,900, and that's why we did it there. And trying to get this, we've got bat problems up in the upstairs, so we want to get it done as soon as possible and not have to wait until after June to do that. That's another reason why we did this, and the money was there on the savings.
Any other questions, comments? Yes.
My name is Paul Adler. I somewhat agree with Paul. Why can't the money be transferred so that it comes under the appropriate line?
So, Paul, you're suggesting that the money be transferred from the capital fund to the operating fund in order for the expenses to come out of the operating fund. You know, I'm not going to accept that as a motion because the money was originally voted for capital funds, and I think you could argue that these are all improvements to our capital property. But I welcome anyone to challenge me if you feel like we ought to go with that. Susan Dagler in the back.
Susan Dagler. I agree entirely with what Paul said. I think these are maintenance items, not capital improvements. Capital improvements are bigger things like a roof or new siding. And I think that things like this should be paid for from regular operating budget, and that when there is money left in the capital fund from something that came in under what was approved, I think it should stay in the capital fund for future capital expenses. We're buying a new payloader this year. If instead of $150,000, we spend $145,000, are we going to be nickel and diming that extra $5,000 next year? That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Down front, Chuck Fish.
We have here today Ruth Hoffman, who worked for the IRS for many years.
You mean the woman with the arm across her face?
The woman with the arm across her face, but a big smile on her face. and she's an expert on what can be called a capital expenditure. So we might see if she has any light to shed. I would have agreed with Paul and Susan, but I think Ruth has another slant on it, which may just complicate things enormously.
Ruth, it sounds like you're being interrogated. Do you choose to respond?
Okay, I'm Ruth Hoffman. I'm also one of your town auditors.
Can you put it's on? It just needs to be near your mouth, Ruth.
Okay,
Yes.
better? Okay, I would split the difference here. We already have the complete building outside painting as a capital item, and I think that is a capital item because it extends the useful life of our building. The attic and the floor are not in our capital plan, and I would agree with Paul that we shouldn't take capital money for operating expenses, and we can't transfer capital money to operating expenses. They're separate categories, and I just wanted to point out, if people look in their booklet, in the first 12 pages, you can see all our special funds and what came in last year and what went out, and it gives you a better picture of our capital fund. So as auditors, we worked hard to make sure those reports are available, and you can see what the total capital fund actually is, what we spent last year, what we took in, and what's still in the capital fund. So that's my personal opinion.
So Ruth, tell me if I have this right. You see the additional cost of painting the exterior as a capital purchase, but you do not see the flooring and the attic cleanup as a capital purchase. What about the sign out front?
I don't know what the sign costs. There's also a general rule that, depending on the expense, certain expenses are always a current operating expense if they're less than maybe $1,000. I'm not sure on that number. So I don't know about the sign.
Thank you. Charlotte, do we have a number over which something is considered a capital expense? Okay. So, Paul, do you feel like you made a motion? Or do you want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion that, for example, we only take the $960 out of the capital fund? And if
we're going to pay for it one way or the other, but my reaction is that this should not be standard practice in terms of taking operating items and sticking them in the capital fund just because it's convenient and that's where the money is.
Paul, I'm sorry, I was actually looking at Paul Adler, who raised the issue to begin with. Yeah.
I apologize.
Sure.
Hi, Paul Adler. No, I don't necessarily, think that we need to make a motion on it, but I think that we need to delineate clean lines of where things are in the budget. Because if we start jumbling things now, it's just going to compound.
Okay. So, we have no amendments on the floor. The main motion is still on the floor, which calls for the additional painting, the stripping and waxing the floor, and the attic cleanup and a new sign to come out of the capital fund on expended monies. Are you ready for, Ruth has a comment to make?
Okay, Ruth Hoffman again. Since I think we need to fix what we're doing, I would make a motion to amend the motion to only expend the painting money from the capital fund. However, you want to fix that to be the legalese.
Well, would you like the rest of it to come out of the operating fund, or do you want to make a motion that we only approve the $960 and the rest we don't address?
So, point of order. To spend current money, we need a motion at the meeting? I mean, if we just spent money on the floor or what the select board does, we don't ordinarily line by line approve how much is maintenance.
That's
I would
right.
think that they have the authority, the judgment to whether they should expend our operating funds.
They do, but this article is about using capital fund money, which is why I'm asking, do you want to change the entire motion to simply say $960 out of the capital
Yes.
fund?
Yes.
Okay. So Ruth has made a motion to amend the main motion so that the new motion would read, we authorize the following capital expenditure, single, in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings, meaning we remove the flooring and the attic cleanup from the motion, from the original article. I'm sorry? Oh, yes. And remove the sign. Thank you for the reminder. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Harold, you're seconding? Okay, so Ruth Hoffman moved. Harold Newell seconds. Conversation, yes. Chuck?
Chuck Fish. The other money then that's left behind in the capital fund, does that mean that would have to be spent on more obvious capital expenses?
Yes.
It's not legal to arbitrarily transfer it to the operating fund, is that correct?
That is correct, and that is why the select board put this article on the warning.
Yeah.
So you're right, the money, other than the money for the additional painting cost, would remain in the capital fund to be used as the body votes in future years.
Does it make sense to think that if they keep it in the capital fund, so it will reduce somewhat the cost of fire trucks, et cetera, and then they have to find money which would come out of the operating fund to do the other jobs, then in the long run, you come out even anyway. It's just you spent money out of different funds. You aren't spending any more money doing it that way, are you?
That is correct, but the point is that we have approved certain things for the capital fund, and you can't just move money around.
No, I'm not suggesting moving money around. You spend the money that's left over for capital expenditures in the future. And you find money elsewhere for waxing the floor. In the long run, you end up spending the same amount of money, I think.
Yes.
So, nothing to it.
Yes, Zeke?
We don't have any. Now, we checked the couch cushions before we came here, and we don't have.
Get close to the mic.
We don't have those funds that we can just dip into from our general budget.
I don't see any other hands. There's a motion on the floor. Oh, Lester?
I'm a little bit confused.
Could you start with your name, Lester?
Lester Dunkley.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit confused about the savings of because you have a heat pump. Is that because you're not using the electricity or what's going on there? And if it's a savings, you're not spending on an electric bill, that means you could probably use it to do the rest of it. Am I correct or not?
Nope, that's not exactly right. Louis, you want to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When the Energy Committee came to us last year, they proposed that we do $10,000 for a heat pump for the town office. And then when we looked further into it, we did something a little different. We bought a heat pump, but it was only $3,600. We got a $400 rebate on that, so it came to $3,200. So
what we were asking for was to spend some of that $6,800 savings, but I understand what everybody's saying, and I sort of agree with them that we did a poor job of budgeting those items. We should have thought of that and put it into our budget. So the waxing should have to wait till next year or the following year, and the bat stuff will have to wait until the following year so the select board can put that, and the sign will have to wait and be put into the next budget, because we were trying to see where we had saved money this year, and that was one of the savings, so we thought we would use it. We were thinking that was, you know, for the building, but where I guess you should have a certain number. So our mistake as far as I'm concerned, and I see some head shaking, so.
And the other little detail, we're voting to spend monies in this current year, and we're talking about a budget in the next year. And that gets me a little bit more confused on what the heck is going on. So I'm suggesting that we you postpone or whatever you got to do to this whole thing, and let's just leave this money in the capital fund where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
So Lester would like to amend the amendment. No, that's not really it. Lester, if you want to not spend any of this money this year, then you would want to encourage people to vote down the main motion. We're still considering whether to amend the main motion. Does anyone have a comment on amending it to drop everything from the motion other than the exterior painting, $960? Any other questions on that? Okay. So the question before you is, do you want to amend Article 12 to only authorize using leftover capital funds to cover the $960 cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and using this year's capital fund money to do so? So vote yes if you want to authorize that, and if you want to drop everything else out of the motion. If you want to keep everything in here, including the new sign, vote no. All in favor of the amendment on the floor to fund the $960 only, signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. We need a division of the House. I couldn't tell which had more, so I'm going to ask all those who voted yes to stand, or let us know if you need a card because you can't stand. Eliza, will you count this section? Zeke, will you count the middle section? Terry, you want to count the left section? If you are not a voter or you're just hanging out in the back, make sure you're not counted if you're not voting. Standing means yes. I like the amendment of dropping everything but the $960 for painting. Okay. 11. 21. 21 is 43. Please be seated, and all of those voting no, because you want the motion to continue to include all three items plus a sign. Wow, now it does seem more obvious. Okay, no. Everyone stand and stay. Standing, do you want to, can you count that again? Sorry. Eight plus you, 9. Okay. 6 plus you is 7. 11. The ayes are 43, the noes are 27. So the original article has been changed, and the motion on the floor authorizes the select board only to spend the $960 on the additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office. So Lester, you want to vote no as we vote on the main motion because you don't want any money to be spent. So we're back to the main motion. I'll read it through. This is what we're talking about now. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund's unexpected monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Calvin. We have a new mic runner, Maisie Golding. Maisie Golding there.
Just to be picky, you could remove the S's from the words expenditure.
I believe I did. Maybe I didn't speak very clearly, Calvin, but they're crossed off on my paper. Ruth, right up here.
Just to make sure, the word you said was unexpected, not unexpended, so that the motion is correct, that it's
Thank you,
unexpended.
Ruth. Ruth is correct. I misspoke. I said unexpected. The correct word is unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Thank you. Any other questions and corrections, comments, anything? Yes, Ed.
Ed Anthes, well, you got me with the anything. I think this probably should have gone with the previous amendment, but it seems to me that that stuff in the attic is a health and safety issue, and I'm not clear on how the select board can access funds, but I would like to be assured that we who visit the town offices and those who work in the town offices are not exposed to bat excrement for the next year and a half until the next fiscal year comes around.
Can we all by unanimous consent agree that we're going to encourage the select board to do whatever they can and perhaps prioritize that over some other things in the operating budget? Or do we want to make a motion out of that? Yes, Seek.
Hey, how about we take some unexpended funds from the capital fund? Yes, unexpended.
Okay.
Can I make that a motion?
Ed, if you want to make a motion, let me know. Ed has left it to the good graces of the select board to use their discretion in trying to get that work done. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The question on the floor is, we authorize the following capital expenditure in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have a painted building. Thank you. Article 13, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator. Madam Moderator, I move that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Lewis seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, it has been moved and seconded that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the Evening Star Grange is exempt, and we'll get another good lunch next year. Yes. Article 14. It's not mine. To see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Mark.
I'm Mark Brown, and I move that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Susan Dagler, did you do the second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there any discussion? Billy.
Billy Slade. I'm the executive director at Green Mountain Camp, and I just want to offer an invitation to everybody here to come and see what's right here in your community. We're celebrating our 103rd year this year. Last year we employed 8 Dummerston teenagers. We had nearly 400 girls come to the camp, and it's a wonderful treasure right here in Dummerston, and a lot of you probably don't even know where it is. So I want to invite you to come, check it out, see what you think. Lots and lots of changes have happened over the last 10 years, and it's a really exciting place to be a part of. So thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 15, shall the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region? Yes, your name. I'm sorry, Christophe, say your name again, please.
I'm Christophe Gagne.
Christophe Gagne, thank you.
Madam Moderator, I move that the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region.
Is there a second? Greg, was that you? No. Who did the second? Oh, Alex. Alex Wilson seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region. Is Sarah here, or Christoph? You are. If there is no objection, we will allow Sarah Lang, who is not a Dummerston resident, to give us a little background on this motion. Hearing none, Sarah, you may speak.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll try and keep it brief, and I'm going to stand up here so you don't have to turn around. My name is Sarah Lang. I am a project manager at the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. I also have my colleague here, Alex Beck, who does workforce development with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. This year, we are at 16 town meetings across the region. We ask every town to help support the work we do. As of a minute ago, we have 10 towns that have approved our funding. I've been here the past 2 years. Dummerston has approved our funding those past 2 years, so thank you very much for your continued support. I just want to give a few high-level points and then some town-specific points for your pleasure. So BDCC, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, is one of 12 regional development corporations in the state. We are the boots on the ground, economic development and workforce development for the region. SEVEDS, the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, is our sister organization. They are the think tank. They do the long-term strategy and planning. So SEVEDS does the long-term strategy. BDCC takes that and implements projects and programs. We are looked to by state and federal agencies as models for regional economic development in our programs, our systems, and our projects. The work we do is very complex, and SEVEDS allows us to go and innovate with our programs and our projects that helps sort of address these complex issues we see in the regional economy. I'm super proud of the work we do. All of our staff are super hardworking and dedicated to this region, so I'm really proud to be a part of it. Some town-specific things. We typically go to at least one select board meeting a year. They're open to the public, obviously, but not all public attends those. So we also did hold a public info session. We had 3 residents from Dummerston come. Great conversation, and hope they learned a lot from that. We've worked with a handful of businesses in Dummerston. I'll just name them. If you have any specific questions, I can answer that. We've worked with Hermit Thrush Brewery, Vermont Photonics, Landmark Trust, and Open Book Learning. What I want to spend a little more time on is the school population. The children are our future, as we know, and we recognize that at our organization. There are 26 Dummerston students at the CTE, and there are 56 Dummerston students at the Brattleboro Union High School. All sophomores across the region are invited to our sophomore summit, where they pick a career track and meet with professionals in that sector and get to learn about what it means to work in that sector. At CTE, we piloted a program where we do mock interviews, resume and cover letter writing, professional behavior intensive. That was piloted this spring. They're going to blow it up, and they're developing curriculum as we speak. Teachers will be trained on it in the fall, and then hopefully 2021, it will be implemented in all of the classes at the CTE. For Brattleboro Union High School, we've taken the kids on 9 field trips, or field trips to 9 employers. That's healthcare, manufacturing, forestry, renewable energy, construction. And last but definitely not least, we've developed a alternative pathways workshop. It's for juniors and seniors who might not have a plan for after graduating high school. So it's open to all juniors and seniors, but specifically for those students. We cover career clusters in the Windham region. We highlight employers that are hiring quality positions. We help those students apply for those jobs. And we also bring VSAC in to talk about financial resources. There are annual reports on the back table. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and continuing to invest in our region.
Any comments, any questions of Sarah or otherwise? Yes, Christoph. Behind you? Oh.
It's okay. I'm Chris Gagne from Hermit Thrush Brewery. I just want to speak to the behalf of SEVEDS and BDCC. I really feel like their economic development objectives are in the right place and valuing people. And they have helped us grow our business quite a bit. We have one facility in Dummerston over on Putney Road near Brattleboro, and we're very happy to have the region's support.
Any other comments or questions? Yes?
Yes, Maeve Jenks again. My only question is, how does the amount that you're asking compare to the other towns? Are you asking an equivalent from every town, or is it population-based? I was just curious how that fits in.
Sarah, we need a microphone for Sarah.
Thank you. That's a great question. So we ask every town for $3 per person. So the amount is $3 times the population.
Any other comments or questions? Are you ready for the question? Oh, no, Paul.
Hi, Paul Namendo. In years past, I've been a strong advocate for funding SubEd's request. In spite of the good work that they do, I would like to amend the motion to supplying them with $3,000 instead of the full amount. And I make this motion with the thought that at this point, prior to this motion, prior to this article, our taxes are going to be going up about 12.8% on the municipal side. And that doesn't take into consideration anything that's going to be coming down from the school budget, which is also going to be an increase in our taxes. And the school budget is 83 or 84% of our total tax bill. So we're talking about 15 to 17% of our tax bill. But with all that in mind, I think it is prudent, the fact that the municipal side will be going up 12.8%, to kind of still show us support for what they're doing, but yet modify it in light of our existing situation.
So there's a motion on the floor to amend the primary motion, reducing the amount for SevEds to $3,000. Is there, Harold, you're seconding that? Okay. So what we're discussing now is the amendment of lowering the amount from $5,592 to $3,000. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment that is proposed? You're ready for the question on the amendment. Okay, the question on the floor is, shall we amend the article, the motion, to read that will appropriate the sum of $3,000 to be raised by taxes for the support of SevEds? All those in favor of the amendment to reduce the amount signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. It sounded like the no's are louder, but maybe they were just louder. Do you wish a division of the House? Yeah, I'm seeing a few nodding heads. Okay. A division of the House, just like we did a few minutes ago. Please stand if you vote yes to reduce the number to $3,000 from the higher number, and remain standing. You may be seated. Okay, all right. And if another, so 2 plus 1s? Okay. If you want to vote no because you want the amount to stay the same, please stand. Again, if you're hanging out in the back, make sure you're not counted unless you're actually voting. The votes that were yes to reduce the amount were 32. The noes to keep the amount the same were 40. So the amendment has failed, and the motion continues with the original figure. So now the motion on the floor is, shall we grant tax exempt? No. Shall we appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SevEds, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region? Is there further discussion on the original motion? Harold? Could someone bring a mic, please?
Harold Newell, can I ask the treasurer now what the increase will be on the total figure for the town's municipal tax rate?
Are you asking about the tax rate, Harold?
That's correct. On 100, what will it be on 100,000, the figure increase?
Okay. Charlotte, the treasurer's interrogating.
Without the sevens included, it is 43.8. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Without the sevens included, the current tax rate will be $43.80 increase on 100,000. With the sevens, it's $45.90.
$45.90. So Harold, the answer is without sevens, it's $43.08 per $100,000 of value. 80, thank you. $43.80 without the sevens allocation, and with it, it's $45.90. So that's an increase of $2.10 per $100,000 of real estate value. Yes, Chris.
Hi, Chris again from Hermit Thrush. Just to quantify a bit of our experience in interfacing with the BDCC and SevEds, we in 2016 were not a Dummerston taxpayer, and we currently are. And it's been a minute since I've looked at it, but I think we pay around $14,000 a year in taxes for our facility. If SevEds was less well funded, we would be less well likely. So I just wanted to hold a numbers side candle to economic hope and increasing employment.
Any other comments? Further discussion? Joe?
Joe Little. I'm with Park Place, and I'm at the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, and I would encourage, passing the article at $5,000. The SevEds does a great job, and what they're doing for youth is not duplicative of anything else that's going on. And I think we really need to do this for the young people, as well as getting businesses started. So I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Everybody hear that? Okay. Any other comments or questions? You ready for the question? Okay. The motion on the floor is to appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SevEds, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Wyndham region. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 16, other business. Let me catch up with myself here. Okay. I'm going to start here with the Select Board. I believe Geraldine and Zeke have something they want to say. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Geraldine Wilson. I would just like to mention that this is my 5th year on the Select Board. Next year will be my 6th year and my last year. So although I could run again, we don't have term limits. I just wanted to let you all know that my position will be open, and may I speak for you, Zeke?
Well, I think I could speak for myself.
Okay, good. I'll let you speak for yourself. This year, since we had an open position with no one running, I did do a number of make a number of calls and talk to people, and I just wanted to say to everyone here that being on the Select Board is a really positive experience. It's probably less work than you might think it is. It gives you an opportunity to get to know people and understand the workings of a small town, which I was quite unfamiliar with and am now much more familiar with. And it has made me incredibly proud of our town office. So I would encourage you all, even if you think that you're not the kind of person that would be on a select board, to consider yourself as such and talk to your friends and neighbors. And it would be great to have multiple names on the ballot so that we have a true democracy and have the choice. And the last thing I'll say is we really want our select board to represent our town. So think about that, about being represented on the select board by yourself or by friends, neighbors, and others.
Well, I have another year left to my term, but I don't remember how long I have been on the select board, so I think that might be a sign that maybe I've been on long enough.
Christina, you had something you wanted to talk about.
So Cindy encouraged me last year to make the school...
Christina, state your
Oh, sorry,
name.
Christina Naylor, sorry. Cindy last year encouraged me to try to make the school board portion move more quickly, and I think we have complied this year. So I just wanted to update. I am currently serving on the WSESD school board, and I just wanted to update the town very briefly, Cindy, on kind of the past year and what's been going on with the school. It's obviously bittersweet for me to be standing here instead of there presenting a full budget to you, but you will have an opportunity to vote on that budget March 17th, 6 p.m. in the high school gymnasium. There'll be an information session on March 10th, and I think that's at 6 o'clock, but look it up on the WSSU, and there's all kinds of communication council work pushing that out into the local paper. It is a $51 million budget, so it's where your vote counts for a lot. If only 10 people show up, you are responsible for passing $5 million worth of spending. So if you're on a power trip, that's the place to go. We actually got our budget completed in time so that there's copies of the school budget on the back table. It's in gray newsprint to save on our printing costs. Thank you. Thank you. I have also made a pamphlet, so in case you missed my long and laborious explanation of budgeting, I have tried to replace myself with a flyer. So in this flyer are 4 easy steps to understanding the tax bill, links to how the education funding happens and how to calculate your own tax bill if you're curious how this affects yours. I don't have Charlotte at my side here to say what every change would cause, but you can do that actually online. There's also, I want to direct people's attention, our legislators, and I grabbed every single one of them, and I think Jody spoke to it earlier, is that the legislature is considering changing how we weight pupils in calculating our equalized pupil expenditure. What did that mean? So what that means is that you get a little more state support when your students have a little more need. And that is a requirement of the law, Act 60, that was passed in 1997. So they made a guess as to what it cost to educate pupils, and after 20 years, the legislature decided, hey, what does it really cost to educate children who are economically disadvantaged, who are learning English, or students who live in rural communities? And they funded this study, UVM, and I think it was Rutgers did this study, and it turns out that people in the WSCSD have not been compensated fairly for the students we have. And if the funding study had been pushed through last year, our tax rate, our unified tax rate, instead of being $1.71, would be $1.53. That's a huge difference for our district. Of course, that money's coming from somewhere. And so the legislature needs to hear from people in the community that these changes should be put through more quickly, because a lot of people are saying, let's wait on this because there's winners and losers. But I think we have been unfairly supported by the state for the students we have in the WSESD. So in this pamphlet, it explains all the words I just said and gives you contact information. And the school board, in our last meeting, passed a resolution supporting moving forward with the weighting study unanimously. So if you get 8 people from 4 towns to unanimously agree on something, that is progress. I also, while it's a bittersweet moment, I have some happy moments, and one of them is to make sure that everybody gets to put a face to the name of our new principal, Julianne Egan. If we could give her a nice warm welcome. So one of the very last things the Dummerston Town School Board did was to hire our new principal, Julianne. I've had the pleasure of knowing Julianne for 16 years. She's an incredible educator. It was a really good feeling. I see my fellow school board member, Michael, going, yes. It was quite a note to go out on as we were dissolving, that we could hand over the school to Julianne's incredibly capable hands and know that our school is under great leadership in this era of transition. Onward, I also want to thank the community for passing the article amendments. It puts in place the school cannot be closed without a vote of this town. Grades cannot be removed from the school without a vote of this town. And I think that was one of my priorities, to make sure that what I heard coming from the communities as a major concern of Act 46 was addressed. So I appreciate everybody who got out, understood those very hard to read articles and helped us pass them, and they passed in all the communities. So that really bodes well for moving forward. Let's see. I also want to mention that another article amendment that was passed created leadership councils. It is a way for the local community to have connection to the school board that moves around all the time and is a little less accessible, unfortunately, than our Dummerston Town School Board was. So if you're interested in hearing what leadership councils are doing, it's on the school website as well as the WSES website, and there's agendas and minutes for those meetings. You're welcome to attend and visit. If you're interested in serving, you should contact Julianne, who you just met. I want to let you know that I was very concerned. This is the end of my tenure. I was very concerned because we have a great board now. The WSESD board has really stepped up and done the work of representing all of our students. And I'm thrilled to say that we have 2 people who are running for those positions in Dummerston, no write-in candidates, and I'm thrilled to know that there's somebody stepping into the position from Dummerston. So we'll now have Thomas Nolan, because they're uncontested, Thomas Nolan and Michelle Green will be serving you, and I don't see, Thomas was here earlier, I don't see Michelle. But you'll find them when you have questions, I'm sure. It's a small town, you can't hide. But I'm very excited for the people that have agreed to serve. So I'm around if you have any questions on your taxes. I shouldn't have buried the lead on this. Your taxes the tax rate will increase. Hold on, let me get my numbers in front of me, because I'm sure Paul and Jody will have questions. The tax rate in Dummerston, if the current budget passes, will be $1.67. Which is the lowest. We have a good CLA. We have a favorable CLA, which is defined here in full writing. So that's an increase, I think, of it's a 1.8% or so increase over our rate from last year. Other towns have not had good CLAs, so their numbers are going up much more. But it's in the pamphlet, and I thank you all for the opportunity to serve. It has truly been a pleasure to serve everyone in this community, even when I didn't agree with you. And I would have stayed serving on that Dummerston board till you had to, pull me out with the new payloaders. So thank you all.
Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen, I need you to use the mic. Thanks.
Sure. I'm Mary Ellen Copeland, and I'm with the Dummerston Conservation Commission. And we've been doing a lot of work with maps in the town plan. It says that we're supposed to develop a ridgeline overlay for the town. It's upside down, yeah. And that we're supposed to develop a ridgeline overlay for the town, and we happen to have a wonderful map maker on the Conservation Commission, and he kept bringing in maps, and we're trying to figure out what's a ridgeline in Dummerston. And one night he came in with this map, and I thought it was worthy of being shared with all of you. We did have a map program in the fall, and we had 60 or 70 people come over to the basement of the church, and we had maps all around, and we looked at maps. So probably have other meetings like that, so try to get out to them. But I wanted to bring your attention to this one because it's a particularly interesting one. Back in about 1940, there had been some big floods, and the people down in Connecticut and Massachusetts who were trying to build homes in the floodplains were really upset because every time we had one of those big storms, it flooded the floodplains, it flooded their homes. So they wanted us to put in a dam right here. And this dam is right at the metal bridge. And if they had put in that dam, it would have impounded the water all the way. This little line is the West River. Instead, we would have the West Lake. Here's East-West Road. You would have to go up to Camp Art to where it hits Green Mountain Camp Road to not be in the water. Green Mountain Camp would not exist. John Anderson would be sitting right on the edge. Where you turn up to Hague Road, John Anderson would have been sitting right on the edge. I don't know how you would have gotten to my house at all. So if you want to take a look at this map, right now, if we had this dam, 141 buildings would have been submerged. At that time, there were 61 that would have taken out 5 cemeteries, 30 miles of road. All of Route 30 would have gone all over the West Dummerston Village. So you might think to yourself, how did we stop it? And we look to that, we think about how did people solve problems in the past in the community. And interestingly enough, there's a picture. This is what they did. They met the federal agents when they came, and they were there with their, what kind of guns were those? This is what they did. And we're trying not to solve problems in Dummerston that way. We're trying to learn and teach. Ah, okay. I can give it to you, Emma. So that's one of the fun things that we figured out. We've had a lot of other kinds of meetings. We had a great meeting in this room where 80 people came and heard the bear specialist from the state come. And we had a program in the fall where the state biologist came, Kim Royer. We had the state geologist come. We had maps all over the downstairs of the church. We had somebody that was here from the Southeastern Vermont Museum, and we had wild animals in here, and we had about 60 people. And so we've had a lot of fun with our programs. We have one coming up on the waterways of Dummerston. And we have one coming up on monarchs, a big program on monarchs. So that's what we're up to. A lot of you have made contributions so that we have the money to pay to have all of these filmed, and we appreciate that. And the money also goes to support programs, environmental education programming here at the school. So thank all of you for that.
Bill in the back.
Bill Schmidt, speaking for Dummerston Cares. Cares is an all-volunteer organization that exists to do what it can to help all Dummerston residents stay well and get weller. A person who's gotten weller is John Warren here, who's a steadfast member of our Tai Chi classes. So we have Tai Chi classes, yoga classes, and for those who can't do Tai Chi or yoga, too strenuous, takes too long, we're going to have a seated Rumba class this spring. 2 sessions for people who want exercise but can't do things like Tai Chi and yoga. So these will be 2 sessions at the Grange, late April, early May. And all I can say is that if a person knows how to sit, they can do seated rumba. It's to music and a lot of fun. So we're going to do that, and hopefully in May and June we'll be having some hikes and walks, and all are invited to participate in those. We also, this month, will be working with the school here to put on, I'm going to sit down because I'm kind of shaky. We're going to put on a program called Screenagers. It's an hour-plus long film that is about what computers, smartphones, tablets do to the development of brains of children and teenagers. A very good film. It was shown at Academy School last year, and there was some good discussion afterward, as there will be discussion after the showing this year. It's on March 19th here at the school from 6 to 8. And we're really looking for a good turnout because it's a solid subject that needs attention and thought and discussion by families and all of us who have an interest in the future of our children. The last program I would like to mention that's in the works is a chronic pain management program. There are more people with chronic pain in this country than those who have heart conditions, cancer, and diabetes. We know there are people with chronic pain in Dummerston. This is pain that people have had for more than 3 months. It may be shoulder pain, back pain, neck pain, from arthritis, from post-surgical and post-surgical recovery. So this is going to be a program we're co-sponsoring with the Brattleboro Hospital, the Vermont Department of Health. It will be 6 sessions long, 2.5 hours each session. A serious program for those with chronic pain. Those who have been through it, through this program, tell us it has helped them quite a bit. So we wanted to let you know about these programs. And if you want more information, there's a flyer on the chronic pain management program on our table out back in the hallway. And there's also information on all of CARE's other programs and services. You can get your questions answered by calling the CARES message line 257-5800 or emailing CARES. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Wow, Jody.
You all heard that Christina was retiring. And this is a huge loss to Dummerston and fellow board members, etc. I want to tell you a little bit about Christina. She joined the school board a few years ago, the Dummerston School Board that was, and she quickly became chair of that board. She went on, when we were fighting Act 46 and merger, she organized the committees for alternative governance structure, and she ran that also. Then when we did get merged, she was part of the transition board, and then she ran for the merged board. And she was elected chair. This last year has been horrendous for her. She has been amazing. She's not only chair of that board, She's a part of the WSESU board. She got elected to the Vermont School Boards Association board that meets up in Montpelier once a month or more. Let's see. And she's been on several of the committees of this board. Meanwhile, she's been working full-time, although her husband Kelp wasn't sure that she was working full-time, in her family business. And she's been on the Green Mountain Camp Board, and I think chair of that. No, she says she wasn't chair of that. And so in the meantime, she's been taking care of her family, raising 2 children who are in high school. Her husband, Kelt, and family will be glad to have her home. Her retirement is Dummerston's loss, and we all wish Christina well.
Roger Turner, I saw your hand up. Can I get a microphone down here?
I was just going to say what Jody said.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forget your name. Yes.
I'm Sue Kern. I'm representing Lydia Taft Pratt Library Board. And I was going to give you a very quick rundown of how we've been doing this past year. We are seeing more continued use of the library, more library users, more circulation. We have changed our library hours by public input, and we are now open 3 afternoons a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday morning, with volunteers from 10 to 1. We put a second little free library in the school. It's right out across from the principal's office. I think it's been very well received. The first one is on the porch at the town hall, at the town office. And it's all donations that go into it, and one of the board members actually take care of this. There's a new librarian who we could have met because she was here for a while, but had to go to open the building at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so you missed her. Her name is Dina Marger. A lot of our regular library users have been coming in to introduce themselves to her, and please stop by and meet the new librarian and pick yourself up a library card if you don't have one yet. And last thing I have to mention is that we do have our annual spring fundraiser, our book sale and silent auction. That's the 3rd Saturday in May every year, May the 16th. So I hope you'll stop by when we do that. Thank you very much.
Katie, in the front here.
I'm Katie Berg, and I'm on the board of Dummerston Cares. And here's something that I'm going to read that people maybe didn't know. It's to the residents of Dummerston from the Putney Food Shelf. The Putney Food Shelf wants to be sure that you know we are also a resource for residents of Dummerston and the surrounding area. Please help us ensure that we are reaching those who could benefit from our services in your community. Our mission is to provide supplemental, healthy food to area people in need. At the Putney Food Shelf, you are likely to find fruits and vegetables, including local in-season, milk, eggs, pasta and sauce, beans and rice, meat, fish, gluten-free options, and more. The Putney Food Shelf is open twice a week, every week of the year. Tuesday from 6 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 to 10 a.m. We're located in the Putney Community Center at 10 Christian Square if you use the side ramp. Shopping is anonymous, and there is no proof of income needed since we work on an honor system. In addition to open hours, on the 4th Thursday of every month, there's a produce drop at Putney Meadows parking lot. That's from 9:30 until 10:15 a.m. This is provided in collaboration with the Vermont Food Bank, with several pallets worth of fresh produce delivered. It is free and open to all. Bring your own shopping bags. You will find additional information at putneyfoodshelf.org and in our 2019 Year in Review, which you can pick up at the Dummerston Cares table here at the school and at Town Hall, but the Putney Cares table is right behind in the corridor. The Putney Food Shelf is very much looking forward to collaborating with Dummerston Cares to expand our outreach to Dummerston. Thank you.
Kyle, the woman in the back. Yes, you had your hand up. Kyle, the woman in the back.
Hi, I'm Akara Draper. I'm one of the coordinators for the Rides program for Dummerston Cares. And we are always, always looking for drivers. And I want to tell you what that gig looks like. So when we get a request to take Dummerston residents to either Cheshire or Dartmouth Hitchcock or BMH or occasional shopping around town or to a dentist or an eye appointment, you get a Dummerston Cares driver. And how you get that, they're all volunteers, and I'm coordinating them, and I'd call you up and I'd say, gee, we've got a client that needs to go to BMH next Tuesday. Can you take them? And it's going to take about an hour, and then you take them home. You get to say yes or no. Every single time you can say, oh, no, thank you. But the more drivers we have, the better I can cover the need of this community. So it's really critical that we, like this winter, we were down to 3 drivers, and that's just too much for those 3. But if we had 10 drivers and even 6 said no, there's just someone new driving all the time. So I think that's all I have to say. Oh, you can choose how often you want to do in your application. I want to drive once a month. Okay, if you want to drive 2 times a week. If you don't want to drive in snow or rain, you can pick any kind of condition you don't want to do. So that's my encouragement. Please become a volunteer driver for Dummerston Cares.
Thank you.
And you can sign up at the table out there.
Okay.
Or call us.
Chuck, you want to raise your hand? Thank you.
Chuck Fish. A couple of remarks from the Dummerston Historical Society. First is that on the table, long table at the back of the room, there's a strikingly handsome T-shirt with a picture of the covered bridge. And you may buy one if you'll speak to Jody or Norman Doe or Gail Sorensen. It's guaranteed to raise your social status and your general acceptability in public if you were to wear it. The second comment is equally important and maybe more important, and that is that the Historical Society is very grateful to the many citizens of Dummerston who have contributed to the repair, to the salvation, actually, of the Historical Society schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. And equally grateful to the town of Dummerston, who generously contributed money at last year's town meeting. So with these funds, we've been able to do major structural repairs. We've graded the land around the building to improve the drainage. We've installed gutters, and we are using dehumidifiers in the crawl space to try to dry out the area. Some monitoring is required. That goes on regularly. There are some uncertainties about how it's all going to work in the long run. But the direction is good, and the building is saved. And for that, we thank you once again very much.
Thank you. Real quick, again.
Could you start with your name, Eric?
I'm sorry, Eric Lineback. As Energy Committee Chair, I would like to officially thank Stan, a.k.a. Smokey Howe, who I don't see here, who has served on the committee for many years, long before I joined, and contributed immensely. The guy loves, he's still around, crunching numbers and doing research, and has really been a key member of our committee. He's our meeting last night was his official last meeting, so I wish him well. Again, he's still around and in town, but he's just not going to be helping us on the committee anymore. And in light of that, I would like to also plug the Energy Committee to all of my fellow residents. Anyone interested in joining us, helping us, we would welcome that, so get in touch. Thank you.
Ed, down front.
Thank you. Ed Anthes, speaking on behalf of Green Mountain Conservancy and our Deer Run Nature Preserve project. Last year, you'll recall that town meeting gave unanimous support to this project, and I'm happy to report that in December we closed on the first 287 acres of the nature preserve. So that land is preserved in perpetuity for all of us. It's open for recreation, for hiking, for hunting. You can access it on Camp Arden Road. We are entering the second phase, raising funds to purchase an adjacent 626 acres that will include 2.5 miles of West River frontage. That land is in Brookline and in Newfane. But when you get the chance, come out. There's a trail that's 2.2 miles from Camp Arden Road up to the summit and back down again, another 2.2 miles. You can see the covered bridge from high on the hill. And beautiful old trees, so try to come out.
Anyone else? Yes, Calvin.
While we're on the...
Calvin, your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell. While we're on the subject of Dummerston Cares and recognitions, I want to say that Bill Johnson, who is not in this room right now, probably he's not here because he's busy moving from his home on Sticking Brook Road to an apartment in Colony Mill in Keene, back near Bill's roots. Bill was a very active a very active participant in a number of committees, including Dummerston Cares. I think he was one of the founders, isn't that right? Yes. And he went about his business fairly quietly, so maybe many of you never got to know him. But he is an octogenarian himself, and so he deserves a rest. If you ever see Bill, just pat him on the back for all he's done.
Roger.
Thank you, Roger Turner. We are down to kind of the very end, but if any of you haven't taken advantage of doing the broadband survey, which is being provided, tablets are being provided to do it in the back hall, please do. It's to determine interest in and potential for creating a communication union district in this area to try to run broadband to last mile. So particularly if you live up away from the road and you haven't yet, away from the main roads and you haven't yet filled out a survey, please do that. It's also available online. If you go to the wyndhamregional.org website, it's available there. Thank you.
Yes, Maeve?
Maeve Jenks again. I wasn't going to speak, but we're all giving acknowledgement. I just wanted to say thank you to our auditors. I did it for a couple of years, and it was just too much, and I had to back away. And so I know Charlotte acknowledged the work that went into making our town report, and then it was unfortunate we didn't get it in time, but I started to clap and realized I was the only one. So I just wanted to take a moment to specifically acknowledge those that audit these reports every year, and monthly and quarterly, and then make this report, because it is not easy, and it's paid but basically volunteer. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And if we can clap for that, and then I'm going to talk again. Sorry, I'll be very good. I also just wanted to say that I am part of our recreation board, and while we would love to do more, and when I joined the board, I was all gung-ho about the things that we can do in our community and get involved recreationally, we are not manpowered enough to do more than just run the youth sports program, which consists of soccer, basketball, and baseball, which I promise takes a lot and is very rewarding. The thought that a lot of these children who learn these sports and learn how to have a team and have self-confidence, I'm involved with every sport, and it's why I keep doing it. And but I ask that people look to get involved. We're always looking for more hands and coaches and referees. So if you love a sport or you wish that our town did more with the recreation board, please reach out, get in touch with us. Anybody in the town office knows how to reach me specifically. And we would love your input, and we would love to be able to do more for our town. We're just limited with our time and resources. So thank you all as a town. I love living here and being a part of this, and I appreciate you all.
So over the weekend, I was listening to the mainstream media and was...
Sorry, Eric, could you state
Eric
your name?
Kruger. Sorry. I was listening to the mainstream media and was slightly overwhelmed about all the discussion about the coronavirus. And I actually emailed the select board, who responded within a matter of hours, saying, I'm going to bring up this topic at town meeting because my understanding is that due to the way our government is structured and budget cuts and what all and so forth, that the response to such an incident in our community would be really left locally. We're not going to get a lot of support from up above. And I'm heartened by the fact that Dummerston has spent time and effort on what we've traditionally called resilience, whether that be to a natural disaster or a weather disaster or something like that. So I feel fairly confident that Dummerston's a step ahead of those poor souls in New York City. But I started to jot down the number that was mentioned by representatives for the Department of Health if somebody had a concern about their exposure or their travel, but I didn't finish writing it down. So I have 802 on my paper here. And my request to the select board is that somewhere on the town website or in the town documents, when somebody Googles coronavirus Dummerston, there is a link to whom they can call if they have concerns. And also that we think in advance before we go to Brown Roberts and try to buy the N95 masks that are out of stock for 4 months. What do we really need to do as individuals and as a community so that if we find ourselves housebound or limited geographically, what we can do to help each other and help ourselves so that we ride this one out a little bit better than other folks. My understanding is in the end, we'll probably be all right, but there's going to be some social disruption that we're not accustomed to. And so I think it bears everyone thinking, what can I personally do and what can I do to support my neighbors? And having a phone number to call if you have questions, even if it's busy all the time, is one step I think our town can take.
Eric, I believe that phone number is 802-863-7240. Anyone else? Anyone else has something to contribute today? Oh, Terry, sorry.
Terry Chapman, I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second.
You got that?
Yes.
All in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Have a great year.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Tonight will either be the sort of de facto end of the Bernie Sanders Democratic presidential campaign, or Bernie will do well tonight in multiple primaries and will live to fight another day, a day which will heavily depend on the Florida primary and the Illinois primary next Tuesday, March 17th. When you look at the polls, it's basically going to be one or the other. If Bernie just kind of hangs on tonight and equals Joe Biden in most of the primaries, it's over for Bernie, because he will still be down by nearly 100 delegates, and he will be down by an additional 100 delegates based on the Florida polling next Tuesday. So we looked at the numbers yesterday. We do have new polling. We have a whole bunch of stuff that happened. The Bernie Town Hall, we'll talk about it all. Let's update how things are looking. The current delegate numbers after Super Tuesday are Joe Biden 664, Bernie Sanders 573. That's a 91 delegate lead for Joseph R. Biden Jr. In tonight's elections, we have Idaho, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Washington, and the North Dakota caucus, worth a total of 352 delegates. Bernie being down 91 means that to equal Biden tonight, Bernie needs to win 222 delegates. That would put them as tied within one delegate of each other. How likely is this? Well, let's look at the state-by-state expectations first, looking at updated polling over the last 24 hours. The polling has improved for Joe Biden. It has worsened for Bernie Sanders, led partially by decreasing favorability numbers for Bernie Sanders. Idaho was tied yesterday. Now Biden is +4. Michigan, Biden has gone from +10 to +22. Mississippi has Biden 55 points ahead. Missouri has Biden 30 points ahead. Washington has Biden only 3 points ahead. And North Dakota, the caucus, is essentially a tie. So based on these polls, my updated delegate expectations are, of course, again, Bernie Sanders starting today with 573, Joe Biden starting today with 664. I believe Biden will get a couple more delegates than Bernie in Idaho. Biden will get 15 more delegates than Bernie in Michigan. Biden will get about 3 times the delegates as Bernie in Mississippi. Biden should extend his lead by 14 in Missouri. Washington will be close. Biden will probably have about 4 additional delegates in Washington. And let's just assume North Dakota is a tie, only 14 delegates total. That would, at the end of tonight, put Joe Biden 144 delegates ahead of Bernie Sanders. If this is the way it shakes out, it's over for Bernie. We have, of course, next Tuesday, Florida, Illinois, and Georgia. Bernie Sanders with a slight lead in Illinois right now, but very, very far behind in Florida and Georgia. Florida has Biden 37 ahead. That's worth 219 delegates. Georgia has Biden about 18 or 19 ahead. That's 105 delegates. So these are the numbers as they are, not as we would wish them to be. If you disagree with my analysis, let me know. But that is those are my benchmarks for tonight. If Bernie can end up tonight less than 144 delegates behind, I would consider it overperforming, again, relative to what the polls are showing right now. I hope you will join me tonight for live results. We will start streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook right around 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the first polls close. Every expectation, because of how lopsided some of these are likely to be, every expectation is that at 8 p.m. on the dot, there will be some calls about some of the states. I hope you will join me this evening, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. If you thought that the last 2 weeks were bad, it is getting much, much worse. The stock market yesterday absolutely imploded in the midst of virus fears, oil price collapses, the Japanese economy contracting, and much more. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down roughly 2,000 points. This is the largest point decline in the history of the United States, coming just weeks after the previous new single point decline record in the history of the United States. Percentage-wise, down about 7.8%. The S&P 500 down about 7.6%. The Russell 2000, the broadest of the four major indices, down more than 9%. And stocks imploded so quickly yesterday. I actually, not to pat myself on the back, I wish I would have been wrong, but I said this would happen on Twitter before the market opened. Stocks imploded so quickly yesterday that automatic measures, sort of fail-safes, kind of like electrical shutoffs, were triggered, for lack of a better term, which stop trading when the stock market declines too much too quickly. Just 9 minutes into the trading day, 8 or 9 minutes, trading was stopped, resuming later on. Again, the largest single-day point decline for the Dow. On a percentage basis, this was the biggest percentage decline since 2008, 12 years ago. The bond market has also imploded. That actually deserves its own segment, which we will do a little bit later in the day. Now, I have no interest in pretending that this is all Trump's fault or anything like that. These things are far more complex than that. The Trump administration's response to the virus has been pathetic, embarrassing, and dishonest. It is contributing to the uncertainty. It's contributing to making the situation worse. But it's only one piece of the worldwide picture, and it's only one piece of what is now hitting the American economy and many global economies as well. We have the price of oil collapsing. That doesn't relate to Donald Trump. We have the virus worldwide growing, although there are countries that increasingly have this under control, like China, but we had thousands and thousands of new cases yesterday. Still a reduction on a percentage basis of new cases, but a very large number of new cases. But where Donald Trump is causing panic and is causing chaos is, number one, by continuing to insist that the entire situation with the virus is overblown. And a bunch of people have emailed me and asked, what am I doing in terms of stocks and bonds? Now, I want to be very clear. I don't give financial advice on this program. The right decision for me is only right in my situation, and even then it might be the wrong one. Certainly every financial situation is unique. I'll tell you what I'm doing, though, and the answer is basically nothing. I mean, at my age, assuming the country doesn't disintegrate, and if the country disintegrates, I'm going to have bigger problems than stocks and bonds, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I buy index funds twice monthly. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not shifting my allocation between stocks and bonds. I am probably going to shift my allocation a little bit. I'm a little bit underexposed internationally and a little too heavily weighted on U.S. equities. So I did make an adjustment this morning where I'm moving some of the U.S. equity funds into a global stock fund. But these are very, very broad index funds, very low cost. I'm just going to keep accumulating shares, the idea being that they are temporarily on sale, and history showing that eventually the market recovers, although it can take years. And if you look at Japan, of course, Japan lost decades. That Japan had a downturn that even after decades has not been re-reached, I guess, for lack of a better term. If you're closer to retirement age and you need that money and you're overexposed in equities, then it is a very different situation, and it could get very ugly for people expecting to retire soon or recently retired. For me, if the downturn continues, and it very well may, my plan is just keep accumulating a little bit more twice a month, bring down my average cost. Dividends often don't go down during these downturns. So, you rely on that, you reinvest. And hopefully in the long term, it pays dividends literally and metaphorically, so to speak. But that is not financial advice for anybody in particular. Donald Trump has reportedly told aides that he is afraid that journalists will deliberately try to infect him with you-know-what on Air Force One. There's a report in Vanity Fair, which is outrageous if it's even 10% true, and we have every reason to believe that it's completely accurate. Among other things, Donald Trump is melting down over the idea that somebody on Air Force One might weaponize the virus against him and try to deliberately infect him while on his government airplane. Donald Trump has also been spotted over the weekend refusing to shake the hand of a supporter. The supporter holds out his hand, as you're seeing on the video. Trump says something. Presumably, we're not supposed to be shaking hands anymore. And then the supporter kind of offers his elbow. and they do an elbow bump instead. And so the reason I'm telling you this is not that I want Donald Trump to get infected or anything of the sort, although he may already be, as people are speculating. I don't know how likely that is. The reason I'm telling you this is that it is proof that Trump is lying all the time about this. Trump publicly says everything's under control. There's nothing to fear. It's no big deal. It's overblown. We're on top of it. The Dems are exaggerating. But privately, Trump clearly knows this is bad. Privately, Trump is worried that journalists on his airplane will weaponize the infection against him. Privately, Trump isn't shaking hands with people. Trump knows it's serious, which makes his public denials all the more transparently dishonest and immoral. If Trump claims this is like the flu, and we should treat it like the flu, why is he refusing handshakes? He didn't do that previously when the flu was going around, which it is now as well. When Trump says we should keep going to work, mostly it's contained, Dems are exaggerating, and then privately he says the press may be trying to kill me by breathing on me, that doesn't suggest he really believes it's under control, because that is what Donald Trump is suggesting here. Anyone believe that Trump is thinking about how to get Bernie or Biden infected? I mean, is that even too dark for Trump to consider, or might I be onto something there? Donald Trump claimed he would keep doing his MAGA or CAGA rallies or whatever they're being called at this point, because this isn't serious, except when you go to Donald Trump's website, there are no rallies scheduled under the events page. It says under rallies, none scheduled. Guys, he knows it's serious, but he's lying to you. He's not doing rallies. He's not shaking hands with supporters. He thinks the press will weaponize the virus against him. What would be worse? Now, this is actually a real question. Would it be worse if Trump was genuinely too dumb to know that this is serious? Or is it worse that Trump clearly knows it's serious and is simply lying publicly, but privately actually melting down over this? You tell me which you think is actually worse. I want to hear from you. Let me know on Twitter at @dpacman. Make sure you're following me on Twitter.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Megan Faulkner and Tina Perperis. Megan and Tina, thank you so much for your help. And I also want to say thank you to Aaron Whitlock, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Every single day, we thank two new members and someone who's been with us for a very long time. And we are a month away from our first 10-year members. Imagine that. People who have been members of the David Pakman Show for 10 years. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Take advantage of the massive coupon code 2020NOW. Apply it to the membership of your choice. It'll save you a whole bunch of money. I want people in our audience to have an understanding of the financial indicators that are being discussed in corporate media. Now that the stock market is just crashing, everything's flying off the walls, virus, oil, Japan, all of this different stuff. It's important to understand what people are talking about. The entire yield curve for all federal U.S. bonds fell below 1% yesterday. This is the first time in history, period, that this has ever happened. What does this mean and why do we care? Let's talk about it. First of all, what are U.S. bonds? U.S. bonds are debt securities issued by the U.S. Treasury. So essentially, the U.S. Treasury will borrow money from you. If you loan the government money by buying a